The Devil. We crave a dark college romance. Dark Descendants. Book 1, Jagger Cole.
Yidden, Yelena, fuck. There is no reason this should be so hot. I snort and roll my eyes at Galina. And yet, my gaze, like ours, stays riveted to her phone screen. On it, a shirtless man, all gym muscles and biker tattoos, waves the glinting blade of a hunting knife into the camera. A tactical military mask covers his whole face, even his eyes. But you can feel his gaze stabbing into you as he starts to roll his hips slowly. He mimes grabbing a ponytail with his other hand, and the words, "Your hair, X my fist," flash across the screen as he yanks it back and starts to thrust harder, like he's screwing a ghost. Galina's right, there's no reason this should be so fucking hot. It's ridiculous to the point of being comical. And yet, there's nothing funny about the way the shadows ripple dramatically across the masked man's grooved abs, the flat planes of his chest, and his tattooed biceps as he keeps thrusting his hips and brandishing his knife at the camera. I blame Galina for my newfound addiction to the masked. Tattooed men of book talk, aka mask talk, who, I swear, spend all day posting thirst traps on TikTok and Instagram. Sometimes, they're cosplaying fan-favorite book boyfriends from hit dark romance novels. Others, they're just totally leaning into the morally gray anti-hero vibe. I know it's more than a little over the top, the way these guys rip off their shirts, or lick the edges of their knives, or dry hump the camera, but god damn it, it's so hot. No reason. Galina sighs again as the man on the screen takes the hunting knife jutting out from his crotch and starts to stroke it. Like he's jerking off. No reason at. Fucking. All. You're right. There isn't. Because it's not I, grin. Tucking my dark hair back as I pull my eyes reluctantly away from Galina's screen and turn to Ren, my sweet maid and best friend. Oh. Small. I tease. Yeah. Don't lie. Galina snorts, closing the app, then tossing her phone onto my bed. No shame in admitting the mask talk hotness. You're in good company. Right. Ari, she looks expectantly at Ariana, who's sitting at my vanity in her usual hoodie and jeans uniform. Honey blonde hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, carefully painting her nails black. Nope. She grins without looking up. I want zero part of your weird romance book horniness. Gal. Oh. Right. I forgot. Galina rolls her eyes. Ari doesn't get horny. Ariana glances up sharply, glaring at Galina. What? Because I'm not drooling over weirdos who look like they're not allowed within 1,000 feet of a school. Ren bursts out laughing. Galina feigns a dramatic faint across my bed, her ginger hair spread over the duvet. Just as there's a knock at the door and my cousin Lucia walks in. Okay. She's not actually my cousin, but her dad and mine have been best friends since before they were students here themselves at Knight's Blood. And we were basically raised like cousins. It's the same with Galina and Ren. Then there's Ariana, who actually is Lucia's cousin. Sorry I'm late. Lucia sighs, waving tattooed fingers at us in greeting. Her black-brown hair hangs loose around her face. My roommate was having another crash out over being away from home. Lucia's a freshman, so even though it's pretty obvious she'll be pledging, the order in the initiation trials later in the year. I mean, her cousin Damiano is the president of the club. She's living in the regular dorms for now. There are 4 clubs on the Knight's Blood campus, all of which exist in this weird zone where the college both fully acknowledges them and yet also takes a totally hands-off, blind eye approach to them. It isn't mandatory to join any of them, of course, but it's heavily implied, if unspoken, that being a member of one of the 4 clubs is pretty much the reason you come to Night's Blood, the shadowy Mafia Ivy League school that sits on the rocky southern Connecticut cliffs above the Long Island Sound. In the first place, there's the Order, which Lucia will almost certainly be pledging and of which Ren and I are both members. The club tends to attract the planners and the calculators, the potential future spy masters and assassins of the Mafia world. Since we pledged the Order at the initiation trials in our freshman year, now that we're sophomores, we've moved into Morvain Manor, the official club housing on campus. Galena and Ariana, who are best friends, despite how it might look to the outsider, given the way they needle and tease each other, are in the Ouroboros Society. Their club tends to attract the aspiring hackers, information brokers, and behind-the-scenes masterminds, the 2 of them. Also room together at the Athenaeum, the Gothic former campus library which now houses the Ouroboros Society. Members of the Reckless, aka the Daredevils and Fighters, live like the true lunatics they are in. The Spire, a crumbling old garrison lookout tower, perched on a rock a little ways out from the main cliffs. And then there's Parabellum for the kings and queens, aka the future heads of criminal families and organizations. Fittingly, Parabellum inhabits Kingsword Hall, a gorgeous, sprawling Gothic and Romanesque mansion high up on a hill. It's where we're all going to party tonight, to celebrate being 1 month into the school year. At least, that's the reason my friends are going. I'm going for revenge. No apologies necessary. That outfit is insane. Galena gushes, arching her brows at Lucia's frankly stunning black dress. The short, strappy number looks incredible on her, and the lack of sleeves does a stellar job of showing off her huge collection of tattoos that I know make my not really my Aunt Naomi groan. Thanks. Lucia blushes. Dior, Galena asks. Lucia nods and cocks a brow at me. Your mom gave it to me when I was in the city a few weeks ago and said I could keep it. That okay? I smile warmly and wave her off. Like you even have to ask my mother. Milena made such a splash as a professional ballerina with the Zakharova Ballet in New York that when she retired, she was immediately picked up by Dior as one of their top brand ambassadors. So, not only is there never a shortage of their stuff in the closets of our household, it's also not uncommon to be riding the subway or walking through Times Square and be suddenly confronted with my mother's gorgeous, smiling face in an ad. My mom, the beautiful fashion model, and my dad, the powerful Mafia Don. Yeah, no pressure living up to that. Right. I turned to check my reflection in the full-length mirror, adjusting the delicate chain around my neck with the little silver wolf pendant that Dad gave me years ago, and then fussing with the dark blue. Long-sleeved tunic top with the flared skirt over black leggings. I used to wear a lot more stuff like Lucia's fit, but not since this past summer, not since him. I clench my teeth together. Tonight, that asshole's going to pay. Cute. Galena gushes as she steps next to me, eyeing the pink and white sundress she's wearing in the mirror. But it's still warm at night, for fall. You sure you won't be too hot in the leggings? You could borrow my red skirt, I snort. The one your papa hates, she grins. Please. Papa hates anything that shows my ankles. Dad, meanwhile, thinks it's cute as fuck. I laugh. Galena's papa, me pseudo-Uncle Roman, is somewhat grumpy and gruff, but he's the pakan of the Nikitin Bratva, so that tracks. Meanwhile, her dad, Val, who used to be a dancer at the Zakharova with my mother and Lucia's, and Ren's too, is the sort of parent who'll go with you to get your first tattoo. He and Roman are complete opposites. Yet they're probably the cutest married couple I know. Aside from my own parents. That is. Lucia grins and accepts the coffee mug of wine that Ren, who's on her, second-hands her. I arch a brow at my best friend when she tops up her mug a third time. But don't say anything. Ren's going through it right now. After her shithead of an ex. Bryce. Broke up with her over the summer. While he was inside another girl. No. Really. I mean, Bryce is a piece of shit loser and Ren was way too good for him. But telling your girlfriend I think we should take a break when she walks in on you mid-pump with another girl, gross. So, Lucia glances at us. What I miss Galina getting horny for social media again. Ari sighs. Lucia giggles. More masktok Yeah, Galina snorts. And don't lie just 'cause Ari is being all judgy. You know you watch it too. Lucia takes a sip of wine. Groaning. Okay. Guilty. I blame you. You know, I'd be very offended if you didn't. Galina says primly. What cracks me up the most about Galina's drooling obsession with tattooed, knife-wielding psychos on TikTok is that apart from that, she's probably one of the most wholesome girls at Night's Blood. It doesn't hurt that she's a complete daddy's girl princess with two dads, either of which could separate the head from the body of any boy who even looked at Galina the wrong way. I should know. My dad's the same. Lucia's eyes light up. Hey, did you guys hear about Velvet Villainess? Galina almost breaks her neck, whipping her head around to Lucia. Would I hold back an eye roll? Galina is way too invested in all these dark book talk accounts. Velvet Villainess is a female book talker with a crazy huge number of followers, maybe over 1 million by now, who posts thirst-trappy content that almost rivals the your hair, X my fist type stuff the guys post. No one knows who she is because she's always masked. She's also usually rocking some seriously scandalous outfits, if not outright lingerie. She doesn't speak in her videos, but her written reviews of the dark romance books she reads are all very well done. What about her? Galina chokes out breathlessly. Jesus. It's like men with their favorite sports dudes. Lucia's jaw drops. I can't believe you haven't heard, okay? Get this. Apparently she might be a fucking student here. Eva Ari, who studiously avoids our horny book stuff. Looks up at that. Whoa. What Ren blurts. Bullshit. Ari giggles, rolling her eyes. No. Seriously? Lucia nods eagerly. You know Mariana Guzman, in The Reckless. Posts romance book content, the rest of us nod. Okay. Check out her latest video. It's wild. She thinks a video Velvet Villainess uploaded a week ago was filmed in Ravencroft Library. How crazy is that, for once? Galina is at a loss for words. Ren whistles under her breath and drains her mug. Ari's brows arch as high as mine. Does Mariana know who she is? Lucia shakes her head. Nope. Just said that she must be a Night's Blood student. Otherwise, how would she have been able to film inside Ravencroft? Wow. So crazy. Galina murmurs, shaking her head. She glances at the clock on the wall and clucks her tongue against her teeth. Okay. Bitches. Ready to roll? Ren springs up and grins. Hell yes, Galina beams. Atta girl. Let's go get some Parabellum boys to flirt with. You. P.S. Survey says the untouchables are all still sighing glow. She adds, in a school of future kings. The four that everyone at Night's Blood calls the untouchables are on another level. They're not just future heads of hugely powerful mafia families. And obviously all in Parabellum. They're gods walking amongst us, mere mortals here. Lochlan Kildare, future head of the Kildare Irish mafia family, plus his younger brother, Ronan, Drago Krylov, who could either be the king of the Krylov Bratva or a senior partner at the most powerful law firm in New York, depending on which of his parents he takes after. And lastly, the president of Parabellum, Achilles Drakos. He's the one member of the Untouchables who doesn't outright terrify me. We've never spoken, but unlike Drago, who prowls around campus like a dark nightmare, or the Kildare brothers who look like pure trouble, Achilles is the golden boy of Knight's blood and a poster child for magnanimous future king. He's built like a god, with looks and a smile that would make legit deities jealous, and has just about everyone at school eating out of his palm, faculty included. Ren frowns as she tucks a loose wave of buttery blonde behind her ear. Pass on the walking red flag parade. Sorry. Galena rolls her eyes. You're seriously telling me you don't think they're hot? Ren shoots me a save me from her look and sighs. Girl, you do realize that your fictional boyfriends would be restraining order nightmares in real life. Right, Galena giggles. Okay. I'll grant you that someone like Drago is scary as shit. Fucking nightmare fuel. Ariana shivers. But Achilles Drakos Halina's brows lift. I mean, are you joking? Not one of you would say no to all that. And if you say you would, you're lying. Ren shakes her head. Nope. Not interested. Sorry. Galena groans. I'm just saying. We need to get you back on the horse. Ren and I share a look as she rolls her eyes. I'm all set with my horse situation. But you do you. Tragically, I fear Galena will never find true love. Ariana sighs dramatically. She's still hung up on 437 fictional men with horse sticks and Halloween masks who she unironically calls boyfriend. Please. Galena sighs. Winking. It's 439. Thank you very much. And no, I don't share. She and Ariana crack up as everyone takes last glances in the mirror before filing out the door. I wait until they're all gone to snake a hand under my mattress. My fingers close around a lacy red thong before I quickly pull it out, ball it up, and shove it into the small pocket of my leggings. Yes, under normal conditions. Planting crime scene evidence on someone innocent of said crime would be considered evil. But there's nothing innocent about the predator I'm targeting tonight. Sometimes bad things have to be done to stop bad people. The five of us tumble out the front door of Morvain Manor and follow the white gravel footpath past the woods into the main Knight's Blood campus. Even though I've spent a full school year here, I don't think I'll ever get used to how stunning the campus is. The original founders of Knight's Blood were looking to emulate famous universities of the time like Harvard, Yale, Trinity, and Oxford. They envisioned a place of higher learning in the newly minted United States for the heirs to the aristocracy who were immigrating from Great Britain and Europe. Since then, the core concept might have changed from heirs to the aristocracy to heirs to criminal empires, but the same motto still hangs above the gates. To the blood of king and crown, cross and knighthood. Hence, Knight's Blood. The five of us giggle and gossip as we walk across the campus. Kingsword. Hall is all lit up like a royal palace, and you can hear the party is in full swing. Sweet, I totally forgot this was a masked thing, Galena laughs when we get to the two big football or rugby player types at the front door and are handed black Venetian masks that cover the top halves of our faces. I didn't forget. It's part of my plan. The two guys at the door stamp the backs of our hands with a little crown, then let us through. The full din of the party hits as we step inside the con. Cavernous. Palatial mansion. I've been here before. Of course. For various parties in my freshman year. But whoa. Kingswood really does feel like actual royalty lives here. Vaulted ceilings loom high overhead. A sweeping double staircase ascends to the upper floors. Huge double doorways lead to massive, gorgeous ballrooms, ringed with gilded columns. Remind me why we don't hang out here more often, Ren moans, her jaw hanging open. Because you need to be invited, Ari sighs. And we're not friends with anyone in Parabellum Well. We should change that. Galena groans. Her neck craned back as she stares up at the battle scene painted in French Baroque style across the vaulted ceiling. Immediately. Except they're all a bunch of snobs. Ariana snickers. Not all of them. Ren laughs. I had a lecture last year with Selene Dracos. And she was super cool. Galena nods. And I met Drago's sister Tatiana at a cocktail thing that Papa dragged Zane and me to earlier in the summer. She was a little intimidating, but nice. I don't know. Though, Zane got a little flirty with her. So I left. No one wants to see their big brother trying to spit game. We all laugh. Luckily, I'm the only one who realizes that my own laugh is fake. Falsy. A mask to cover the nervous adrenaline coursing through my veins. They're all here to have a good time. Not me. I'm here to put a monster behind bars. Where he belongs. We meander through the raucous party toward the bar. I swallow heavily and slip my fingers into the pocket of my leggings, feeling the lace stuffed inside. Almost time. I've done my best not to think about it. About him. I've shoved the whole event and the weeks on either side of it in a locked box and buried it in the dark recesses of my mind. But being here tonight, knowing how close I am, to exacting my revenge on that fucking asshole, has the sickening memories and crippling emotions rushing back to the surface. The leering grin, the smell of alcohol on his breath, the way the room spun as the drinks in my own system dulled my senses and slowed my ability to think. To run. To say no. The stifling, claustrophobic feeling of his body pressing to mine. His hand pushing past my defenses and slipping. Unwanted. Between my legs? Yelena. I startle. Blinking. Ren is standing in front of me, giving me a strange look. Yeah, she cocks a brow, bringing her glass to her lips. You okay? You were doing that zone out thing. Her brow furrows. You've been doing that a lot. Actually, she's my best friend. We've got a ton of classes together. And we have a shared bathroom between our bedrooms at Morvain Manor. She, of anyone, would notice that I've been a little spaced out since the school year started. But she doesn't know why. Why I've been avoiding alcohol. Why my smiles are sometimes forced. And why I've been so tired. Because sleeping brings nightmares. I haven't told anyone what happened this summer. What he did to me. He's not on campus anymore. Thank God. But tonight he is. The thought sends a shiver raking down my spine like broken glass. Knowing that he's here, and that any one of the tall, built men in black Venetian masks around me at this very moment could be him. Bile rises in my throat, but I manage to muscle it back down. You good? Dude, Ren frowns. My fingers slip into the pocket of my leggings again, toying with the lace as I nod. And she gives me one of her looks. I mean, really, she says, her brow furrowing deeper with concern. I force myself to smile and roll my eyes. I'm fine. Just tired. You know, she nods. Maybe a drink, I shake my head. Want to go find some boys to flirt with. I swallow back more bile, my fake smile staying firmly in place as I do. Hey, you're the one we're supposed to be finding boys for. She makes a face. Ugh, I guess. I know Galena's all gung-ho to set me up. Welcome to Galena 101. Tell me about it. Ren giggles. I mean, the girl is on the hunt for everyone except herself. Did you know Kirill Tsarenko wanted to take her out last semester and she flat out said no? Igrin. Isn't Kirill a total man-whore who fucks anything that moves well? Yeah. But come on. If you're looking for someone to cook you dinner, don't you want a chef who's cooked a lot of dinners before I howl with genuine laughter? Ren grins. There's my Lena. I flash her a smile. I didn't go anyway. Honest. I'm just tired. I know. She sighs. You keep saying that. I wish you'd remember I'm your best friend and you can tell me anything. Though, the first part is 100% true. I wish the second part was. Anyway, let's go find Parabellum boys and see how long it takes them to mention who their fathers are and all the super important shit they're planning to do. Igrin. Then my gaze wanders to one of the staircases leading to the upper floors, and my fingers snake back into my pocket, touching the lace. You know what? I just saw a girl in my econ class I've been meaning to catch up with. Lee. Talk to you later. Boo. Ren grumps. Then she nods. Yeah. Go do you. If you need me, the bar is over there. I frown at how quickly she knocks back her drink. Okay. But, take it easy. Easy like Carly Precioso. The fucking slut who, lives in this house, Ren says with a fake smile. Carly Precioso is. In fact, the girl that Bryce's dick was in when he officially broke things off with Ren. Ick. I make Ren promise to be safe, then watch her dance away through the crowd before I turn and eyeball the side staircase. Time to use a dead girl's panties to frame someone for murder. Hey, there's a first time for everything. Right, I slip into one of the less crowded rooms, keeping to myself and avoiding the circles of conversation. Near the back of the house, I sneak up another staircase. The party is continuing here on the second floor. My target is one above. Though, there's a small sign on a chain hung across the staircase leading to the third floor that reads no admittance. There doesn't really need to be a sign. It's common knowledge that the third floor of Kingsward Hall, where the president and senior members of Parabellum have their bedrooms, is invite only. No one sees me creep up the stairs and count the doors down the hallway until I get to the third one on the right. I wasn't lying to Ren before. I did recognize a girl in my economics class downstairs when we walked in. We're not friends, but I did hear her talking earlier this week about the former Parabellum president coming back to visit campus for the party tonight. She also mentioned he'll be staying in what used to be his room when he was a student here, and that she hoped she'd get a personal tour of it. The only reason I didn't scream at her to stay away from the monster is that by the end of the night he'll be in fucking jail. The huge bedroom is dark when I slip inside. The king-sized bed would be the obvious place. Maybe too obvious. My eyes adjust to the darkness as I tug the red lace out of my pocket. Finally, my gaze lands on the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves against the far wall. That'll work. My heart is racing as I cross the floor in silence, then stand up on tip 2, reach up, and drop the thong behind a row of leather-bound books. Hope you like prison. Motherfucker. There's a sense of relief as soon as I let go of the evidence. Almost peace. And I grin. You know what? I think I will have a drink tonight. to celebrate. The feeling of elation shatters like glass, and my scream dies in my throat when I'm grabbed from behind. My adrenaline spikes, my entire body turning to ice as the powerful figure behind me pins me hard to the bookshelves. Hot breath teases over my neck. Strong hands grip my ponytail. Your hair axes my fist. My eyes bulge as the dim light in the room glints wickedly off the razor-sharp edge of a knife that's suddenly in front of my face. No, little prey. My brain short-circuits, my insides liquefying as the words are rasped into my ear in a deep, dark, masculine baritone. My breath catches as the very tip of the knife slowly drags over the skin of my cheek. Are you going to be a good girl and fucking run for me? To Yelena, at first, it's like I'm falling headfirst into a dark pool, breaking the inky surface and sinking into the murky depths in slow motion. It feels like my legs have become heavy, my lungs have filled with water, and my very pulse has slowed to a dull, syrupy thud beneath the frozen surface of my skin. Then, just as quickly as everything slowed down, it speeds back up, instantly, despite the weight of the man's body pinning me to the part. Bookshelves, the strength in his hands, and the edge of his knife in front of my face. I come alive. My elbow jerks back, slamming into his side. It barely elicits a dull grunt, but it's enough. His grip momentarily loosens to the point that I can do it again, jamming my elbows back and breaking free. I choke out a broken non-scream as I whirl away from him, darting out from between him and the shelves and bolting for the door to the bedroom. I don't have time to think about why the fuck there's a man with a knife lurking in the shadows of the Parabellum party. I just need to get away from him. I've barely made it 3 steps before his weight crashes into me again. This time, one powerful hand grabs me around the throat from behind, while the other grips a handful of the waist of my leggings, yanking me back so hard that I jerk clean off my feet. I go slamming into a rock-hard chest, thickly muscled arms instantly, circling me and pinning me tight as hot breath rasps across the shell of my ear. Use. I was hoping you'd run. Little prey. Your pussy will taste so much fucking sweeter if I have to hunt you first. My eyes bulge. Another choked scream withers in my throat. Adrenaline screams and whines in my ears like a siren. Neon warning lights blaring and stabbing through my brain as I twist and fight and kick to break free of his grip. My heel comes down hard on the top of his foot. Again. It's just enough for his grip to release a little. I lurch away, staggering erratically through the pitch-dark bedroom. My hip slams into the pointed corner of a dresser, bringing a scream to my throat before I can swallow it back. A lethal, quietly sinister chuckle rumbles through the darkness, swirling and surging closer as I bolt to the right. Instantly, I crash into the side of the bed and go sprawling face first across it. Fight or flight chemicals flood my system as I kick and scramble to drag myself to the other side of the bed before he can get to me. I'm not fast enough. My scream chokes off as his strong hand wraps around my throat again. The full weight of his body lands across my back, pinning me to the bed beneath. His other hand grabs a fistful of my hair, making me spasm and jolt with blind fear as he yanks my head to the side. Your hair X my fist. But this is no TikTok. This isn't one of Galena's morally gray book boyfriends. This is fucking reality. Is that the best you've got for me? Little prey, the voice is gravelly and metallic. A blade dragging across stone. My pulse jangles through my veins. Thud, thud, thudding like a hammer in my ears. Apure. Naked fear and adrenaline explode through my system. He keeps my hair in his fist, his other hand slipping away from my neck, only to slide back in front of my eyes again with the knife back in his grip. Icy cold panic drags down my spine, making me shudder and shake and choke on my scream again as he waves the dangerous, lethal edge mere inches from my face. "You're even better than I imagined. Little prey," he growls sinisterly into my ear. "Better than you promised." Before I can even focus on what he just said, I gasp when he suddenly rolls his hips against me from behind. If there was ever any doubt in my mind that I'm seriously fucked up, it's eradicated when he grinds against my ass with the knife in my face, and my insides turn to liquid fire. He's hard. A shiver flickers through my core as my attacker grinds a very hard, thick erection against my ass, his grip tightening in my hair, bringing a pathetic little whimper to my lips. "I can't wait to feel this cunt break from my fucking cock," he snarls quietly, rolling his muscled hips against my ass and letting me feel the full weight of his erection. "You've made me wait so long, little prey. I can't wait to hear you scream for me." I gasp sharply as he pushes my face down into the duvet beneath me, his grip still on my hair. I feel a hot, raking sensation over the delicate skin at the nape of my neck, and I realize in horror that it's his teeth. "Remember, nothing will stop me. No pleading, no begging," he snarls, against my skin in that same rasping baritone, like a voice from beyond the grave. "Nothing except your safe word. Thunder is the only thing that'll stop this." Suddenly, he's lifting his weight off me. Then I cry out as he yanks my hair hard and flips me onto my back beneath him. Jesus fucking Christ. Whatever naked fear and pure terror I thought I was feeling before becomes even more all-consuming and terrifying when I look up into his face for the first time. It's not a real face leering down at me. I'm pinned to the bed, a knife to my throat and a man dressed in all black straddling my hips, and he's looking down on me through the twisted smile of a scream mask. For a second, the whole world just freezes as I stare up into my horrifying, all-too-real nightmare/fantasy come to life. Galina knows that I'm hooked on the same mask talk videos that she giggles about, and that I've read some of the spicy books she's recommended. She doesn't know the half of it. She doesn't know about the secondary TikTok account I have that I keep secret from my friends, the one I use to leave thirsty, slutty comments on some of the more sinful videos that come across my FYP. She doesn't know that it's not just a few books that I've read. There are easily 100 of them since she introduced me to the genre, all featuring men with masks, knives, tattoos, and a definition of consent that is iffy at best. They've been invading my dreams and fantasies over the past year, and right now, I'm staring up at a literal fantasy I've played out in my head in the dead of night as I gasp into the pillows, using my fingers on myself. It's not just the mask, or the knife, or the swirls of tattoo ink snaking out from under the pushed-up sleeves of his black hoodie and over his muscled forearms. It's not just being chased and grabbed. It's the whole fucking thing. I have had almost this exact fantasy before. Dozens of times. I get separated from a group at a social function. I'm hunted down and grabbed. Then I'm forced to look my masked nightmare in the face as he takes what he wants, heedless of words like no or stop. Those messed up fantasies are a fun little secret, a deliciously wicked treat. When you're alone in your bed at night, played out in real time, with real strong hands pinning you down and a real knife being held to your throat while very, very real fear burns in your veins like acid. It's a whole other thing. I glitch out, shaking and shuddering, my eyes bulging wide as the man looms over me and slowly twirls the vicious-looking hunting knife right in front of my face. My breath catches sharply as he touches my lower lip with the tip of the knife, ghosting the lethal point over my throbbing skin. I'm going to enjoy making you scream as I fuck every one of your slutty little holes. Pray. Without warning, he reaches down, grabs a fist of fabric near the hem of my top, and yanks it up my torso. I spasm and flinch, my body unsure if it's supposed to be gearing up to run for its life or to come. I really need to stop watching Mask Talk. I tremble as he shoves my top up over my bra. He brings his hand down, tracing the blade over my chin, my throat, then lower to the exposed skin between my breasts. For some reason, that's the moment reality suddenly kicks in. Stop it, I scream. Stop, the masked man laughs. Folk, he rasps. You know how hard I get when you use that word. Little prey. He keeps talking like we've discussed this before, like I've been expecting it. And that's when it truly hits me. He thinks I'm someone else, someone crazy enough to have signed up for this. You have the wrong girl, I blurt. I'm not who. My words and the subsequent scream are both choked off when he shoves my top up over my head, covering my face. His hand wraps around my throat, and I jolt violently from the combined sensation of his hot breath on my neck and his cold blade sliding over my cleavage. The knife slips under the front band of my bra. His wrist flicks, and I gasp when he cuts the bra away. Stop it, I yell. Let go of me, the man laughs as he yanks my shirt over my head and tosses it behind him. Fuck. Pray. My cock is so fucking hard for your screams. I'm not her, I blurt in a blind panic, trying to wrestle out from under him. I'm not, I shudder as the tip of his blade slides dangerously up my throat, sending sparks of panic and something I'm desperately trying not to acknowledge skittering through my core. His big, strong hand jams between us, and I find myself choking on my breath as he slides it down my bare stomach and grabs the front of my leggings. Remember, nothing will stop me. No pleading, no begging, nothing except your safe word. Safe word. Safe word. What the fuck was the safe word? Stop, I scream as he starts to pull my leggings down. I'm not who you think I am. You have the wrong girl. Use the fucking safe word. He snarls viciously as he keeps yanking my legging down, past my panties. My reaction comes from somewhere inside me, beyond my control. My knee jerks up, and I hear and feel him grunt and flinch when it slams into his crotch. Jesus, he snarls. The knife falls away from my throat. With a strength I find God knows where, I shove him away and get out from under him, half lurching and half falling off the bed. My pulse is roaring as I scramble up from the ground, not even caring that I'm topless with my leggings at my knees as I bolt for the door as fast as I can. I'm not fast enough. I cry out when he grabs my hair tight in his fist and yanks me back so hard I almost lose my balance. He spins me around and roughly slams me against the wall. The breath is knocked out of me, and when his fingers wrap around my throat again, I choke and gasp. Dark heat pools inside me as the mask leers down into my face, the blade waving between us. I can't see his eyes, but I can feel them sliding over my nudity, turning my skin pink as a mix of fear, shame, excitement, and black. Desire bleeds through my body. That wasn't very nice. He hisses as he brings the knife down to my breasts. Please stop. The metallic tip dances across my bare nipple, and I bite my lip in horror when it pebbles and tightens to a needy point. You're just lucky I like my prey with a few claws, he whispers darkly, dancing the blade over my nipple again as my legs shake and my core knots. His other hand slides between us and his fingers splay across my bare stomach before the whole hand begins to slide lower. The poisonous, toxic need inside me throbs and coils, whimpers and yearns, aches. No. 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 What was the safe word? What the fuck was that safe word? Before I can even jolt my brain into remembering. His fingers are slipping under the lacy waist of my panties. My whole world tenses, holding its breath as his fingers tease lower, pushing between skin and lace. My face caves. My jaw drops. My breath catches. And a fucking whimper tumbles from my lips. The man chuckles darkly. Blade against stone. Dark fantasy bleeding like venom into my reality. Suddenly, his fingers find what we both know they were looking for. And when they sink between the mortifyingly wet lips of my pussy, not even my teeth biting my lip so hard it almost bleeds can stop the small whimper that bubbles up my throat. "There's my good little prey," he growls, rolling 2 fingers over my clit. God help me. I moan. I didn't ask for this. It's so wrong. So fucked up. It's assault. So why the fuck am I so wet? Why are my hips rolling eagerly against his fingers, and why the fuck can't I remember that safe word his fingers push lower? Suddenly, I'm choking on a moan as he pushes 2 thick fingers deep inside me. The breath leaves my lungs in a whoosh from how big his fingers feel, stretching me to my limit. He strokes them out and then rams them right back in, curling them against my front wall. Vet. Squelching sounds reach my ears, and I cringe when my face darkens in shame and desire. What a messy pussy I've found, he murmurs. And so fucking tight. We're going to have to work to stretch this cunt out to fit my cock. Aren't we? Baby, no, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. A war of morals versus desire rampages through my system as I try to push him away, even as my pussy is dripping my arousal all over his fingers. Please stop, I whisper in a choked tone. You don't really mean that, he growls back, flicking the tip of his knife over my nipple again. I cry out in unabashed pleasure, my back snapping straight and my thighs shaking as he starts to finger me harder, deeper, consuming me with his darkness. I'm not who... My words fall away. My face caves, and my body slumps against the wall as the man in the mask holds the edge of his blade to my throat and all at once starts to fuck me hard with his 2 thick fingers. His palm grinds against my throbbing clit as he rams his fingers deep inside my soaking wet pussy over and over. The sensation of the cold edge of the knife against my jugular sends me reeling. But it's looking up into that menacing, leering scream mask that truly has me shaking and clenching as I realize what's about to happen. Please. No. Not like this. I can't be that fucked up. And then suddenly, as my walls clench, his fingers and my core turns to liquid. It hits me. Thunder. The safe word is thunder. And it'll stop this whole thing. It'll put an end to the insanity before it goes any further. The man leans down, my breath catching as his minty and slightly woodsy teases across my neck and up to my ear through his mask. Are you going to be a good girl and fucking come for me, or do I have to? Fuck you with my knife before this pretty pussy will give me its cum. The word is thunder. The door out of this nightmare is right there in front of me. I can taste the word on my lips, but my mouth stays shut. My palms on his chest tighten, grabbing at the fabric of his hoodie and feeling the thick, hard muscles beneath it as he cages me against the wall and rams his fingers into my clenching, drooling pussy. The knife dances over the delicate skin of my throat, and my eyes roll back as a haze falls over me. I know the word, and yet I throw it away, giving into the madness as my toes curl, my thighs quiver, and my whole reality blurs to a mist of red and black. Come for me, little prey. Oh God. The orgasm that hits me is unlike anything I've ever felt before. More violent, more consuming, more everything. My head falls back against the wall, and my fist tightens so hard on his hoodie that my fingers hurt. A sound I don't even recognize rattles from my throat as my hips buck and my orgasm floods his hand. He groans and slams me harder against the wall, fingering me faster and deeper, dragging the orgasm into a second, even more powerful one that steals the strength from my legs. I go limp against him, shuddering and shaking as his fingers keep plunging into me, until my vision literally darkens at the edges. It's only then that he lets me catch my breath. I'm still shaking as he slowly slips his fingers from inside me and slides his hand out of my panties. He keeps his knife against my throat and uses the flat side to lift my chin. I watch in dazed silence as his glistening hand slips under the mask, and the wet sound of a mouth licking fingers clean cuts through the silence, turning my already heated face crimson. Little prey, he growls quietly. I think you just became my new favorite fucking meal. The knife leaves my chin as he steps back. My legs are still shaking, and it takes everything I have not to slump to the ground like a marionette whose strings have been cut. Silence and an eerie stillness after the mad lust and violence settles over the bedroom. The man reaches out, and my breath catches as he cups my jaw and runs his thumb over my bottom lip as he slowly draws me close again and leans down to whisper in my ear. Good girl. My mind goes blank and my mouth falls open as his hand drops from my jaw. Without another word, he slips the knife into the belt of his jeans, turns, and walks out of the room, casually closing the door behind him. My legs finally give out, and I slide to the floor with my heart racing, my insides melting, and reality as I know it completely shattered. 3 Yelena I dream the same confusing mix of fantasies and nightmares as usual. The fantasies involve masked men with knives. The nightmares involve an unmasked monster whose weapons were alcohol, trust, and naivete. When I wake up, the second I shake those swirling dreams aside, I reach for my phone and navigate to the homepage of the Hawthorne Herald. Instantly, I sit up in bed as my breath comes faster. After I left the party last night, dodging questions from my friends why I was leaving so early, I stopped off at Ravencroft Library, which is open 24 hours a day, and used their landline to call in an anonymous tip to the Hawthorne Hollow police. Surely they've been to campus by now. And that motherfucker is sitting in jail after they found my planted incriminating evidence. The fucked up thing is, I'm not talking about the man in the mask who forced me against a wall, cut off my fucking bra, and made me come all over his fingers with a knife to my throat. I'm talking about the other one. But when I click onto the website for the local newspaper, the only headlines are about some upcoming 10K charity race and the new office building going up near the docks. No Jane Doe murder investigation identifies suspect at Knight's Blood or former Parabellum president arrested on murder charges. What the fuck? I open Instagram and swallow back bile as I click on the fucker's profile. Instantly, my heart drops. There's a post from 20 minutes ago, a selfie of him on campus, smiling that smug, practice smile that masks the predator underneath. Standing in front of St. Ben, Aldrich's Chapel, with a bullshit caption about how good it is to be back at the old alma mater and 3 nauseating hashtags. Number Knight's Blood Forever, number Go Privateers, number Blessed. My mouth thins to a cold line. I'll give you a hashtag number, die in a fucking dumpster fire, you piece of shit. I dropped my phone into my lap and slumped back against the headboard, gazing up at the ceiling. Damn it. Again. Planting criminal evidence on someone who didn't commit that crime to frame them for murder is, objectively speaking, evil. But so is getting a girl drunk, drugging her, locking her in a room, and then covering her mouth when she says no while I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to shove the memories back into the little iron box that sits in the back of my mind. What's the difference? I grimace as the needling little voice in my head sneers the same question. It's been sneering since the madness of last night. What's the difference between the predator who assaulted me this past summer and the masked man last night? The answer used to be that the difference was reality versus fantasy. But after last night, the answer to that question has become exponentially more complicated. Because that fantasy is no longer just fantasy. It really happened. A man in a mask, wielding a knife, chased me around in the dark, pinned me down, ripped my clothes off, and quite literally ignored the word no as he put his hands wherever he wanted. Actually, I guess the easy answer to how last night is different from what happened over the summer is that last night, despite my no and stop being ignored, I did have a way out. Remember your safe word. Okay. So I promptly forgot that safe word. It would be so easy and convenient if I had permanently forgotten it. But that's not the case. It came back to me, right there in the middle of it all, with his fingers inside me. My face heats, and my thighs clench at the visceral sense memory of his firm hand prying my legs apart, sliding beneath my panties, and then sinking his fingers into me as I shivered in dark ecstasy. I swallow and take a shaky breath. I did remember that safe word. And yet, I didn't use it. I could have stopped it all. And for reasons I don't quite understand, I think he would have, had I said it. I guess that's the big difference. This summer involved an actual predator. The man last night was merely role-playing one. Okay, he was role-playing at a Daniel Day-Lewis level. But clearly, he was there to play with someone. And he thought that someone was me. Ignoring no and stop were clearly part of the game, given that it was, obviously consensually non-consensual. Thank you, Galena, and your deranged book recommendations for teaching me that my fucked up kinks have a name. So, yes, the difference is, last night was a fantasy that went off the rails. If it even had rails to begin with. This past summer was assault. Pure and simple. And no safe word in the world would have stopped it. And last night, I groan as I drop my face into my hands. I haven't had enough coffee yet to figure out what the hell last night was. With me remembering the safe word and not using it with a masked stranger with a fucking knife to my throat as I came all over his fingers. Jesus. I squirm in bed, the same question lingering in my head as I had throbbing through my veins when I got home last night, shaking, trembling, buzzing. What would have happened if he'd kept going? What if it didn't stop with just fingering? What if he'd wanted me to return the favor? What if he'd wanted actual sex? I swallow. Plenty of people have wild stories about losing their virginity in college. But somehow, I think a masked stranger wielding a knife playing out a non-consent fantasy might be a little above and beyond wild. The rational, sensible part of me wants to indignantly add that of course I wouldn't have let that happen. Of course I'd have used the safe word before it got to that. But would I? With a sigh, I throw back the covers and get out of bed. I catch my reflection in the full-length mirror and grimace at my disheveled appearance, suggesting I was tossing and turning all night because of my dreams, both the fantasies and the nightmares. Then I blink, frowning as I step closer to the mirror, my gaze stabbing into the reflection of my neck. What the fuck? I stiffen when I realize what the little red lines are. They're tiny cuts from the edge of his knife. They're reminders of that final moment before the fall, when I started to mortifyingly orgasm for the stranger, and spasmed so hard that his blade nicked me a few times. I need help. Just as I turn away, I gasp and suddenly whirl back to the mirror. Fuck. Besides the cuts and some light bruising, also courtesy of the insanity last night, my neck is bare. My necklace with the wolf pendant is missing. I rush over to my bed, where I carefully remove every sheet, pillowcase, duvet cover, and blanket before checking under and behind it. I check the floors beneath my desk and dresser. I step into the shared bathroom that connects my room to Ren's and look on the counter and the floor, in the shower and the sinks. But I already know from worrying about this before that the pendant that I've worn almost every day since Dad got it for me when I was 10 is too big to drop down the drain of either the shower or the sink. I start to retrace my steps. Then a horrible thought hits me. I think I know where I might have lost it. Not tossing and turning in bed. Not showering. No. The smart money is that it fell off in the mad chase around that bedroom last night. Shit. I groan into my hands. Then take a shaky breath. Okay. It's not the end of the world. I don't really know anyone in Parabellum that well. But it wouldn't be a stretch to go over there and ask if anyone found a necklace. Right. I mean, it's not like I'd have to give the details of how I lost it. I slump against the wall, frowning before turning to look at the other bathroom door. I should check on Ren. I felt terrible leaving so early last night, but I did make sure Ari and Galena would look after her. Plus, I wasn't asleep yet when they brought her back to Morvain Manor last night. Quite drunk. And I helped get her undressed and into bed. I gently open the door to her room and peer in. Ren is still sleeping, and the big glass of water and the Tylenol I left on her bedside table are still there. I'm turning to leave when I hear a small, pathetic groan. Lena, I grin when I turn back to see her bleary eyes above the edge of her duvet. Hey. I smile as I walk over and sit on the edge of the bed. How are you feeling? Oh. Just fucking peachy. She groans in a scratchy, hungover voice. My brows knit. Again. I know she's going through it right now. And there's a line between being a concerned friend and being an annoying dickhead. Still. You? Went a little hard last night. Ren winces and slowly nods. It would appear so. You want to talk it all. She groans as she sits up a little and hugs the blankets to her chest. I need caffeine and a metric fuckton of carbs and cheese before I do anything. I smile and hand her the painkillers and the glass of water. Take these first. Drink the whole glass. I don't deserve you. She groans, giving me puppy dog eyes as she pops the pills and starts chugging the water. When she's done, she inhales and exhales deeply, then grins a lopsided smile. Okay, now coffee hell to the yes. I head back to my room to change out of my pajamas. Then Ren and I make our way downstairs to the huge kitchen of Morvain Manor to caffeinate. But I'm fairly sure that all the caffeine in the world won't burn away the throbbing reminders of the man in the mask, the knife at my throat, or the lingering, aching pulse in my core. For Yelena, Knightsblood University has been around since the 1700s, and a lot of the original buildings on campus are named after the various founders. Ravencroft Library, for instance, is named for Thaddeus Ravencroft. Pembroke Hall and Blackwood Hall, two of the academic buildings, are the same. The ultra-creepy Morvain Manor, which houses the order, was once the mansion that Silas Morvain lived in. Ren and I groan as we gulp down coffee. Then we top off our mugs and follow the sounds of voices into one of the house's large common areas. He's a fucking menace. Is what he is. Across the room, a fellow member of the order. Atal. Dark-haired guy with a sculpted face somewhere between a supervillain and a Balenciaga model paces in front of the large fireplace. A storm brewing in his intensely blue eyes. Jude is a junior and heir to the Nikolaev Bratva. We're not super close. Although technically we're family, his dad is my dad's uncle. Which makes us first cousins once removed. Plus his mom and mine also used to dance together in the Zakharova ballet. His father, Kir, actually still owns the Zakharova Ballet and the Mercury Theater in Midtown Manhattan that houses it. A few other members of the order are sprawled on various couches and armchairs in the common room, talking and drinking coffee or tea. Some even appeared daring enough to try to eavesdrop on Jude's clearly private, growled conversation with a huge, bearded Viking of man sitting in a large armchair. A big cup of black coffee looking petite in his massive, tattooed hand. The Viking would be Theo Wolstead, my second cousin and technically Jude's nephew. Despite them being the same age, he and his sister Aurora, who also goes to Knight's Blood, were mostly raised in Japan, since their parents are part of the Morikai Yakuza family. So it's been pretty fun getting to know them better since I started college. Lucia is here too. Of course. Not just because she's pledging the club later this year, but also because of her basket case of a roommate. She grins when she spots Ren and me and pats the empty spots on the leather couch next to her. Theo smiles and gives me a fist bump as I walk past him that almost knocks me off my feet. I mean, the guy is pushing 7 freaking feet of muscle. He's huge in this country. Most of Japan probably assumed he was an actual giant. A fucking menace. Jude hisses again as he slowly continues his pacing. He needs to be put down like a rabid dog. Who is he talking about? I whispered to Lucia as Ren and I flop down on the couch next to her. I'm not sure. She giggle whispers back. I just got here 2 minutes ago. I'm about to ask her how the rest of her night at the party was, when Jude's icy voice cuts through the air again. Ash, you feel like contributing here. I know you're eavesdropping. Across the common room, Asher Volkov glances up from his phone and sighs heavily. Not really. Man, he says in a bored tone, running a tattooed hand through his short hair. I don't get involved with drama. And I definitely don't get involved with Kirill's drama. Oh, I get it. The target of Jude's ire is Kirill Tsarenko, heir to the Tsarenko Bratva Empire. I know nothing about him aside from the very public. Well-known parts, he rides a very loud motorcycle around campus. Has a ton of tattoos. Apparently sleeps with anything with a pulse. And is quite possibly legit insane. Jude's icy blue eyes narrow on Asher. You're friends with him. Though, Asher rolls his eyes. Yeah, I know the guy. But if you're looking for insider info, talk to my brother or my cousin. I just told you I'm not getting involved. Asher has become somewhat of a de facto link between the Order and the Reckless, due to his brother Cade being a member of that particular group, of lunatics and psychos, with a few exceptions, like Asher and Jude being in the Order, or Drago and his sister Tatiana being in Parabellum. The more hardcore Bratva heirs tend to gravitate to the Reckless. It makes sense, given that the president of that club is none other than Adrik Volkov, heir to the Volko Bratva, Asher's cousin. and quite possibly the literal Prince of Darkness. I mean, the guy makes Drago Krylov seem warm, fuzzy, and approachable. Having a liaison like Asher is pretty useful, since the Reckless are sort of their own entity on campus. The other clubs intersect at times, but Adric Volkov runs the Reckless like its own dark fiefdom, hanging off the edge of the cliffs like a dragon's lair. Asher frowns. "What's your issue with Kirill?" Jude doesn't reply, his steely gaze stabbing out the window as the Machiavellian wheels in his head turn almost visibly. Plenty of people are scared of Jude, and I totally get why. He's freakishly smart, calculating, and at times, downright sinister. For instance, late last year, some drunk guy at a party tried to get handsy with Aurora, and Jude saw it. That same guy was later found whimpering in one of the lesser-used faculty parking lots with 2 smashed-up hands and the phrase, "I will keep my hands to myself," written 50 times on the pavement next to him. In his own blood. Next to me, Lucia sighs heavily, and I turn to arch a brow at the dreamy look on her face as she eyes Jude. "Oh, no," Ren says, making a sour face and shaking her head. "Just no." Lucia pouts as Jude rolls his neck, shoves his hand through his dark hair, and strides out of the room like a regent. But he's so hot. She winces and glances at me. "Sorry." I shrug. I'm with Ren, but not because he's my cousin. He's legitimately sociopathic. Ren interrupts. "Dude's going to be a fucking Bond villain when he grows up. I swear." "For real?" "Lucia, he's crazy." Lucia sighs. "All the good ones are. Fitting in nicely already." "I see." We're all still giggling when we hear Damiano's low bass-toned voice as he steps around the side of the couch. "Morning." "'Cause..." Lucia grins. "Okay, that I'm crashing your clubhouse," Damiano chuckles, running his fingers over his short dark hair. "Please. Already got a room picked out for you for next year." "Kid." "Lay off the kid stuff, and I might actually pledge the order," Lucia winks. Damiano chuckles deeply. "It's adorable that you actually think you've got a choice in the matter." Lucia looks like she's got a biting reply in the chamber, but Damiano turns his attention to me, his brow furrowing slightly. "Lena, can I have a word?" He nods with his perfect chin as if to say, "Alone." I stand and follow him. Out of the common room. We exit the mansion through a side door near the kitchen and step into the walled rose garden adjacent to the house. Damiano, like Jude, tends to freak a lot of people out. I mean, he's intense. He's tall, very muscled, heavily tattooed, and has one of those genetic lottery winner faces that looks beautiful and terrifyingly sinister at the same time. He's always been like a protective older brother or cousin to me. But I know plenty of people consider him to be a total psycho, in a freakishly calculated way. You know the type. His room is a little too neatly organized. His clothes are a little too pressed and perfect. And he always looks like he just took the longest, most cleansing shower in the world. He has a quiet frown on his face as he turns to look at me after we step into the rose garden. "I need to know what your little prank involved." I swallow, forcing myself not to look worried. He sighs. "Lena, I didn't ask questions when you asked me if I had connections within the Hawthorne Hollow PD to get a piece of that Jane Doe evidence." My brows knit. "Well, you did ask." "Yeah. I asked what the fuck you were up to when you asked me to steal a dead girl's panties from the police evidence room." "Because no fucking shit, I asked." Just before school started this year, a morning jogger stumbled upon a body on the rocky shore just outside of town. along with a suitcase full of clothes and some personal belongings. The contents of the suitcase, including the pair of panties Damiano stole for me to plant last night, suggest the victim, who the press is calling Jane Doe since she still hasn't been identified, was a 20 to 24-year-old girl. Do I feel gross about stealing from the dead? Duh. Obviously. But again, sometimes bad things have to be done to catch bad people. I smile weakly. Damiano sighs. I then made the conscious choice to buy your bullshit when you told me it was for a prank. It was. I mumble. Damiano folds his huge arms over his chest. Then what was the prank? I flash another weak smile. You said before you didn't want to know. Well, now I do. He growls in that deep tone. My bottom lip twists between my teeth. It was nothing. Just a dumb prank. On Kyle Santoro, my eyes snap to his as an icy, sick sensation finger walks down my spine. I hate hearing his name. But also, how the fuck does Damiano know? Damiano sighs, shaking his head like he's just read my mind. I'm the president of the order. Lena, do you seriously think I don't have little birds everywhere who would whisper to me when my little cousin, whom Uncle Nero was quite firm about me looking after, starts asking questions in Parabellum-adjacent social circles concerning which bedroom Kyle Santoro is going to be staying in when he's visiting Knight's Blood for that party? Shit. I really should have been smoother about that. Damiano is notoriously well-connected and doesn't miss a thing that happens on campus. Look, stay the fuck away from Kyle Santoro. I mean it. I know you guys know each other, since your pops and his are in that real estate deal together. But, seriously, Yelena, stay away from that fuckhead. I fight the urge to throw up. Yeah, I swallow a sour taste in my mouth. You don't have to worry about that. I say. And last night was not what you might think it was. Promise. He nods slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. Okay. He finally sighs. Just looking out for you is all. He grins and reaches out to ruffle my hair. I swear, he still thinks I'm 7. I bat his hand away and glare at him. You don't have to shadow me just because my dad asked you to. You know. He snorts. Excuse me, have you met your fucking dad? He told me on your first day here that if anything happened to you at school, he'd cut off my balls, followed by my head. And we both know that wasn't hyperbole. Coming from my father, the notorious Nero De Luca, no, it was not. Damiano clears his throat. Speaking of the party, you didn't cross paths with any of the Dracoses. Did you, my brow knits? I don't think so. Just a stranger in a mask who held a knife to my throat and finger-fucked me into oblivion, I'm sorry. What was the question again? Damiano nods slowly. Okay. Well, if any of them gives you shit, especially Achilles, let me know. I frown. Gives me shit about what he grimaces. Fuck. Have you not heard? The goddamn building. I'm confused. 9 months ago, my father was approached by the Santoro family out of Boston. They were looking to make a move into New York, and wanted to start with a major real estate purchase. But they needed some liquidity and a New York partner. That's where Dad stepped in. Admittedly, there was a little bit of rockiness with the Dracos family to start. The building that the Santoro family and mine ended up buying is directly behind a building on Central Park South that's been in the Dracos family for generations. The Dracos family mansion estate sits on the roof of it. As in, there is literally an enormous mansion that was moved brick by brick from the English countryside to the roof of their 40-story building by Central Park, complete with grounds, rose gardens, and 2 pools. Dimitra Drakos, Achilles' great-grandmother, has lived there for most of her adult life. Apparently, the Dracos family had also been eyeing the building. Dad and the Santoro family ended up buying. But my father used his city government connections to make sure there was no bidding war. The Dracos family wasn't very pleased. But I'm confused why Damiano thinks they'd be giving me shit about it now because Dad smoothed things over after the sale. He gave Ares Dracos, Achilles' father, first dibs on certain residential units that might get built, and promised that the building would never be vertically expanded, thus ruining Dimitra's view. I frown. I thought everything had been settled with that. Damiano smiles wryly. It was, he growls, until Angelo Santoro launched a PR campaign this morning online, complete with blueprints with the plans for 20 additional fucking floors added to the building. Oh shit. Damiano nods grimly. So, like I said, if Achilles tries to start anything, I smile wryly. Achilles, I mean. I get that he'd be upset about something like that. But I mean, I lift a shoulder. We're talking about Achilles. Dracos. The golden prince of Knight's Blood. I smile. Are you really worried he of all people would retaliate for this? Damiano says nothing for a second. Just rubs his clean-shaven jaw. People aren't always who they appear to be on the outside. Lena, he says quietly. Look, just stay sharp. Okay, looks like we all left too soon. Galina smirks. Oh, hilarious. Ren mumbles, still looking the worse for wear. I lean over and give her a side hug before I glance back at Galina. Wait. Why? She grins impishly. I was talking to Aurora. Apparently, Kirill was in the hot tub showing everyone his new ring. I frown. You made that sound way more scandalous than it. The ring is through the tip of his dick. Ariana makes a sour face and Ren scrunches up her nose. Why Ren groans. Just why Galina shrugs. I mean, I hear it's supposed to feel amazing for the girl. Lucia nods. I've heard that too. I was actually thinking about getting my hood pierced, but changed my mind after getting my nipples done. That shit hurt. What? Galina squeals, her brows shooting up. Seriously? Lucia shrugs, unzips her hoodie, and tugs her bra down to reveal 2 small metal bars through her nipples. Holy shit. Ari gapes. That must have sucked. Lucia makes a face. It wasn't pleasant. Which hurt more? Those or the tats? Ren asks her. Lucia blushes. Depends which tattoo we're talking about. Galina leans forward gleefully. For real, which one could suck more than getting your fucking nips pierced, the one on my pussy? After the rest of us are done shrieking and clenching our legs together, Lucia ends up standing and peeling down the front of her yoga pants and underwear just enough to show the delicate dot-work mandala tattooed on her pubic area. Okay, that's it. Galina declares, you are officially the baddest ass I've ever met. And this calls for drinks. She jumps off her bed and darts over to her desk, grabbing a bottle of Prosecco from the mini fridge underneath it and some paper cups from a drawer. A toast, she laughs. To Lucia and her massive balls of steel. So? Ren grins, gulping down her Prosecco. How fast did Parabellum throw Kirill out of the party when he started flashing his dick piercing around Galina's eyes bulge? Oh my god, that's the best part. She leans forward. They didn't. Apparently, Celine Dracos was in there with him for like an hour. It's quite the scandal on the socials today. Lucia laughs. Wow. Attractive college students party in hot tub together. In other news, Water is wet. I snort a laugh. But suddenly I'm remembering Jude's fierce words in the common room this morning. He's a fucking menace, is what he is. Was that jealousy? Oh. Shit. Lucia suddenly blurts, startling us all. I totally forgot she scrambles to yank her phone out of her hoodie pocket. Did you guys see Ariana frowns? See what velvet villainous Lucia says excitedly? Tapping on her phone. She posted a video at like 3 a.m. last night, and it's obviously filmed at Kingswood Hall. The rest of us scramble closer as she navigates to Velvet Villainess's page and taps on the latest video. Same as usual. It begins with her dancing seductively to super sultry music that would be perfect for a dark romance. Books playlist. She's wearing a blank hockey mask, sort of like Jason's in the Friday the 13th movies. Except this one is matte black and has bright pink kissy lips painted onto the mouth. Her long blonde hair cascades down in gorgeous waves, framing the mask as she dances. The music gets steamier. And slowly, Velvet Villainess turns her back to the camera. Then she slips the straps of her black dress off her shoulders and lets the whole thing tumble down her bare back to her waist. She keeps one arm over her chest as she turns coquettishly and blows an air kiss to the camera. After that, it cuts to the cover of a new hit dark romance book, and her text review of how much she loved it. Girl has moves. I'll give her that. Ren sighs. And she's up to what? 1 million followers now. She's got to be making bank. Look past her, Lucia says excitedly. Where she's filming. She restarts the video, and we all lean closer. Holy shit, Ariana suddenly yelps. That's totally the Parabellum house. And it had to be shot last night. My jaw drops. She's right. Velvet Villainess's latest video is set in front of an ancient-looking bookshelf filled with leather-bound volumes. And yeah, it could be anywhere. Until you see what's sitting on the top shelf. Is that what I think it is? I murmur. Oh yes. Vrij notes. It most definitely is. Like I said, Morvain Manor was the home of Silas Morvain, one of the 10 founding fathers of Knight's Blood. Kingswood Hall, meanwhile, was the home of Charles Pembroke, who has that academic building named after him. The Pembroke family continued to live there for close to 100 years after his death. But eventually, in the early 1900s, one of Charles' descendants decided they were done living on a college campus and bequeathed the property to the school on condition that Parabellum have exclusive use of it. That's what's sitting on the shelf above Velvet Villainess's left shoulder, the ceremonial key to Kingswood Hall, given to the then president of Parabellum when the Pembroke family left. If that wasn't enough, there's a stamp of a crown on the back of Villainess's hand, like the ones we all got at the party last night. She's totally a Knight's Blood student, Ariana gasps. Busted, Lucia crows. I laugh, shaking my head. Who the hell is she? That's so crazy. Like, we might have walked past her on campus 1 billion times. Okay, you guys got me. Galena sighs, lifting her shoulders and flicking her gingery hair dramatically. It's me. I'm Velvet Villainess. The rest of us crack up before Ren suddenly sits forward, her eyes shining. Oh, by the way, she glances around the room. Did you see the tall guy in the mask last night? Ariana arches a brow. It was a mask party. Girl. There were several, bitch. I don't mean the regular masks, Ren cackles. I mean that freaky scream one. It's like getting shoved off a dock into icy cold water. Instantly. My lungs seize up and my entire body tightens. But as soon as the shock passes, the icy sensation melts and becomes vicious and hot, curling and coiling around my center, squeezing and tightening until dark venom oozes through my core. What I croak, breathless. Vrejnoc. Okay. So I had a few drinks last night. Did you? Galina says, sarcastically. Grinning. Ren flips her off and continues. But I know what I saw. This tall dude in the freaking scream mask came down the stairs, grabbed a bottle from the bar, and walked straight into the back library. Ariana frowns. Where Velvet Villainess filmed, Lucia shakes her head. No, that's on the second floor. I remember seeing it. On the campus tour when I was still in high school. She frowns and glances at Ren. You saw him walk into the back library, on the first floor. Ren nods. And Lucia's brows pinch. The one with guards posted outside it last night, that's crazy. I heard it was reserved exclusively for the untouchables. Ren blurts. Yeah, it is. My heart begins to slam against my ribs. My breath shaky and halting across my suddenly dry tongue. Galina frowns. Wait. And you said the guy in the scream mask went right in. Vrejnoc. The floor shifts beneath me. Lucia giggles. So which of the untouchables was walking around in a scream mask? The black ooze floods my reality as invisible hands wrap around my throat. The better question is, which of the untouchables chased me through the dark with a hunting knife and made me come harder than I ever have before Lachlan? Maybe. Lucia's gone back to her dorm to knock out some homework. The four of us that remain are heading down the white gravel path past the old ruins of Hawthorne Hall. Ren and Galina have a poli. Quiz next week they're going to study for at Ravencroft Library. And Ariana is meeting a friend from the Reckless at Knight's Blood Commons, the dining hall, to catch up over a late dinner. To my horror, the subject my friends have decided to talk about en route is, which of the untouchables was goofing around in a scream mask last night? I mean, he's kind of a goof. Right, Ariana asks. Meaning Lachlan. Ren shakes her head. Goof, I mean, compared to Jude. Sure, but that's not saying much. Actually, would he really wear a scream mask to his own party? Ariana says. I don't know. Galina grins. If my bone structure was that good, there's no way I'd cover it up. I laugh nervously with the others. Can I see Lachlan Kildare brandishing a knife, for some reason? Even though I don't know him. I can't. Ronan, I ask hesitantly. Was it Lachlan's younger brother Ren? Shakes her head. Not tall enough. This guy was tall. Tell me about it. With, really muscled arms and big hands. Heat pools between my thighs. Yeah. Really big. Were his hand and fingers tattooed? Ariana the detective suddenly asks. No, they were not. My inner voice says with authority. Trust me. I'd know. Ren shakes her head. Okay. So not Drago. I shiver, thinking about the fierce, dangerous-looking Krylov air. I start to exhale a shaky breath. When suddenly, the realization of what that means hits me. Holy shit. We've just eliminated all the untouchables except one. No. Fucking way. It can't have been Achilles. He's too good. Too charming. Too much the golden boy of Knight's Blood with a 1,000,000-watt smile and movie star dimples. He kick-started the new endowment at Knight's Blood recently. He was photographed on the red carpet screening of the latest Tom Cruise movie last spring with his great-grandmother as his date. I try to swallow past the tightness in my throat. Well, case closed. Ren shrugs. It was Achilles. A heated sensation ripples through me. I don't know. I force out a nervous laugh. Can you really see him walking around in a scream mask, or chasing girls through the dark with a knife, calling them little prey, and fingering their pussies to a screaming orgasm? Ren giggles. I mean, not really. He's such a fucking Boy Scout. For real. Galena grins. Ariana delicately clears her throat. What Galena says? Turning to Ari when she suddenly stops walking. Our friend's face scrunches up. You know what? Never mind. Ren snorts. Oh. As if, what is it spill now? Ariana's face burns. Okay. I'm going to tell you something. But you cannot say a word. Promise. Cone of silence. Ren says firmly, zipping her lips shut. Ari grins. Okay. So, I've maybe sort of accidentally gotten access to my parents' master client list before. My eyes go wide. Ariana's parents. Dante and Tempest Sartor. Own and run Club Venom. A truly insane, honest-to-fuck kink club in the city. It's ultra-exclusive, catering mostly to Mafia types with money and dark tastes. Obviously, I've never been. Because as if I would ever go to a place like that, the membership list is closely guarded. It's also anonymous. Everyone wears a mask at Club Venom, along with, so Ari says, various colored wristbands that signify interest in different kink roles and fetishes. I remember groaning if my parents would even kiss in front of me as a kid. I cannot fathom growing up with parents who run a fucking sex club. And Galena gasps. Ariana glances at the three of us and chews on her bottom lip. And Achilles is a member. My jaw drops. What Ren howls with laughter. Come on, Golden Boy Achilles is a member of Club fucking Venom. Ari's lips twist. Yeah. I don't think he's as golden as you think. What do you mean? Galena asks, breathlessly. Her eyes wide. I really should not be saying any Ari. Ren groans. Come on, Ariana, scrunches up her nose. Then exhales. Okay. She grins mischievously at us. So, I did peek at his profile one time. I mean, I was curious. You know. Well, yeah. Galena sighs. He's gorgeous. So, what's his thing? Is it peeing on people? Ren blurts. Ew, Galena shrieks, slapping Ren's arm. Gross, do not tell me if it's peeing or shitting on people. I realize my breath is held. My whole body on edge. I already know what he's into. But I want Ariana to say it's something different from what happened last night. So I can tell myself it wasn't Achilles. Well, Galena groans. Enough with the suspense. Consensual non-consent. Primal play. Controlled dominance scenarios. And sadism. She recites. The four of us go silent for a second. Wow. Ren breathes. Holy shit. Galena chokes. I did not have Achilles Dracos being a sadistic dom with a rape kink on my bingo card. You guys cannot tell a fucking soul. Okay, Ariana pleads. Like, for real. Of course. Galena assures her. Right. Definitely. Vre notes. Lena. I swallow, barely hearing them over the dull thudding in my ears. Hello, Earth, to Elena. I blink and focus on the three of them. Yeah. No. For sure. I mumble. I'm vaguely aware of them continuing to talk about how crazy this revelation is. but all I can really think about is that sensation that lingered between sheer fear and pure ecstasy. The one I suppose I've fantasized about, but never actually experienced until last night, with Achilles. The golden boy with a chase and consensual non-consent kink. The charmer with a lethally sharp knife and thick fingers, in a daze. My entire body trembling with nervous energy. I say goodnight to my friends before we go our separate ways. Then I start walking home to Morvain, still numb. The white gravel, illuminated in a ghostly glow by the half-full moon above, crunches under my shoes. An owl hoots in the trees that come up on my left as the path winds closer to them. I stop when there's a glint in the darkness right in front of me. For a breathtaking moment, I think it's a knife. And for a mortifyingly exciting millisecond, I think that means it's him. My poisonous fantasy. My vicious thrill. But then the wind gusts, and the glinting thing twirls. I step closer, my brow furrowed, until suddenly my throat clenches tight, as if a fist just wrapped around it. My whole body goes cold as I stare through the blackness at the person. Little silver wolf pendant hanging by its delicate chain from a tree branch extending over the side of the pathway. Then the soft, ominous crunch of a foot on the gravel behind me sends my spine snapping straight and my heart leaping into my throat in pure terror. We meet again. Little prey. 5 Yelena. This time, there's no masks when I turn to face Achilles. This time, the full power in his gorgeously sculpted face and brooding. Dark gaze pierces my flesh as he looms over me. Previously, if you'd asked me to pick one of the untouchables to meet alone at night on the edge of the woods, it would have been Achilles Drakos. Hands down, he's the safe, charming, gorgeous heir to the Dracos Empire with the $1 million smile and movie star looks. President of Parabellum, Chancellor's List honor student, captain of the privateers, Knight's Blood's unbeaten football team, always making headlines for founding new charities in New York City. But that was before I realized that he was the masked monster with a knife from last night. I shudder violently, my chest tightening around my lungs and heart as I stare through the darkness at him. He's in black jeans and zip-up sweatshirt, the hood framing his face like a vampiric cowl. My words choke off as he slowly prowls toward me. I don't think we don't. His voice is low, with a honeyed smoothness to it. I gulp, trying to keep my own voice from shaking when I speak again. Don't what lie about last night? He growls with an amused lilt. You'll just embarrass yourself. Heat rushes to my face. He can't know that was me. I was wearing a mask. I barely even said a word. I don't know what you're... I gasp quietly as he starts to eat up the space between us. The heels of my sneakers scuff across the gravel path as I stumblingly retreat. Until with a jolt, I feel my back bump against the trunk of one of the gnarled old trees beside it. Achilles doesn't slow down. He finally stops right in front of me, caging me against the tree at my back. His sheer towering size blots out the crescent moon behind him, bathing his perfect, chiseled face in an eerie shadow. My throat works as I try to find my words, even one word. When nothing comes from my slightly parted lips, Achilles chuckles quietly. No, nothing at all about last night you want to discuss, even shadowed. There's a dark gleam in his eyes as he peers down at me. Why don't we start with the fact that you could get in a lot of trouble for sneaking around the 3rd floor of Kingsward Hall uninvited? My jaw falls open. It's private, and was clearly marked. I could get in a lot of trouble, I finally spit, indignation making my ears ring as heat floods my face. You assaulted me, I flinch when he barks out a cold, mirthless laugh. Is that what you've been telling yourself? I stare at him. It's what happened. He's right. Though, it is what I've been telling myself, in a vain attempt to convince myself that what happened last night was bad, that I didn't enjoy it, because no one should enjoy that. How interesting, he murmurs darkly. I remember things a bit differently. He moves another inch closer, my breath hitching as the heat of his body warms mine, and his scent so spicy and masculine washes over me. The way I see it, it was you who assaulted me. My eyes bug out as I stare up at him, angry confusion swirling through me. What I choke. You jumped me in a dark bedroom, I hiss. You chased me with a fucking knife, You touched me. And you let me do so, he growls, even when it became abundantly clear that I thought you were someone else. What I stammer. I did not. You either thought a masked stranger was chasing you through the dark with a knife and you let that happen, which would make you, well, his head tilts to the side, and he smiles darkly. Deranged. Heat simmers in my core. Or else you clearly knew I thought you were someone else, given that I reminded you of our predetermined safe word. We didn't have a predetermined shit. Exactly. As she murmured, waving a finger between his chest and mine. We did not. Any rational person would have put being in a room to which they were not invited together with a masked man talking to them about safe words they'd never discussed before and connected the fucking dots. I shudder as he steps another inch closer to me, my back pressed tight to the gnarled bark of the tree. Despite the fall chill in the air, sweat sheens the small of my back as my hands nervously ball to fists. A shiver ripples up my spine. I was terrified, so terrified that your greedy pussy came all over my fingers. That's inventive. My eyes narrow. You chased me with a fucking knife. I couldn't remember the safe word. Not at first. Achilles' brows raise. Amused. Bullshit. I couldn't, I blurt. In fact, I still can't. My words cut off sharply when he pulls the same knife from last night out. From behind his back. His hand snaps up, and a cold spark of fear jolts through my center as he brings the sharp edge of the blade right against my throat. Say the fucking safe word. Thunder, I immediately reply in a choked, harried voice. Thunder Achilles smiles darkly, his eyes piercing mine as the seconds tick by. Oh, so you do remember it. He keeps his hand right where it is for another few moments, the cold steel resting lightly on my trembling skin. A lightheaded feeling melts over me. An electric sensation skips over my skin, then slowly spreads down my neck and to my chest. I shudder as my nipples and core tighten, heat blooming deep inside me. I let out a rushing exhale as Achilles calmly pulls his hand away from my throat, letting the knife rest at his side. My eyes drop to the glinting edge as he slowly twirls it in his hand. I don't want to think why he brought a knife with him when he was clearly out here looking for me. Maybe I brought it for protection, he murmurs, seeing where my gaze has landed. Maybe I knew I was meeting the predator who assaulted me and wanted to guard myself. My gaze snaps to his. You know that's not true. Ihis. You motherfoo. My heart lurches into my throat as Achilles suddenly wraps his hand around my neck and pins me hard against the tree. His massive body invades my personal space until his hard chest is pressed right to mine. Am I terrified? Eyes are staring up into his brutal scowl. What I know, he murmurs darkly, is that I could force you to your knees right now and use that lying mouth until my cum is dribbling down your chin. Adrenaline and fear burn in my veins. But defiance is there, too. I'm not a victim. I'm a fucking DeLuca. My chin juts out. my throat working against his grip as I stare up into his face. Do your worst. I snap through clenched teeth. Achilles chuckles in genuine amusement. So fucking brave. He muses. Or so fucking stupid. I made a mistake. Okay. I hul atim. Yes. You did. My pulse spikes when he leans down. For one jarring moment, I think he's about to kiss me. Instead, his lips ghost past my cheek, his breath hot in my ear. And that mistake was catching my attention. He whispers. A jolt of warm poison surges through my core. But now, little prey. I have questions. I gasp quietly, inhaling cool air as he loosens his grip on my throat and stands upright. I'm still eyeing the knife in his other hand, so I don't see what he pulls out of his pocket until the red lace thong is dangling right in front of my face. The one from Jane Doe's suitcase that Damiano stole from the police evidence room. Questions like what the fuck you were doing hiding your panties in Lachlan's bedroom. I search desperately for an answer. Because there's no way I'm telling this psycho the truth that Lachlan Kildare's bedroom used to be Kyle's bedroom last year, when he was still at Knight's Blood, and that I knew Kyle would be staying in his old room when I keep drawing a blank. Achilles' eyes slowly narrow. Answer me. I nope. Still nothing. Let's try jogging your memory. Shall we? I don't even realize what's happening until an electric sensation zaps through my core. In one swift motion, Achilles wedges his knee between my legs, pries them open, then slips his hand under the hem of my skirt, holding the knife. Alarm bells go off in my head as he quickly jerks his arm up. And before I can even process it, the back, dull edge of his hunting knife is pressed right to my panties, nestled against my pussy. My eyes bulge, and the sharp, silent scream dies in my throat when Achilles' thick fingers wrap around my windpipe. I asked you a question, little prey, he growls. I gasp, my legs shaking and my toes curling in my sneakers as he lifts the knife a bit higher, putting more pressure on my core. I can feel the hard, flat metal ridge of the back of the knife pressing between my lips, and my eyes fly to his. There's no mercy in them. No escape. Nothing but cold. Almost amused indifference. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Tell me, he murmurs. Then his knife starts to move. Subtly at first, so much so that I don't realize he's doing it until he adds more pressure. Then I very much do feel the hard, flat ridge of his knife sawing back forth through my seam. He angles the hilt a little more, and a horrifyingly mortifying sound rattles from my throat as the ridge rubs over my clit. It's a moan. Every molecule in my body tries to pull it back into my throat. But it's already out there, already hanging like an admission between us, turning the corners of his lips up in a dark, amused smirk. What were you doing in there? Yelena. Achilles growls quietly. His arm. Muscles ripple as he keeps sawing the flat edge of his knife back and forth between my legs. This is fucking deranged. This is sick. I'm sick. Because as the friction of his knife rubbing my clit through my panties intensifies, my nipples tighten to points. My thighs begin to clench. And, God help me, I start to get wet. Why the fuck were you hiding your panties for Lachlan? The knife rubs harder. My hands fly to his arm, trying to shove it away from between my legs. But his forearm feels like steel when I grip it. And no matter how hard I try, his arm doesn't budge. The knife keeps grinding, rubbing, shattering my defenses. Tell me why you were leaving your panties for him, and maybe I'll let this greedy pussy come. My cheeks flush. I'm not enjoying this. Isnap, praying that the heat on my face isn't as obvious as it feels, hoping that he can't tell how wet I am. I whimper when he leans down again, his lips ghosting up the side of my jaw and his teeth raking over my earlobe. I release a needy, broken sound that I can't stop when he does it again, nipping my ear as he starts to rub my clit faster with the flat of his knife. But you are Yelena, he murmurs darkly. Just like when I pinned you to the wall and felt this needy, drippy pussy come all over my fingers. Is that what you want to do again? Little prey, he purrs into my ear as my eyes roll back and my core utterly liquefies. Come for me, get off. That's just what I'm trying to do. He murmurs, the rough, masculine tone humming through my system, making my breath catch and my thighs quiver. Get you off. But if you want me to do that, you'd better tell me the truth. He is, rubbing harder. And you'd better tell me before I change my mind. My whole face caves, and my breathing turns ragged as he starts to quickly flick the back of his knife back and forth over my throbbing clit. My panties are fucking soaked as they mold to my pussy and slide wetly under his knife. A masked stranger was chasing you through the dark with a knife, and you let that happen, which would make you, well, deranged. He's right. There's something very wrong with me. Because as much as the rational part of me wants to scream, or twist away in horror, or beg him to stop, none of that happens. Not even close. All I can focus on is the needy pulse between my legs as this psychopath uses a knife to turn me into a puddle. Not Lochlan, I blurt, my fingering digging into the rippling iron of his forearm as he rubs the knife back and forth. It wasn't for Lachlan. Achilles' dark eyes glint like liquid midnight as he leans closer, his forehead touching mine and his gaze slicing into my soul. Then who? Kyle. The name spits like poison from my lips. I thought Kyle Santoro was staying in that bedroom. The knife goes completely still. His arm stops moving. The black liquid of his eyes slowly freezes over. And before I know what's happening, he's pulling away. The knife slips from between my thighs, and my skirt drapes back down to cover my panties. Cool air dances over my heaving chest as he steps away, taking his heat and his scent with him. I stare up at his suddenly cold face in utter confusion. I don't... Achilles turns away. I swallow, my legs still shaking, my pulse still racing, my core still mortifyingly achy, and my panties still clinging to my wet pussy. He tucks the knife into the back of his jeans and then reaches out, snatching my necklace from where it's still hanging from a branch. He turns back to me, grabs my clammy hand, yanks it out, palm up, and drops the necklace into it. The whole scene goes silent. Now what? I croak quietly. No. Yelena. Achilles growls with an edge and lethality in his voice that sends a ripple chasing up my spine. You scurry back to your little life. My brow knits. So, that's it, I whisper. His dark eyes flame me open until I feel more exposed than I did when he cut my bra away and had his fingers inside me. No. Little prey. He laughs darkly. That was only the beginning. Without another word, he turns and melts into the night, leaving me shaking, mortified, and desperately trying to hold on to my sanity.
6 of chills, ever since I can remember. I've been taught to be bold, not reckless, not brazen, not audacious. Bold, which As Dad likes to remind me, is strength with conviction behind it. Strength without the conviction to follow through is mere impulsiveness. And that's not a trait a king has any use for. And I will be a king. A ruler. Fearless. And just. And unflinching in his duty. But I realize that all of that can potentially come across as nauseatingly pompous. But it's what I've been repeating in my head since I somehow pulled myself away from her last night on the footpath back to Morvain Manor. At the edge of the woods. Truth be told, cringe as it may be, it's a mantra I repeat frequently, to try to remind myself to curb those urges that I know have no place in my world. Recklessness. Impulsiveness. Giving in to baser desires. The irony of telling myself not to be reckless. Impulsive. And giving in to baser desires while I was licking the sweet taste of Yelena's pussy off the back of my knife is not lost on me. But hey, it's the thought that counts. The trouble is, a full 24 hours later, my thoughts are still entirely focused on the breathy sounds she made and the way she tasted. I can't get either one out of my head. It's got me unable to focus on anything else, not the studying I need to get in before my economics quiz tomorrow. Not the punishing 2-hour workout I attempted earlier, hoping the screams of my muscles would drown out the roar of my libido. Spoiler, it didn't. At first, when I went back into that bedroom after she'd run off, and rifled through the bookcase where she'd been meddling, the emotion I felt was curiosity. I mean, I'm not curious why a girl in general would leave panties for my cousin and best friend. He's a 6'4" wall of muscle. He's rich. And powerful. And he has the same wildly unfair genetics that I do. What can I say? Dracos plus Kildare equals winning combination. I can't imagine girls haven't left their panties for my cousin numerous times before. But Yelena DeLuca is not the sort of girl who does that, as anyone could tell you after 5 seconds of observing her. But then, confusion led to fury. I can tell myself all day that Yelena isn't the type of girl to do that. But the fact remains that she did. And it pissed me the fuck off. Not, however, as much as what she blurted out when I cornered her about it. Kyle. My jaw grinds as I slowly pace my bedroom. My gaze rips sharply to my desk. I stride over and yank open the drawer, pulling out exhibits A and B. A is the red lace thong. B is my knife. Both are currently massive sources of confusion and weakness for me. First, there's my initial confusion over being angry to think she left her underwear for Lochlan. Then there's the even deeper anger at her leaving them for Kyle fucking Santoro. But one-upping both of those is the fact that they aren't Yelena's panties. For one, they're a size too big. And two, she doesn't own a single pair of underwear that's anywhere near as skimpy and sexy. I know that for a fact. I checked her underwear drawer when I slipped into her room later that night after the party to pluck the curious wolf necklace from around her sleeping throat. So now the bigger question is why Yelena took the risk of sneaking upstairs to the 3rd floor during that party to hide someone else's panties in Lachlan's room for Kyle to find. Hence, confusion. The knife being a source of weakness is simply, well, I sigh as I bring the blade to my face and run my tongue over the back edge. Motherfucker. Her taste is almost entirely gone, which is extremely annoying. I wasn't lying the other night when I licked my fingers clean in front of her. She really has become my favorite fucking meal. I dragged my tongue across the steel one last time, before scowling and putting the knife and not Yelena's panties back into the drawer. Remember, you're a fucking king. Kings don't lick the taste of pussy off a knife. Kings don't sneak into sleeping girls' bedrooms and paw through their underwear drawers. I'm sorry. Lochlan, are you my father? Now, I'm at the bottom of the main floor stairs when Selene's voice comes from. Around the corner. I step into one of Kingswood Hall's massive living rooms and cock a brow at the showdown between two of my cousins. Selene is standing eye to eye with Lachlan, her finger jammed into his face. Okay, eye to eye is a stretch. Locke is like a full foot taller than her. My Uncle Kratos is a monster of a man closing in on 7 feet in height. Meanwhile, my Aunt Bianca is barely over 5 feet. Selene and her too. Younger sister's got the Draco's facial features, high cheekbones, strong jaws, and Uncle Kratos's icy blue eyes. But not the Draco's height. Comically, given the current showdown, Lachlan got all of my Uncle Castle's height and muscular build, in direct contrast to my Aunt Calliope's petite frame. If I was your father, I would have traded you in a long time ago. Lachlan sighs, glaring at our cousin over her finger. Traded me, and Selene rolls her eyes. What's that even mean? Douchebag. Adoption. Selene scowls as she rubs her temples. Adoption doesn't involve a fucking trade. You psycho. It's not a gift exchange. Fine. No trade. They could just fucking have you. Lachlan growls. Anyway, you're deflecting from the issue at hand, which is, they both turn when they hear my voice. Past them. Loch's younger brother, Ronan, my cousin, and Akira Mori, another Parabellum member from Japan, are grinning like a couple of assholes at the scene playing out in front of them. Lachlan scowls at me. What's up? That's what I just asked you. I frown. What's going on? Selene sighs deeply. Lachlan thinks it's still the 1800s, and that he, as a member of the patriarchy, has authority over me because I have a vagina. Lachlan winces. Dome a favor. Never mention your vagina to me again. Oh, you mean my cunt, my pussy dude. Come on, Lachlan groans, pulling away from Selene with a sour face. I truly do not need to ever hear you, my cousin, say any of those. Werpoon, Fajai, Waha, Vulva, Selene, I hold up my hands. Can someone calmly, maybe without using any words for anyone's genitals, tell me what the fuck is going on? Lachlan shoves his fingers through his tousled sandy brown hair. You heard what was going on in our fucking hot tub at the party on Friday. Nope. I've been kinda out of the loop on anything and everything since I discovered my new favorite flavor, if we're being honest. No, but I think you're about to fill me in. This one I do have a fucking name. Dickhead. Selene growls as Lachlan jams a thumb in her direction. Fine. Our dear cousin Selene decided to go skinny dipping. I shrug. I mean, I don't need the full visual. But, so, thank you. Achille. Selene Mudos. And for the record, I wasn't skinny dipping. I had underwear on. Oh, much better. Lachlan grunts. Anyway, It's not what she was or wasn't wearing. She was in there alone with Kirill. My brows knit. Who? Ronan clears his throat. Also worth mentioning that the creep was butt-ass naked and waving his fucking dick around at our guests. I arch a brow as my attention shifts back to Celine. She sighs heavily. Dude, it was a party. I frown. Exactly why was Kirill Tsarenko waving his dick around Celine's snorts? Because he got it pierced and was in a sharing mood, Akira and Ronan crack up on the couches behind them. Wait. Akira frowns at Selene. Aren't you and Kirill cousins? Ew, she says. Scandalized. No, Akira's frown deepens as I shake my head. He's my cousin. Ronan nods. Adopted. For bonus points. I don't think that makes a single fucking difference. Imuta. But in any case, no. He's not Celine's cousin. Celine smiles smugly at the other three and gives them all the middle finger. That said, I growl. I'm not cool with him waving his cock around. Consider him banned from future events here at the house. Actually, he's been banned from Kingsword Hall since last year for being a degenerate. Like pretty much everyone in the Reckless. Fuck. Why is he still here? I plaster a fake smile on my face as I turn to Kyle Santoro. Thought you'd left already. One night of the former president of Parabellum crashing a party he wasn't invited to and staying over was bad enough. 2 nights would test the limits of my patience. It being dinner time, I thought for sure he'd have fucked off by now. Apparently. I'm not that lucky. Kyle grins. Well, I was going to. But then I was walking around. He whistles wolfishly. Bro, I'd forgotten just how fucking hot the talent is on this campus. Okay. It's not like Loki. Ronan. Drago. And I haven't bullshitted about which girls are the hottest. Who we'd sleep with. Etc. I mean, small. We're only human. But motherfuckers like Kyle take it to a whole other level. I mean, the asshole kept a logbook when he was here, documenting all the girls he hooked up with, what he did with each of them, and their age. Because, disgustingly, Kyle's big thing was that he wouldn't hook up with anyone after they turned 20. I mean, tell me you're a fucking creep without telling me you're a fucking creep. It bothered Lachlan and I so much that last year we started implementing ID checks at the door of Parabellum parties. Not to make sure everyone was over 21 for alcohol reasons. I mean, it's fucking college. There's gonna be college kids drinking. No. It was to make sure everyone at our parties was 18. Specifically, the female attendees. Just in case any freshmen with late birthdays were in attendance and Kyle started getting flirty with a fucking 17-year-old. Let's just say, none of us lost any sleep when this fucker graduated. Unfortunately, he didn't really leave. Kyle's family might be Mafia. But it became obvious, halfway through his senior year, that his entire impetus for coming to Knight's Blood wasn't to graduate into the Mafia world. It was to source clients. Over this past summer, Kyle opened Santoro Equities, a fucking hedge fund. And all his new clients are either recent Knight's Blood graduates or their families. I have to say, that rubs me the wrong way. You come to Knight's Blood for the connections and potential future alliances. Not to get people to invest in your crypto fund. It feels slimy. even more obnoxiously, although the main office is in Manhattan. Kyle opened a satellite one right here in Hawthorne Hollow, so he's right down the fucking street. Apparently, that means he's still showing up uninvited to parties at his alma mater, and walking around Kingswood Hall like he owns the place, and acting like he's the president of Parabellum. I don't think I have to elaborate on exactly how much that last one especially pisses me the fuck off. So Tsarenko wormed his way into the party, Kyle grunts. He's not the only one. I resist saying. Kyle scowls. And was getting handsy with you in the hot tub. Celine, she shakes her head. No. Honestly, he's a pretty funny. He's a degenerate. Selene, Kyle says abruptly. And just so you know, he fucks dudes. Celine looks completely unfazed. He's bi. That's part of the deal, Kyle snorts, eyeing the rest of us. I mean, pick a fucking team. Right, Lachlan sighs and shoots me this fucking guy, look. I don't get why you'd want to hang with that pervert. Selene? Kyle sighs. Also, can I just say, you're looking good. He winks lecherously at her. How come you and I never got to know each other better when I was a student here? Probably because I'm way too old for you. Kyle, she says with saccharine. Sarcasm-laced sweetness. At the ripe old age of 21. Hey, I need to talk to you. I growl at him. He shrugs, following me out of the room and down the hall to the kitchen. What's up? Dracos, looking for some leadership advice, not in a million fucking years. I turn and level a cold look at him. What's the deal with the proposed 20-story addition to the building your father and Nero De Luca? But I've already talked Lachlan, Ronan, and a few of our other cousins down from the proverbial ledge after that PR post dropped the other day. But I'm sure it's one of the reasons Lachlan was so heated just now to Celine about Carol. He's not that protective of her. He's just still furious at the prospect of this motherfucker's dad building a goddamn high-rise next to Yaya's house. Frankly, so the fuck am I. Kyle sighs and spreads his arms. You know my pops. Achille. He's just beating his chest. You know. No, I don't. What I do know is that Nero made a promise to my father when he bought that building that there'd be no vertical expansion. It's right next to my great-grandmother's house. Kyle. He spreads his hands again. It's fucking Manhattan. Man. Island. The only way to build is up. Not there. Snarl. He chuckles. Relax. Bro. I'm sure it's just my dad being a dick. You know, but I'll talk to him. Inot. Thank you. Yeah. Well, you can pay me back by inviting me to the next party full of co-ed hotties. Douchebag. You almost forgot to invite me to this one. Forgot. Yeah, that's what that was. Asshole. A memory slip. The thing is, my restraint when it comes to Kyle is not out of politeness. It's politics. He might be a slimy, predatory piece of shit. Unfortunately, he's not an idiot, and I don't think he's completely oblivious to the fact that I despise him. This past summer, when he was opening his hedge fund, the motherfucker went to my father, told him he and I were best buddies, and got Dad to pony up $20 million as seed money for the fund. Kyle even locked him in for a 2-year period, which means Dad can't take his 20 mil out of the fund until those 2 years are up. Consequently, that means if I were to, say, punch Kyle in the mouth because it would feel awesome, there's truly nothing stopping him from deliberately tanking Dad's investment to 0 in retaliation. All right, bro. Kyle claps me on the shoulder. I'm gonna take off. Don't be a stranger. My new office is right downtown. And hey, buddy, he grins. You've got to come check out the new boat I've got moored in the harbor. Total pussy magnate. Bro, he turns to go. But then it comes tumbling out before I can stop it. What's the deal with you and Yelena DeLuca? He turns with a curious expression on his face. Oh, Nero's daughter. She's a sophomore in the order. He nods. Yeah. I know her. My molars grind as I think about Yelena leaving those fucking panties for him. He flashes me a grin that makes my right hand close into a fist. Sniffing around my sloppy seconds, Draco's red mist begins to cloud my eyes. Just messing with you? Bro. He chuckles. I never fucked her, if that's what you're asking. But, he grins. We hooked up. The mist turns pure crimson. And she was okay. I guess. He shrugs. But then she got clingy. You know I don't say anything. I don't trust myself to speak right now. After he finally leaves, I force myself to walk back into the common room before I'm tempted to follow him into the parking lot and slam his head in his car door until it closes. Ronan and Akira have taken off, I'm guessing, to the gym, which is their usual deal on a Sunday night. But Celine and Lachlan are still sprawled on the couches. Celine is giving Lachlan shit for watching TikTok hoe thirst traps, and Lachlan has just tossed something back about someone called Velvet Villain or whatever being a Knight's Blood student. I have no idea what they're talking about, and right now, I don't care. They both look up when I clear my throat. He note my chin at Lachlan. Want to go for a drive? He shrugs, casually enough. But I don't miss the glint in his eye. Why not? Thanks for the invite. Assholes, Celine says dryly. Sorry. He grin. Just, guy stuff. She rolls her eyes. Men will literally drive around in silence for hours instead of going to therapy. Won't they? 20 minutes later, my Range Rover rumbles to a stop at the end of an overgrown, unassuming dirt road in the woods a few miles from campus. I checked with Leo earlier today. My cousin growls as I park in front of the dilapidated old cabin. Our guests haven't said shit yet. The Kildare and Dracos families are separate entities, each with their own business and goals. But the fact that the families intermarried my mom is a Kildare and Lachlan's is a Dracos means we're also very closely allied. When it comes to someone potentially putting up 20 fucking stories that will loom over our great-grandmother Demetra's, aka Yaya's house, consider us a united, lethal, two-front, Leonidas. Nephew to Ezio Adamos, who's run the Adamos family since before my parents met, is watching sports highlights on TV with 2 of his guys. When we walk in, shit. Boys. He grins, taking a last drag of his cigarette and stamping it out before he stands. He walks over to shake first my hand and then Lachlan's. If I'd known you were stopping by, I'd have cleaned the place up. I'd normally smirk at Leo's dumb jokes, this one being a nod to the fact that the cabin basically looks like it's been abandoned for the last 3 decades, but right now, there's too much venom boiling under the surface. Too much trapped poison. Too much throbbing tightness in my golden mask. How are our guests? Leo's brow knits. Look, man, you know I'm good with whatever. But I'm starting to feel a little, he shrugs, uneasy about this being so off the books. With your dad? I mean, he glances at Lachlan. Yours too. Yasume. Bingo. Lachlan grunts. Sorry. It's gonna stay that way. Obviously. We've both had conversations with our families in the last 2 days about these 20 potential fucking stories rising over Yaya's goddamn house. But both my dad and Lachlan's want to play it cool and take the diplomatic route in trying to talk sense into both Angelo and the DeLuca family. Lachlan and I see things a bit differently. To us, this isn't a time for diplomacy. This is an act of war, and wars have casualties. The 2 dumb fucks down in the hidden dungeon under this very cabin, which I bought during my sophomore year for reasons, were caught snooping around Kingswood Hall the night of the Parabellum party. They're in their 30s, which outs them as not being Knight's Blood students. And they were both taking a bunch of pictures on phones that they've yet to give us the passwords for, which outs them as being guilty of, well, I don't know yet. But it's the burner phone one of them had, with just a single contact. That really sealed their fate. The contact is a dummy office used by the Santoro family. Since this is war, even if my father and uncle don't want to admit it, that makes them spies. And being caught during war has, historically, not been pleasant for spies. Lachlan follows me down to the root cellar. I punch the code into the keypad next to the metal door set into rock wall, and calmly reach for the 9-iron golf club leaning against the wall as the door unlocks. Good evening, gentlemen. The 2 men tied to metal chairs bolted to the floor in the windowless stone room have barely looked up before I'm swinging the golf club as hard as I can at the guy on the right's head. Blood explodes from the dent I put in his skull. His little buddy is screaming bloody murder as I hit the first guy again. Then again, the 3rd time, the light goes out of his eyes, giving me the second guy's complete and undivided attention. Okay, he blurts, looking in horror as his dead friend. I'll unlock the phone. I smile coldly as I clean the gory golf club off on the dead guy's shirt. Masterful negotiating skills, this one has. Wouldn't you say? Loch, a true statesman. Lachlan chuckles as he walks over and picks up the 2 phones we took off these idiots from a side table. Password. And you'd better have your little fucking buddies. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the guy sobs. Both of them I glance at Lachlan, who looks pissed. Fucking hell. He sighs. You made us brain your friend for that. He opens the first phone and hands it to me before unlocking the other one. Lachlan frowns. What the fuck is this? You little perv. He shows me the phone's camera roll, which is a ton of grainy zoomed-in shots of various female Knight's Blood students dancing and partying the other night. Lachlan turns back to the weeping guy tied to the chair. Did you seriously sneak into our fucking mansion to take bad upskirt pics of college girls? You dumb prick. He scoffs. Fucking hell. Achille. Can you believe? Hey, Achilles, I barely hear him. Not over the dull roar in my ears as I look at the camera roll of the second phone. It's entirely photos of Yelena. The man in the chair whimpers when I lift his chin with the golf club. Why the fuck is Angelo Santoro so interested in this girl? Confusion furrows his blood-splattered brow. What, he snivels. Your boss. I growl. Why is he? Who the fuck is Angelo Santoro? The guy who paid you to slip into our party. Fuckface. Lachlan snarls. You had his office number on your fucking burner. The guy blinks in genuine confusion, his eyes darting between the two of us. I don't know any Angelos, I swear. Then who the fuck told you to take pictures of this girl, I hiss. I don't know, he sobs, shaking. I swear he didn't use a name. And I never saw his face. He gave us each $1,000 and told us to sneak into the party and photograph that chick all night. Said he'd pay extra if we caught her hooking up with anyone or doing anything incriminating. Just walk the fuck away. I've already connected the dots on who has an interest in Yelena. It's Kyle. Kyle, who used to hook up with her. Kyle, who she was leaving fucking panties for. Hell, maybe she thought I was Kyle the night she shattered on my fingers. We're leaving. I growl tightly. If I don't get the fuck out of this room right now, the red mist swirling through my vision isn't going to go away until I've ripped someone in half. Lachlan shoots me a confused glance, but he knows me well enough to recognize the look on my face right now. I make it out of the basement, past Leo and his boys, and all the way outside, almost to the car. Almost, but not quite. The mask is too tight. The venom under my skin is too acidic. We hooked up. She was okay. I guess. He gave us each $1,000 and told us to sneak into that party and photograph that chick all night, and said he'd pay extra if we caught her hooking up with anyone. I can't destroy Kyle, but I can destroy someone. Yo, Achilles Lachlan bolts after me, but he's not fast enough to stop me. I go storming, back into the cabin in a blind fury, ignoring Leo and his guys as I charge back into the basement and all but rip the metal door off its hinges. When I'm done, it takes Lachlan, Leo, and both of Leo's guys to drag me off the now extremely dead second guy still tied to the chair, with a bonus golf club rammed halfway down his esophagus. Recklessness. Impulsiveness. Giving in to baser desires. So much for curbing those lesser urges that have no place in my world. Lachlan knows me well enough to know that when the rest of the world looks at me, I'm usually wearing a mask. He's never seen it completely off, but he's seen it as off as it was just now. So he lets us drive back to campus in silence. Celine's right men will drive around not saying shit to avoid going to therapy. Thanks. I growl when I finally throw the Range Rover into park at Kingsword Hall. I glance at him. I mean it. He nods slowly. You know, I'm making a conscious choice not to ask what it was about those totally benign photos of Nero DeLuca's daughter that made you hulk the fuck out back there. Right. Yeah. That's what I just thanked you for. He chuckles and claps me on the shoulder. You good? I nod. Yup. Just had to blow the pressure off. Hurt. Hey. Lochi. He turns to me. Yeah, you know I'm making a conscious choice not to ask you why you've had Velvet Villainous playing on repeat on your phone, with the volume off since we got back in the car. Right, the SUV engine is still running. and I watch in amusement when Lachlan's gaze darts to the bottom of the glowing navigation screen on the dash between us, which shows the current media streaming via Bluetooth from Lachlan Kildare's iPhone, instead of one of his usual 90s rap and hip-hop playlists. It says, Velvet, Villainous, Villains, Do It Better. I chuckle at the title as Lachlan scrambles to yank his phone out of his pocket. Just dumb TikTok shit, he mutters, quickly thumbing his phone open and closing the app. I grin and finally turn the engine off before we both get out. Fun stuff tonight. Man, he grunts, not looking me in the eye. I'm gonna turn in for the night. Though, got some bedtime reading to do, I grin. Fuck you. Some morally gray book boyfriends to... One more word, and I may forget that you're blood. Dickbag, he mutters through gritted teeth. I chuckle, patting him on the back. Relax. I'm done. Good. I linger outside as Lachlan heads for the side door to Kingswood Hall. Hey, Lochie. He turns to me, glaring. What? I grin widely. Mister Gray, we'll see you now. Swear to God. Asshole. I will murder you in your sleep. The woods outside Morvain Manor are silent except for the occasional sounds of night animals. From my perch in the tree, I let my gaze slide through the darkness to the glow of the bedroom window. Yelena is sitting on her bed, back against the headboard, with various textbooks and notes open in front of her. She's got her glasses on. Her dark hair is tied up in a messy bun, and a baggy hoodie covers her like a nun. Despite all that, I'm rock fucking hard. I don't care about Lachlan's stupid TikTok videos right now, or the fact that I just killed 2 men, or even fucking Kyle, and whatever his past or even current situation is with her. Kyle didn't chase her through the dark the other night. Kyle didn't get to feel her pulse jolt in excitement under his fingertips, or the softness of her skin beneath his knife, or the sweetness of her pussy as she shattered all over my fingers. A few close people have seen me with my mask askew Lachlan and Ronan. Drago. Abit. My father. But the other night was the first time I ever had the mask fully off in front of someone. And that someone was Yelena. Yelena, who has completely caught my attention. If only she knew how fucked that makes her.
7 Yelena. It's almost dark by the time I make it back to Morvain Manor. Change into a tank top and running shorts. And get back outside. I scowl at the fading light as I sit on the steps of Morvain's sweeping Gothic porch and lace up my sneakers. I don't usually run at night, but I stayed late after my microeconomics class, trying to reason with Professor Halbertson over his grading of my last paper. I typically loathe confrontation, but Wren agreed that the C I got on. My argument for the benefits of microloans to developing nations was especially egregious, and all but forced me at gunpoint to go talk to Halbertson about it. What made it even harder was that I refused to bring up the personal vendetta Halbertson clearly has against me as part of my argument for a better grade. My dad had Professor Halbertson when he was here, and when I mentioned to Dad that I had him this year, Dad cracked up and told me about the time he and Lucia's dad, Nico, filled Halbertson's gas tank with sugar as a prank. Halbertson remembers. He knows exactly who I am. And I saw the way he glared at me when he called my name on the first day of class this semester. I exhale as I finish lacing up my shoes, trying to shake off my frustrations with Halbertson, who, by the way, did not change my grade. Jerk. Running has been a mind clear for me for as long as I can remember. It started when I was a kid, drowning in a mix of frustration and shame that I wasn't taking to the ballet classes Mom would bring me to. My mother was the face of ballet in New York when I was growing up, part of a golden era at the Zakharova that included her. Damiano's mom, Lucia's mom, Galina's dad, Vren's mom, and Jude's parents. She was on billboards, acted in movies and commercials, presented at awards shows, was photographed for the cover of Sports Illustrated, alongside my friends' parents and some of the most influential athletes of their time. And then there was me. I took to ballet like a rock takes to flying. It just never grabbed me. And no matter how many times Mom told me that she loved me unconditionally and it didn't matter where my passions lay, I still felt this overwhelming sense of guilt, like I was letting her down. Then one day, she happened to ask me if I wanted to go with her on one of her runs around the city. And that stuck. Running clicked for me the way dance clicked for Mom. Ever since, it's been my escape. It's my way to shake off whatever is bothering me and take a brief sabbatical from my thoughts, anxieties, and problems like professors who can't let go of a grudge with your father from 20-odd years ago, for instance. Or like not being able to stop thinking about a certain golden prince who showed you the darkness hiding behind his mask, only for you to realize you might like that darkness a bit too much. I swallow, uneasily, as I trot down the steps of the porch. There's got to be a psychological connection between running being my escape and the fact that my fantasies gravitate toward being chased. I don't really watch porn, but when I do, that's what I've always found makes me squirm the most. It's why I got sucked into Galina's world of mask talk, with morally gray book boyfriends who chase and pin down their leading ladies, who grab fists of their hair and make them take it like a good girl. Maybe there's some sort of crossed wiring in my head, where the high I get from running triggers the desire or fantasy center in my brain. A flush ripples over my cheeks. Or maybe you're deranged, and this is you looking for a scapegoat. Either way, I need to get running so I can put some distance between me and my dark, swirling thoughts involving Achilles Dracos. It's darkened from twilight to night when I finally take off at an easy gait. I skirt the woods around Morvain and take the gravel path down to the ruins of Hawthorne Hall. From there, I run across the campus itself, past Roche Lecture Hall and the glowing lights of Ravencroft Library. I cut through the beautiful main campus green and make a loop around the gorgeous, Notre Dame-inspired St. Aldrich's Chapel, which was here before Knight's Blood was even founded. Past the faculty cottages, I finally turn onto the main path that runs the length of the huge cliffs towering over Connecticut Sound below. As always, the rhythm of my footsteps moving in time with my pulse puts me into a calm, zen-like headspace. I listen to the gravel crunch under my sneakers and revel in the sheen of sweat over my neck and back that makes me shiver a little as the night air teases over my skin. A low crescent moon gleams over the ocean to my right, and I inhale the salty sea air mixing with the pines on my left, letting the rest of the world fade away. At least, that's the goal. But something is stopping me from achieving it. Not just me, still brooding over Professor Halbertson's grudge against my family. Not just the dark, venomous, all-consuming fantasies of Achilles pinning me to the wall and wrapping his strong, veined hands around my throat, his knife glinting in front of my wide eyes as he slips his fingers into my panties. The feeling persists, creeping up my spine until it's impossible to ignore. I'm being watched. My breathing loses its cadence as I quickly glance behind me. But there's no one there, even though I could swear I felt eyes on the middle of my back. I try to regulate my breathing again, legs and arms pumping, feet eating up the path. The feeling comes back. I whirl with a choked gasp, my breathing wild and erratic. Tendrils of my hair plastered to my forehead. My skin erupts in goosebumps and a nervous tremor ripples up my spine as my eyes stab into the darkness of the path behind me. Nothing there. Nobody chasing me. Nobody watching me. Nobody hunting me. Just the trees off to the side and the soft crash of the waves against the rocks at the bottom of the cliffs. Maybe I am deranged. Or maybe running alone. At night was a way worse idea than I thought. I'm still glancing warily back at the path behind me as I launch myself forward back into my run and immediately go crashing into a broad, muscled chest. I scream as I lurch away from it. The heel of my shoe skids across some loose gravel, and I gasp sharply as my center of gravity shifts and I start to topple back. A veined, muscled, tattooed forearm jerks out, and an iron fist grabs the front of my hoodie in its tight grip. My body spasms as the arm keeps me from falling onto my ass, jerking me back upright as my heart leaps into my throat. "What the fuck?" I blurt, my voice shaky. I try to swallow, but it's like my throat has forgotten how to work, same as my feet have forgotten how to stand, and my heart has forgotten how to beat at a regular, even tempo. My eyes snap up, and my pulse skips as I find myself staring into Achilles' dark, devil eyes. Right now, wrapped in shadows. The golden boy doesn't look so golden. The darkness almost visibly throbs around him. The moonlight, which was so romantic and serene a moment ago, now feels cold and grim as it glints off the bulging lines of his broad, muscled shoulders straining the black fabric of his hoodie. The rest of him is clad in black jeans and black boots. And that same scent of mint, Slav, and masculine spice fills my nostrils. But it's not just all that which has me seeing anything but the golden, Prince of Night's blood. It's the fact that, same as last time, on the path near the woods, I'm not looking at Achilles Dracos, Parabellum President, captain of the football team, darling of the Dracos family. I'm looking at a devil. A captivating nightmare. Venom, poured into a gorgeously shaped vessel. And I get the impression that this is a side of Achilles that no one ever sees. It's not a dark mask he puts on. It's him without any masks. I don't know if that's an exciting or altogether terrifying epiphany. "What are you doing?" I blurt. Wow. Smooth. A shiver drags like a blade up my spine, and the fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle as he looms over me. "Why are you running alone at night, God?" That voice, it's gravel and honey. It's stony, flinty, rough, and yet finishes so smooth that it makes me feel like a cat luxuriating into her owner's touch when his sentences end. Well, it's official. I am deranged. He's frowning at me as I swallow the thickness in my throat and find my voice. Because I like to run at night. He growls deeply. Alone. As a woman, I suck on my bottom lip and draw a shaky breath in through my nose. I mean, it's the Night's Blood campus. It feels safe enough. Am I asking him? Or telling him Achilles lifts a single dark brow, and yet you kept turning around to check if you were being followed? I frown. You saw that, he nods. Because you were the one following me. The ghost of a smile flickers over his chiseled jawline. You look nervous. His velvety voice rumbles in the dark space between us. When I don't answer, because I don't know how, he moves a little closer to me, and another chill drags up my spine. Do I make you nervous? Little prey, I exhale shakily. I don't know. My gaze snaps to his. Maybe. I say quietly. Really? Why is that? Maybe because of what happened the last 2 times our paths crossed, that ghost of amusement glints at the corners of his lips again. And what did happen those times, my face throbs with heat. You know, I mumble. Achilles koks a brow. Is this where you accuse me of assaulting you again, something I can't identify slithers and coils around my center? God. He is so beautiful right now. The golden boy stripped of his mask, with such a gorgeous shadow across his face. He's intimidating and scary. But my teeth rake over my bottom lip as I look up into his haunting, dark eyes. Why are you so interested in me? I ask softly. Achilles Brausnit. But he doesn't answer. Are you going to finish your run? He growls, easing the tension a little. My shoulders lift. I thought I would. He nods. Okay. My hands ball nervously at my sides, the nails of my index fingers picking at the cuticles of my thumbs. I shift awkwardly on my feet, suddenly aware of the cool fall air against my bare arms and legs now that I'm not moving. Achilles cocks his head slightly to the side, his eyes still locked on mine. Are you looking for my permission? I blush. No. He doesn't say anything else. So, I guess that's the conversation. Then, awkwardly, I walk around him and kick off, shivering as I start to run away, almost like I'm waiting for him to pounce on me. He starts to jog alongside me. I stop abruptly. What are you doing? I ask, more forcefully than I intended. Achilles shrugs, looking at me like I've just asked the dumbest question in the history of dumb questions. You're not running alone at night. I roll my eyes. Thank you. But I'm fine. You're welcome. But I'm not going anywhere. My brow furrows. I don't need a chaperone. Achille. He doesn't reply. Okay. Still frowning and a little unclear what's happening. I turn and start to jog. Again. Achilles falls into step beside me. I try to ignore his magnetically dark presence, but him being so close to me seems to suck the oxygen out of the air around us. Abruptly, I stop running. What is it? He growls, skidding to a halt. I frown and shake my head. I can't do this. Really? You seem to be a pretty good runner. No. I glance up at him. You're in jeans, a hoodie, and boots. That doesn't bother me. I bark out a nervous laugh. Well, maybe it bothers me. You look like a normal person and I'm sweating like a pig over here. A gasp catches in my throat as he takes a step closer. I truly don't mind, he murmurs, his dark eyes locking with mine. And maybe I like you sweaty and panting, slightly out of breath, he says quietly. My skin prickles and heat teases through me. The slithering thing inside me coils tighter in my core as I swallow heavily. Are you stalking me? Jesus God. Why did I just say that alone with him? At night, with woods on one side of us and a fucking cliff on the other, and the more pressing question, why do I actually not feel like I'm in danger? Achilles looks at me for a moment, his dark eyes unblinking. What's your favorite sexual position? My jaw drops, and I blink in utter shock. Excuse me, I squeal. He smirks. Shall I repeat myself? No, I blurt, my face suddenly hot and tingling. And I'm not telling you. In any case, I would call what I'm doing digging, since you won't tell me these things. But if you'd prefer stalking, I'm fine with that word too. I stare at him. Why would I tell you something like that? Mine is generally from behind, he says matter-of-factly. But with you, I think I'd prefer you on your back. Your legs around my waist, your arms bound over your head, and your tits jiggling as I impale you on my cock. My entire universe turns to liquid fire. It's simultaneously the most offensively crude and single hottest thing anyone has ever said to me. And it's like my brain can't figure out which side to focus on first. Words fail me as I stare at him. My jaw is still agape, and my pulse thudding in my ears. Let's try a different question, he murmurs darkly, his eyes gleaming. Did you just come out for a run to clear your head? Or was a small part of you, hoping that if you did, maybe I'd chase you again? The thing coiling inside me tightens and squeezes, turning my insides to jelly as I stare up into his gorgeous, nightmarish face. But his question pulls at a thread I've been trying to ignore. Who were you meant to meet that night at the party? I ask hesitantly. Not sure if I want to know the answer, and even less sure about why that is. Achille regarde me for a moment. You, apparently, he murmurs. It's not flirtation. It's not him being smooth or suave. He just says it like he's stating a fact. Like telling me what the capital of Iowa is. Heat blossoms in my face as a tingling sensation flickers over my skin. I'm serious. I mumble. Achilles cocks his head slightly to the side. So am I. Silence descends over us until all I can hear is the soft crash of the waves at the bottom of the cliffs and the dull, rhythmic thudding of my heart in my ears. I didn't know about the additional stories on that building. I blurt. I don't think my dad did. Either. But I'm not involved with any of that. I didn't imagine that was the case. He says in a low, Eiftone. His baritone voice hums around me, circling my throat like a lover's finger tracing my skin. But isn't that why you're so interested in me? I croak. Achilles says nothing. So why I finally yell, my whole body jolting as the pressure releases. Why are you so interested in me? Why the hell are you? I gasp sharply, trembling as Achilles suddenly surges into me and wraps a strong hand around my throat. His big fingers press on my skin, and a whimper rattles from my chest as my wide eyes stare up into his hauntingly beautiful face. Because you caught my attention, little prey. He growls. I hear footsteps on gravel behind me. With a jolt, I pull away, whirling toward the sound. Someone's coming, I say. When there's nothing but silence in reply, I glance back to Achilles. Someone's. He's gone. I whirl in shock, feeling I've somehow misplaced the 6'4" demigod who was just standing right behind me. Lena, I whirl back, blinking in surprise to see Damiano walking around the bend in the cliffside path. Like Achilles. He's all in black t-shirt, buttons, shoes, and gloves. He's also got one hand behind his back. What the hell? Who were you talking to? He says in a concerned tone. No one. I lee, then nod at him with my chin. What's behind your back? Damiano's face is utterly neutral, but there's tension in his body. Nothing. He shrugs. I do love my not really cousin, but I'd be lying if I said there weren't times when he just seems off. Not a dangerous off. And not a this is me without the mask off. Like Achilles. Just, I don't know, off. I sometimes wonder if my opinion of him is shaped by knowing his dad. Carmine Barone. Is legit a little psycho. Though it's clear Damiano's mother, Lyra, manages to dull the edges of it. Damiano isn't his father. But you know what they say. Apples? Trees? He frowns, glancing around like he's looking for something. What are you doing out here? Yelena running, I answer honestly. Mostly honestly. Alone. He growls. At night. Maybe not so alone. Dame. It's fine. Knight's Blood is a closed campus. With guards. Like fuck, it's fine. He grunts. I'm walking you home. He pauses, frowning for a second, his head half turning to glance at the arm behind his back. Hang on. Damiano disappears into the trees next to the path. A moment later. He emerges. Sans gloves, wiping his palms on his jeans. Business, I ask with a nervous smile. More like hobby. Come on. We start to walk down the path I just ran up, heading back toward campus. After a minute or two of silence, Damiano clears his throat. Who were you talking to? Yelena. Nobody. I'm not an idiot. I glance over at him, cocking a brow. Okay. What were you doing out at night? And what did you hide in the woods that you obviously didn't want me to see? He glances at me, twisting his lips but saying nothing. Those questions aren't the same weight. He finally growls. Who? No, I smile sweetly as I step in front of him, forcing him to stop. Then how about I throw in a slightly weightier question concerning the black lipstick on your collar? His face taunts up, his hand going to the fabric near his neck. Who? Igrin. Seems we've reached an impasse on both subjects. He exhales slowly, shaking his head and giving me a searching look. The longer we're at school together, the more I understand why Uncle Nero and Aunt Milena asked me to keep an eye on you. I laugh. Damiano sighs, chuckles, and then ruffles my hair despite my severe protests as we turn and start heading back to Morvain Manor. But all the time I'm smiling and chatting with my cousin, I have the unshakable feeling that there are eyes on me, haunting me, following me, not once blinking or looking away. Even when I'm back in my room and sliding under the covers, wondering if it'll be my dark nightmares or darker, fantasies that welcome me to sleep. 7, Yelena. It's almost dark by the time I make it back to Morvain Manor. Change into a tank top and running shorts, and get back outside. I scowl at the fading light as I sit on the steps of Morvain's sweeping Gothic porch and lace up my sneakers. I don't usually run at night, but I stayed late after my microeconomics class, trying to reason with Professor Halbertson over his grading of my last Babur. I typically loathe confrontation, but Ren agreed that the C I got on my argument for the benefits of microloans to developing nations was especially egregious, and all but forced me at gunpoint to go talk to Halbertson about it. What made it even harder was that I refused to bring up the personal vendetta Halbertson clearly has against me as part of my argument for a better grade. My dad had Professor Halbertson when he was here, and when I mentioned to Dad that I had him this year, Dad cracked up and told me about the time he and Lucia's dad, Nico, filled Halbertson's gas tank with sugar as a prank. Halbertson remembers. He knows exactly who I am. And I saw the way he glared at me when he called my name on the first day of class this semester. I exhale as I finish lacing up my shoes, trying to shake off my frustrations with Halbertson, who, by the way, did not change my grade. Jerk. Running has been a mind clearer for me for as long as I can remember. It started when I was a kid, drowning in a mix of frustration and shame that I wasn't taking to the ballet classes Mom would bring me to. My mother was the face of ballet in New York when I was growing up, part of a golden era at the Zakharova that included her. Damiano's mom, Lucia's mom, Galena's dad, Ren's mom, and Jude's parents. She was on billboards, acted in movies and commercials, presented at award shows, was photographed for the cover of Sports Illustrated alongside my friends' parents and some of the most influential athletes of their time. And then there was me. I took to ballet like a rock takes to flying. It just never grabbed me. And no matter how many times Mom told me that she loved me unconditionally and it didn't matter where my passions lay, I still felt this overwhelming sense of guilt, like I was letting her down. Then one day, she happened to ask me if I wanted to go with her on one of her runs around the city. And that stuck. Running clicked for me the way dance clicked for Mom. Ever since, it's been my escape. It's my way to shake off whatever is bothering me and take a brief sabbatical from my thoughts, anxieties, and problems like professors who can't let go of a grudge with your father from 20-odd years ago, for instance. Or like not being able to stop thinking about a certain golden prince who showed you the darkness hiding behind his mask, only for you to realize you might like that darkness a bit too much. I swallow uneasily as I trot down the steps of the porch. There's got to be a psychological connection between running being my escape and the fact that my fantasies gravitate toward being chased. I don't really watch porn, but when I do, that's what I've always found makes me squirm the most. It's why I got sucked into Galina's world of mask talk with morally gray book boyfriends who chase and pin down their leading ladies, who grab fists of their hair and make them take it like a good girl. Maybe there's some sort of crossed wiring in my head, where the high I get from running triggers the desire or fantasy center in my brain. A flush ripples over my cheeks. Or maybe you're deranged, and this is you looking for a scapegoat. Either way, I need to get running so I can put some distance between me and my dark, swirling thoughts involving Achilles Dracos. It's darkened from twilight to night when I finally take off at an easy gait. I skirt the woods around Morvain and take the gravel path down to the ruins of Hawthorne Hall. From there, I run across the campus itself, past Roche Lecture Hall and the glowing lights of Ravencroft Library. I cut through the beautiful main campus green and make a loop around the gorgeous Notre Dame-inspired state, Aldrich's Chapel, which was here before Knight's Blood was even founded. Past the faculty cottages, I finally turn onto the main path that runs the length of the huge cliffs towering over Connecticut Sound below. As always, the rhythm of my footsteps moving in time with my pulse puts me into a calm, zen-like headspace. I listen to the gravel crunch under my sneakers and revel in the sheen of sweat over my neck and back that makes me shiver a little as the night air teases over my skin. A low crescent moon gleams over the ocean to my right, and I inhale the salty sea air mixing with the pines on my left, letting the rest of the world fade away. At least, that's the goal. But something is stopping me from achieving it. Not just me still brooding over Professor Halbertson's grudge against my family. Not just the dark, venomous, all-consuming fantasies of Achilles pinning me to the wall and wrapping his strong, veined hands around my throat, his knife glinting in front of my wide eyes as he slips his fingers into my panties. The feeling persists, creeping up my spine until it's impossible to ignore. I'm being watched. My breathing loses its cadence as I quickly glance behind me. But there's no one there, even though I could swear I felt eyes on the middle of my back. I try to regulate my breathing again, legs and arms pumping, feet eating up the path. The feeling comes back. I whirl with a choked gasp, my breathing wild and erratic, tendrils of my hair plastered to my forehead. My skin erupts in goosebumps, and a nervous tremor ripples up my spine as my eyes stab into the darkness of the path behind me. Nothing there. Nobody chasing me. Nobody watching me. Nobody hunting me. Just the trees off to the side and the soft crash of the waves against the rocks at the bottom of the cliffs. Maybe I am deranged. Or maybe running alone. At night. Was a way worse idea than I thought. I'm still glancing warily back at the path behind me as I launch myself forward back into my run, and immediately go crashing into a broad, muscled chest. I scream as I lurch away from it. The heel of my shoe skids across some loose gravel, and I gasp sharply as my center of gravity shifts and I start to topple back. A veined, muscled, tattooed forearm jerks out, and an iron fist grabs the front of my hoodie in its tight grip. My body spasms as the arm keeps me from falling onto my ass, jerking me back upright as my heart leaps into my throat. What the fuck, I blurt. My voice shaky. I try to swallow, but it's like my throat has forgotten how to work. Same as my feet have forgotten how to. Stunned. And my heart has forgotten how to beat at a regular, even tempo. My eyes snap up, and my pulse skips as I find myself staring into Achilles' dark, devil eyes. Right now, wrapped in shadows. The golden boy doesn't look so golden. The darkness almost visibly throbs around him. The moonlight, which was so romantic and serene a moment ago, now feels cold and grim as it glints off the bulging lines of his broad, muscled shoulders straining the black fabric of his hoodie. The rest of him is clad in black jeans and black boots. And that same scent of mint, Slove, and masculine spice fills my nostrils. But it's not just all that which has me seeing anything but the golden prince of night's blood. It's the fact that, same as last time, on the path near the woods, I'm not looking at Achilles Drakos. Parabellum President. Captain of the football team. Darling of the Dracos family. I'm looking at a devil. A captivating nightmare. Venom. Poured into a gorgeously shaped vessel. And I get the impression that this is a side of Achilles that no one ever sees. It's not a dark mask he puts on. It's him without any masks. I don't know if that's an exciting or altogether terrifying epiphany. What are you doing? I blurt. Well, smooth. A shiver drags like a blade up my spine, and the fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle as he looms over me. Why are you running alone at night? God. That voice. It's gravel and honey. It's stony. Flinty. Rough. And yet finishes so smooth that it makes me feel like a cat luxuriating into her owner's touch when his sentences end. Well, it's official. I am deranged. He's frowning at me as I swallow the thickness in my throat and find my voice. Because I like to run, at night. He growls deeply. Alone. As a woman, I suck on my bottom lip and draw a shaky breath in through my nose. I mean, it's the Night's Blood campus. It feels safe enough. Am I asking him? Or telling him Achilles lifts a single dark brow? And yet you kept turning around to check if you were being followed. I frown. You saw that. He nods. Because you were the one following me. The ghost of a smile flickers over his chiseled jawline. You look nervous. His velvety voice rumbles in the dark space between us. When I don't answer, because I don't know how. He moves a little closer to me, and another chill drags up my spine. Do I make you nervous? Little prey, I exhale shakily. I don't know. My gaze snaps to his. Maybe, I say quietly. Really? Why is that? Maybe because of what happened the last 2 times our paths crossed. That ghost of amusement glints at the corners of his lips again. And what did happen those times, my face throbs with heat. You know, I mumble. Achilles cocks a brow. Is this where you accuse me of assaulting you again? Something I can't identify slithers and coils around my center. God. He is so beautiful right now. The golden boy stripped of his mask, with such a gorgeous shadow across his face. He's intimidating and scary. But my teeth rake over my bottom lip as I look up into his haunting, dark eyes. Why are you so interested in me? I ask, softly. Achilles' brows knit, but he doesn't answer. Are you going to finish your run? He growls, easing the tension a little. My shoulders lift. I thought I would, he nods. Okay. My hands ball nervously at my sides, the nails of my index fingers picking at the cuticles of my thumbs. I shift awkwardly on my feet, suddenly aware of the cool fall air against my bare arms and legs now that I'm not moving. Achilles cocks his head slightly to the side, his eyes still locked on mine. Are you looking for my permission? I blush. No. He doesn't say anything else. So, I guess that's the conversation. Then, awkwardly, I walk around him and kick off, shivering as I start to run away, almost like I'm waiting for him to pounce on me. He starts to jog alongside me. I stop abruptly. What are you doing? I ask, more forcefully than I intended. Achilles shrugs, looking at me like I've just asked the dumbest question in the history of dumb questions. You're not running alone at night. I roll my eyes. Thank you. But I'm fine. You're welcome. But I'm not going anywhere. My brow furrows. I don't need a chaperone. Achille. He doesn't reply. Okay. Still frowning and a little unclear what's happening. I turn and start to jog again. Achilles falls into step beside me. I try to ignore his magnetically dark presence, but him being so close to me seems to suck the oxygen out of the air around us. Abruptly, I stop running. What is it? He growls, skidding to a halt. I frown and shake my head. I can't do this. Really, you seem to be a pretty good runner. No. I glance up at him. You're in jeans, a hoodie, and boots. That doesn't bother me. I bark out a nervous laugh. Well, maybe it bothers me. You look like a normal person and I'm sweating like a pig over here. A gasp catches in my throat as he takes a step closer. I truly don't mind. He murmurs, his dark eyes locking with mine. And maybe I like you sweaty. And panting. Slightly out of breath. He says quietly. My skin prickles and heat teases through me. The slithering thing inside me coils tighter in my core as I swallow heavily. Are you stalking me? Jesus, God. Why did I just say that alone with him? At night. With woods on one side of us and a fucking cliff on the other. And the more pressing question, why do I actually not feel like I'm in danger? Achilles looks at me for a moment, his dark eyes unblinking. What's your favorite sexual position? My jaw drops, and I blink in utter shock. Excuse me, I squeal. He smirks. Shall I repeat myself? No, I blurt. My face suddenly hot and tingling. And I'm not telling you whom. In any case, I would call what I'm doing digging, since you won't tell me these things. But if you'd prefer stalking, I'm fine with that word too. I stare at him. Why would I tell you something like that? Mine is generally from behind, he says matter-of-factly. But with you, I think I'd prefer you on your back. Your legs around my waist, your arms bound over your head, and your tits jiggling as I impale you on my cock. My entire universe turns to liquid fire. It's simultaneously the most offensively crude and single hottest thing anyone has ever said to me. And it's like my brain can't figure out which side to focus on first. Words fail me as I stare at him. My jaw still agape, and my pulse thudding in my ears. Let's try a different question. He murmurs darkly, his eyes gleaming. Did you just come out for a run to clear your head? Or was a small part of you hoping that if you did, maybe I'd chase you again? The thing coiling inside me tightens and squeezes, turning my insides to jelly as I stare up into his gorgeous, nightmarish face. But his question pulls at a thread I've been trying to ignore. Who were you meant to meet that night at the party? I ask hesitantly. Not sure if I want to know the answer, and even less sure about why that is. Achille regarde me for a moment. You, apparently, he murmurs. It's not flirtation. It's not him being smooth or suave. He just says it like he's stating a fact. Like telling me what the capital of Iowa is. Heat blossoms in my face as a tingling sensation flickers over my skin. I'm serious. I mumble. Achilles cocks his head slightly to the side. So am I. Silence descends over us until all I can hear is the soft crash of the waves at the bottom of the cliffs and the dull, rhythmic thudding of my heart in my ears. I didn't know about the additional stories on that building. I blurt. I don't think my dad did. Either, but I'm not involved with any of that. I didn't imagine that was the case. He says in a low, Ava tone. His baritone voice hums around me, circling my throat like a lover's finger tracing my skin. But isn't that why you're so interested in me? I croak. Achilles says nothing. So, why? I finally yell, my whole body jolting as the pressure releases. Why are you so interested in me? Why the hell are you? I gasp sharply, trembling as Achilles suddenly surges into me and wraps a strong hand around my throat. His big fingers press on my skin, and a whimper rattles from my chest as my wide eyes stare up into his hauntingly beautiful face. Because you caught my attention, little prey, he growls. I hear footsteps on gravel behind me. With a jolt, I pull away, whirling toward the sound. Someone's coming, I say, when there's nothing but silence in reply. I glance back to Achilles. He's gone. I whirl in shock, feeling I've somehow misplaced the 6'4" demigod who was just standing right behind me. Lena, I whirl back, blinking in surprise to see Damiano walking around the bend, in the cliffside path, like a Hillis. He's all in black t-shirt, buttons, shoes, and gloves. He's also got one hand behind his back. What the hell? Who were you talking to? He says, in a concerned tone. No one. I lee, then nod at him with my chin. What's behind your back? Damiano's face is utterly neutral, but there's tension in his body. Nothing. He shrugs. I do love my not really cousin, but I'd be lying if I said there weren't times when he just seems off. Not a dangerous off, and not a this is me without the mask off, like Achilles. Just, I don't know, off. I sometimes wonder if my opinion of him is shaped by knowing his dad. Carmine Barone is legit a little psycho, though it's clear Damiano's mother, Lyra, manages to dull the edges of it. Damiano isn't his father, but you know what they say. Apples, trees. He frowns, glancing around like he's looking for something. What are you doing out here? Yelena. Running, I answer honestly. Mostly honestly. Alone. He growls. At night. Maybe not so alone. Dame. It's fine. Knight's Blood is a closed campus. With guards. Like, fuck. It's fine. He grunts. I'm walking you home. He pauses, frowning for a second, his head half turning to glance at the arm behind his back. Hang on. Damiano disappears into the trees next to the path. A moment later. He emerges. Sans gloves, wiping his palms on his jeans. Business, I ask with a nervous smile. More like hobby. Come on. We start to walk down the path I just ran up, heading back toward campus. After a minute or two of silence, Damiano clears his throat. Who were you talking to? Yelena. No, bud. I'm not an idiot. I glance over at him, cocking a brow. Okay. What were you doing out at night? And what did you hide in the woods that you obviously didn't want me to see? He glances at me, twisting his lips but saying nothing. Those questions aren't the same weight. He finally growls. Who know? I smile sweetly as I step in front of him, forcing him to stop. Then how about I throw in a slightly weightier question concerning the black lipstick on your collar? His face taunts up, his hand going to the fabric near his neck. Ooh, Igreen. Seems we've reached an impasse on both subjects. He exhales slowly, shaking his head and giving me a searching look. The longer we're at school together, the more I understand why Uncle Nero and Aunt Milena asked me to keep an eye on you. I laugh. Damiano sighs, chuckles, and then ruffles my hair despite my severe protests as we turn and start heading back to Morvain Manor. But all the time I'm smiling and chatting with my cousin, I have the unshakable feeling that there are eyes on me, haunting me, following me, not once blinking or looking away. Even when I'm back in my room and sliding under the covers, wondering if it'll be my dark nightmares or darker fantasies that welcome me to sleep.
8 chills when I was little. I was obsessed with dinosaurs and trucks, which is hardly peculiar for a 7-year-old boy. But it wasn't just dinosaurs and trucks as general interests. It was very specifically velociraptors, who, despite what Hollywood would try to tell you, actually hunted alone, and vintage Chevy C10S. That particular dino, that particular truck, they were my world. My parents called them my fascinations. As I got older, my fascinations changed. At 12, I knew every stat of every player ever to have swung a bat for the Yankees. Then it was every football player who'd played for the Giants. Then the Islanders. For a while, my parents thought I was just really getting into sports. But it was my mom who eventually figured out that these fascinations would drop, usually very suddenly, and be immediately replaced with something else. Velociraptors were replaced by the Yankees in a matter of days. The Yankees and the Islanders were replaced at 14 by an obsession with Napoleon. Distance running and weightlifting at 17. An intense fascination with all things Mozart and Chopin at 19. At first, when they finally clued into my pattern, my parents thought it was a sign of ADHD. Intensely latching onto a certain interest which becomes your entire raison d'etre, only to drop it in a heartbeat for a new one is pretty textbook. We saw plenty of specialists. My parents didn't want to fix me or anything. They saw nothing wrong with me. They just wanted to be able to provide me with all the tools and assistance I might need, given that I was the Dracos heir. Son of the king and queen, future monarch of the empire. But none of the doctors and specialists thought it was ADHD, or OCD, or any other acronym ending in D for disorder. I was just curious. Hyper curious. To the point of needing to dissect things that caught my interest down to a cellular level before I could tell myself, yes, I now understand this thing and can officially move on to the next one. It would appear I have a new interest. This time, it's not apex predators of the late Cretaceous period, or 1,969 pickup trucks, or sports teams, or Chopin. This time, my fascination stands a petite 5'3", with long dark hair and big, curious green eyes. She reads downright filthy dark romance books, lusts over shirtless fuckfaces and dollar store Halloween masks, and occasionally watches short snippets of delightfully unhinged porn. At the same time, she appears to live her life like a nun with anxiety issues. My fascination likes to run, which is, hugely convenient. She's smart. She leaves underwear that isn't hers for a man I'd love nothing more than to punch in the mouth. Her greedy, tight pussy has managed to completely invade my every waking and sleeping thought. But most curious of all, my new obsession is a woman. That's not to say I've been playing for the other team. I have zero interest in fucking men. But people. Living. Breathing ones that don't have history books written about them. Haven't ever become fascinations to me. Napoleon, Chopin, and Mozart aside, okay. And my 6th grade obsession with Kurt Cobain. No living person has ever caught my attention like that. Even when I was into sports, it was the stats that interested me, not the players. And that means that no girl, be it crush, girlfriend, or hookup, has ever gotten into my head at a level approaching that of raptors, trucks, and Chopin. She, it would seem, has, or at least is rapidly getting there. Someone should warn her to quit while she's ahead. But it might be too late. By that I mean it's 3 p.m, and Yelena hasn't been out of my direct line of sight for more than 11 minutes since she woke up this morning. Hello? Little Raptor. Talk Napoleon to me, and play Nocturne in E-flat major. I see her coming from about 50 yards away. A tight, determined expression on her face, like she's rehearsed what she's about to say in the mirror. I mean, she has 18 minutes ago, for 3 minutes and 21 seconds, in the mirror of the 2nd floor women's room at Blackwood Hall. What are you doing? I eye Yelena curiously as she comes to tense stop right in front of the stone bench I'm sitting on at the edge of the campus green, made unexpectedly comfortable from 2 centuries worth of students' asses rounding it to perfection. Some of Knight's Blood's famous white roses surround me as I calmly look her up and down. I've never had a schoolgirl fantasy, but Yelena looks delicious in her midnight blue pleated skirt, light gray knee socks, white blouse, and smart, thinner version of the tie that I'm wearing. It's atypical for college, but Knight's Blood requires students to wear the school uniform to class. Some people bitch about it, but I quite like the commitment to the place's history and pedigree. Besides, the whole reason for coming here is to prepare to lead empires, and nobody's going to be negotiating alliances or declaring war in jeans and a hoodie. We're not normal college students, so why pretend to be? Well, Her indignation at my slow response is amusing. Gute. In a way, watching you, I say easily. Yelena's throat bobs. Her full, pink lips pressing together in a line. She shifts on her feet, hiking the strap of her backpack higher on her shoulder as she clutches a few books to her chest. No. I mean, why are you meddling with my life? The corners of my mouth curl up. Meddling, her green eyes glint. And I decide right then and there that they're the color of a serene forest. I've been trying to fight Halbertson on a paper grade I felt was unfair, because he has a problem with your father. Her eyes snap to mine, her manicured brows lifting sharply. That's not stalking. Little prey, I say, grinning. Nero, De Luca, and Nico. Barone's aggressive prank war waged against the entire Knight's Blood faculty is the stuff of campus legend. Her bottom lip slips between her teeth for a moment, and my cock twitches. Halbertson changed my grade after a careful reread. She says tersely, "Congratulations." Her fingers tighten on the books she's got held to her chest like armor. He refused to give it a second look when I asked him before. I shrug. Well, I'm glad he's seen the error in his lapse of judgment. Yelena's mouth thins again, her eyes flitting over me as she swallows. I didn't ask you to, not directly. No. Il murmure. Her brows pinch. Not in any way. You did. My eyes lock with hers. When you caught my attention, her face flushes. Heat creeping up her neck and staining her cheeks as she quickly looks at her feet. I wasn't trying to, she murmurs to the ground. Well, happy accidents, and all that. I pat the stone next to me. Sit. Her eyes snap to mine and narrow dangerously. It's this mix of meek and wild that I think gets me the most. She can be this slightly anxious, demure, shy girl, and then turn on a dime and glare at you like she's about to stab you in the dick. I'm fascinated by it, if you will. She sits next to me, and that obedience following the flash of fury makes my dick swell a little harder. A shiver tenses her shoulders as she sets her books on the bench next to her. I'm not who you think I am, Yelena Mutos. Really? Has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to Yelena De Luca? She hears my amused tone and shoots me a look. Okay. I'm not what you think I am. And what do I think you are? Her fingers twist in her lap. Someone who's, no, I don't. Yelena exhales heavily. Into those things, she says, her face getting redder. I smile hungrily. What things? Specifically, that delightful scarlet stain creeps higher up her face. The sort of things you're into. She murmurs quietly. You're not. Her throat works. No. Well, your pussy might have a slightly dissenting opinion. Yelena's eyes, unsurprisingly, bulge so much you'd think I'd just presented her with concrete evidence of life on Neptune. She turns to stare at me in shock and indignation. My vagina is none of your it very much is. I sigh. And please use the appropriate word. Her lips purse as the fiery blush on her face intensifies, to the point where it looks like it's igniting the golden flecks and the green swirls of her eyes. Say it. Babe. Et murmure. She blinks rapidly. I'm not your baby, she mutters. I keep my eyes pinned to hers. Say it. She drops her gaze to the fingers twisting in her lap. Me pousse, she almost whispers. A gasp jolts through her as I lean in, my lips ghosting over the shell of her ear. Good girl. I probably should have guessed it already, but the way she stiffens and sucks in a breath, the way her back snaps rigid and the muscles of her quads above her exposed knees tense, someone's got a touch of a praise kink sprinkled into that dark, violent place inside her head. Not into the same things I am, Bull. Fucking shit. But not only does she not want to admit that to me, the denial extends to herself. Life's too short to be untrue to yourself. Baby. She glances nervously at me. And the thing is, you are, I growl, into those things. She shakes her head. I'm not. You want to say you're not? Because it fits your view of yourself. The glance turns into a glare. And what exactly is that? The good girl. Daddy's girl. Who studies hard. Follows the rules. She's not able to stop the shiver that ripples through her shoulders when I lean close to her ear again. Doesn't hop into bed with anyone, much less get chased. Her eyes go wide. You've never been fucked properly, have you? Her eyes fly to mine so fast that I know I'm even righter than I thought. Or fucked at all. I muse softly. Yelena's face throbs. That's none of your bus. That is entirely my business now. Yelena. She glares at me. Says who you. I lift my shoulders and settle back against the bench. Like it or not, you're mine. Little prey. Don't call me that. She huffs, her face darkening. Why not? Yelena's brow pinches. Because you're mocking me. I slowly shake my head side to side. Believe me, I'm truly not. Because you're the hunter in this scenario. I'm your hunter. I growl. In every scenario. She starts to open her mouth, but I barrel on. The prey is just as important to a hunt as the hunter, if not more. Without prey, the hunter is just wandering without a purpose. I smile at her. Anyway, you're avoiding the subject, which is what she scoffs. Me being yours, exactly. Yelena gasps quietly. That lovely red stain spreading across her cheeks and neck as I cup her jaw and force her to look at me. All of you is mine. Little prey. I growl. Your fears. Your fantasies. Your pussy. She shivers when my fingers drift over her throat. Your virginity. Yelena barks out a nervous laugh. You're insane. That's a matter of perspective. She pulls back from my hand. I allow it. This time. Well, from my perspective. She snaps. It's the truth. My brows lift. What makes me insane? How about the way you're talking to me? For a start, she hisses. Nobody's ever talked to you like this before. No, she exclaims. Of course not good. I growl. That saves me from having to hunt them down and cut their tongues out. The heated stain creeps over her face again. Even darker than before. She likes when I talk like this. Even though I'm sure she's trying to tell herself that she doesn't. Well, yours or not, Yelena says dryly. I need to get to class. My hand shoots out and wraps like iron around her wrist. Not yet. Achilles leaves something with me. Il murmure. Some part of what's mine. She gives me a nervous look. Like what I stroke my jaw and sit back against the bench. Take off your panties. Her jaw just about breaks when it falls to the ground. Excuse me. Take them off. I say, not raising my voice 1 decibel, and hand them to me. She stars at me. You're crazy, possibly. Joking, no. Why the hell would I do that? Because you're mine, I say calmly. And because I'm telling you to. Her breath catches when I lean close. Or would you prefer I wrap your hair in my fist? Bend you over and do it myself in front of everyone. Half surrounded by rose bushes, as it is. The bench we're on is not hugely visible, but it's not a private space. Either. Yelena shivers, and I see the spark flicker in her eyes when I mention grabbing her hair in my fist. Fine, she mumbles, blushing madly as she keeps her gaze averted, looking instead at her fingers in her lap, twisting and picking at each other. She glances around, scanning the immediate vicinity for anyone who might be looking in our direction. I'm about to be helpful and offer to do it for her, when she suddenly half stands and demurely slips her hands under her skirt. A moment latte. Plain black cotton panties are being thrust into my palm. They're warm. As if I wasn't already rock hard. I need to get to class. Jelena mumbles, still not looking me in the eye as she pinches her knees together and nervously smooths down her skirt. When I don't say anything, she finally looks at me expectantly. Achille, yes, her face heats. I need them back. I smile and slowly shake my head. These are mine now. I stand as she looks up at me in wide-eyed shock. Then she gasps quietly when I lean down, putting a hand on either side of her and caging her against the bench with my body, just like the rest of you. 9 Achilles Knight's Blood, like pretty much every American college in history, has a significant percentage of its population which is both interested in drinking alcohol and not yet 21. If you're in need of a fake ID, you'd probably be able to score one at virtually any college campus in the country in less than a day. At a Mafia school, you can get a new fucking passport and social security number in a matter of hours. So there's not much stopping the under 21 population of Knight's Blood from either getting a fake and heading to any of the bars in Hawthorne Hollow, or else just getting shit-faced in their dorm rooms like most college kids. But here at Knight's Blood, we've also got the Garrison. It's close to midnight as I approach the old ruins, already hearing the laughter of students and aggressively loud rap music and seeing the firelight flicker over the crumbling walls and surrounding trees. The Garrison is the unofficial student-run bar/social club on campus. It's pretty much BYOB, though it does have a bar top with stools, a few decrepit chairs and couches and a couple of tables, all built into the ruins of Fort Hawthorne, which once stood on these cliffs in case the British invaded Connecticut, which, in the end, they did. It's why Fort Hawthorne is now talked about in the past tense. The Garrison is technically neutral ground, even when the low-level rivalries between the clubs get a little more. But to help avoid any petty bullshit, the 4 club presidents myself, Damiano, Adric, Volko, Plus, my cousin Noor, who helms the Ouroboros Society, established a calendar this year whereby each club rotates, which is their night. Tonight belongs to Adric and his crew of the utterly ungovernable. Adric is essentially me without a golden mask. I think that has more to do with our prickly relationship than I care to admit. But as much as I do enjoy starting some shit now and then, I'm not here tonight to poke the Adric bear. I'm here because I'd like some answers, and he might be the only person on campus who can give them to me. The heavy, thudding bass of the music engulfs me as I step through the crumbling stone archway that was once the grand entrance to the fort. Virtually the whole place is open air at this point, since the roof caved in over 100 years ago. So it's not exactly a hot spot when there's inclement weather. But in early fall, when it's crisp outside, it's the perfect place for a roaring bonfire and drunken debauchery. That's what I'm currently looking at. Across the open space, on the other side of the enormous bonfire, two shirtless, muscled, tattooed guys circle each other, their taped fists raised. I scowl when I immediately recognize Kirill Tsarenko, heir to the powerful, Tsarenko Bratva, and remember that this motherfucker was apparently at our party the other day and somehow got my cousin half naked into the hot tub with him, while he was completely naked, and supposedly waving around his recently pierced dick. Note to self, throw this fucker out the next time he tries to sneak into a Parabellum party. The guy he's fighting is Bram Nikolaev, one of Yelena's cousins from Japan. The two of them are sizing each other up like madmen as the crowd. Around them cheers and jeers. They both have wild glints in their eyes and blood on their lips as they circle slowly, looking for a way in for the kill. Well. A feminine voice purrs from behind me. Of all the gin joints. I turn, my brow cocked in amusement. Bella. I grin as my cousin jumps down from the slightly raised stone platform she was just perched on. She gives me a quick hug before she pulls back and brings the beer bottle in her hand to her black-painted lips. Bella is my Uncle Hades and Aunt Elsa's only daughter. Not that I in any way fault them for stopping at one after this gothy little terror popped out. But Aunt Elsa also raised her little sister, Nora, by herself. That's another reason they were done after Bella. Aunt Elsa is one of the top prosecutors in New York, if not the country. And my cousin's shrewd intelligence and laser focus clearly come from her mom. Everything else she got from my insane but fun Uncle Hades. The tenacity, the tempestuousness, the adrenaline junkie thrill-seeking, the love of old cars and motorcycles, her ability to hold her own without blinking. Despite being all of 5'2" and maybe 100 pounds soaking wet, because Hades taught her to bare-knuckle box and defend herself about a dozen other different ways before she was 10. What are you doing here? Achilles, I spread my arms. What? Can't stop by to see my favorite little cousin. Bella rolls her eyes. Little cousin. Dude. You're only 2 years older than me. I grin and go to ruffle her hair, but she neatly dodges my fingers. Seriously. Captain of Team Parabellum shows up at Reckless Night at the Garrison. What's up? Just came to ask when the fuck you're gonna stop playing games with these psychos and move to Parabellum where you belong. I'm mostly just giving her a hard time. I know this gets under her skin. Bella glares at me. Mission accomplished. You don't switch clubs. Achille, she says coldly. Nobody does. I shrug. You do, if you want to. And your cousin is the president of that club. She gives me a look. Who says I want to change? You realize you're a Dracos. Right, I sigh. And I, like everyone, I'm curious what the fuck a Dracos is doing in the Reckless. Bella rolls her eyes. Living my best life. Achille. She grins. Plus not worrying about what a last name dictates. She clears her throat and folds, her arms over her chest. And besides, she smirks. I heard a rumor about you. Which rumor would that be? That you were split between pledging Parabellum and the Reckless during the initiation trials in your own freshman year. I smile and shake my head. Lys and Slumber, dear cousin. It's more like buried truths. That scene in Harry Potter, where he's got the sorting hat on and he's hoping to God for Gryffindor over Slytherin. That's not a totally inaccurate comparison to how I came to Parabellum. It's rare, but sometimes a pledge finds themselves conditionally accepted to two clubs. That was the case with me, and it could have gone either way, until the part of me that needs to keep that golden mask on won. Look, if you want to grab a beer or something, I'm always down to have a drink with you. But, she frowns. Seriously, what are you doing here, looking for your boss? Bella groans and rolls her eyes. He's not my boss. Duda. Are you the boss of people in Parabellum? I smirk. Well, no. But I'm also not Adric Volko. She raises her eyebrows. You're right. You just hide under that pretty, shiny mask you love so much. Yeah, she's sharp. My cousin. Not everyone completely buys the perfect air image I've spent my life cultivating. My dad, for example, sees the facade at least partially for what it is, though he doesn't give me shit for it. I suspect that the great Ares Dracos model father and husband, fair but iron-fisted ruler of the Dracos Empire, once wore a similar one, though he doesn't have to these days. Bella, too, is able to peek under the edges of my mask more than most. It's been like that our whole lives. That's because she wears one. 2. I don't know exactly what it's hiding. Just like she probably doesn't quite know what's beneath mine. But it's there. And I see it. Call it game recognizing game. If you're lost, Achille. A deep, stony baritone calls from behind me. I can arrange a campus tour. Adric Volkov is sitting on the other side of the bonfire, perched on a stone platform, sprawled in a pile of stone and metal rubble that's been bent and hammered into the shape of a grim-looking throne. Despite the fall chill to the air, Adric is just in black jeans and t-shirt. His twin sleeves of Bratva tattoo snake and coil down both arms to his knuckles, and more ink pokes up from the collar of his t-shirt to swirl up his neck to his chiseled jawline. He doesn't smile as he cocks his head to the side and brings the bottle of vodka in his hand to his lips. Bonfire flames flicker over his carved features and glint in his icy blue eyes. It'd be a stretch to call Adric and I enemies, but it's only a few notches above that, even on a good day. Our freshman year, Adric and I were both put on the varsity football team. Because of our size and the fact that we'd both played a lot in high school, the reckless Parabellum rivalry was running a little hot those days. And when it came out that I'd been tapped for both but picked Parabellum, well, It got a little tense for a while. Then, one day at a team practice, I was running quarterback while our starter was doing some weight training. Adric came out of nowhere on my left during a play and went in low for a brutal tackle. I clocked his angle at the last minute, dipped my shoulder and helmet, and flipped him. Hard. I walked away with a neck sprain and a wrenched back. Adric got carried off with a broken collarbone and dislocated shoulder. And that was the end of his season. It also ended up being the end of his college football career. Shit happens. And we both know he had that coming when he went in for the low hit. But still, we're not in danger of becoming besties anytime soon. His Majesty, Lord of Castle Parabellum, has come down to mingle with the peasants, Adric says with a sneer as I walk around the bonfire and come to a stop in front of his throne. He raises the bottle of vodka in his fist. Thirsty, I'm good. I growl. I'm only here because I wanted to talk to you. Adric draws in a deep breath, rolling his broad shoulders that tug the tight black t-shirt stretched across his chest. He lounges back on his stone and metal throne, resting one ankle on the opposite knee. Well then, Achilles. He gestures in a kingly way with his hand. Speak. I glance at my cousin, my brow furrowing. Alone. Audric. He flashes a toothy, predatory grin. I don't know if this has come up at Draco's family dinners yet, but your cousin is inner circle now with the reckless. So, he shrugs. Speak. Or don't. My jaw grinds as I watch Bella casually climb up onto the dais and lean her hip against the side of the throne. Adric smiles wolfishly. Before you do, though, I have a question for you. My brow furrows. That's not how this is going to work. Then it's not going to work at all. He shrugs. And I'll remind you that it's reckless night here at the garrison. Not golden princes of Parabellum with silver spoons up their assholes night. It's not information that's widely out there. But I do know from my family's resources, especially my Uncle Deimos's spy network, that there's a reason. Adric's more volatile and venomous than usual since the semester started. His mother, the supermodel River Finn, was in a car wreck this past summer and is currently in a medically induced coma. The hush-hush nature of it all is less to do with her own fame and more to do with the fact that her husband is Yuri Volkov, arguably one of the biggest players in the Bratva world. The Dracosis don't have any animosity toward the Volkovs. So when this was discovered by Deimos's network of little birds, my whole family promised that it wouldn't get spread by us. Adric and I might not be friends, but I can't imagine my own mother lying motionless in a bed with tubes and machines keeping her alive. So I'm about to roll my eyes and brush off his comment until I see Bella casually reach down, pluck the bottle of vodka from Adric's hand, and take a sip. I have another question first. I growl. Are you fucking my cousin? Adric chuckles as Bella shoots me a what the fucking fuck. You fuck look. Which cousin? Achilles, he sighs in a bored tone. I can't keep track of all you Dracosis and Kildares. You breed like fucking rabbits. But if you mean Lachlan, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Baby boy. But I just don't swing that way. I grit my teeth and slide my gaze to Bella. I think you know who I mean. I growl. Bella rolls her eyes. Are you fucking serious right now? She snaps at me. I don't love the fury in her glance, but I return my gaze to Adric. I asked you a fucking question. Is my eyes narrowing as Adric wraps a tattooed arm around Bella's waist and glances up at her. Well, Ms. Dracos Hechrens. Am I fucking you, Bella? Levels a withering look at me. Not that I'm aware of. She mutters. Adric turns back to me and shrugs. Trust me. She'd be aware. He says dryly. Okay. My turn for Q&A. Adric unwinds his arm from Bella's waist and takes a sip of vodka. What were you doing out with Yelena DeLuca the other night? Shit. Because I thought your family and hers were prickly. Adric smiles coldly. What with this new high-rise going up over your grandmother's house? Great-grandmother. I growl, glaring at him. Why were you following me? Adric shakes his head. I wasn't. He glances to Bella, then winks at me. Okay. Same fucking question. Cousin. I growl at her. I wasn't spying on you. She sighs. I was just... She looks away. Out for a late-night stroll. So was I. I mutter as I turn my attention back to Adric. Can we be done playing fucking games now? Adric sighs. Fina. I'm tired of this one anyway. And I have to pee. Bella hops down from the stone dais and stops to glare up at me. Don't be a dick. Dick, she mutters, poking me in the chest with her finger before she walks away. This is fun. Achille. Adric smirks. We should do it more often. He pulls a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, sticks one between his lips and lights it. So, what's the million-dollar question? 2 men were apprehended after breaking into the party at Kingsword Hall the other night. That sounds like a campus safety issue. Achille. Adric sighs, taking a drag of his smoke. Then his face crumples into a mock pout. And party I. Suppose my invitation must have been lost in the mail. It wasn't, I say coldly. Adric chuckles and takes another puff. These guys we caught. He continue. They weren't Knight's Blood students. They were older, and they were found to be filming and photographing certain guests. Adric cocks one brow. Certain guests like your late-night jogging partner. I level a hard look at him. Now we come to the crux of why I came here to talk to him tonight. When Ronan and some other Kildare guys were out disposing of the bodies from the cabin earlier, they noticed something I missed before. These guys had Volkov tattoos. Adric. I growl quietly. He sits back in his throne again, kicking his long legs out and stroking an inked hand over his chin. The past tense suggests they either no longer have these tattoos or no longer have their lives. Which is it? You go to school here? Adric. Yes. That makes you at least reasonably smart. My mouth twists. Missing anyone, his brow pinches. Not that I'm aware of. He beckons me over, and I walk to the rubble dais and hand him my phone. Open to the pictures of the photos Ronan sent me earlier of the bodies. After Adric swipes through them, he shakes his head. I recognize them, but they didn't work for us. We absorbed a small crew, including them, about 2 years ago when we took over that small bratva operation in New Jersey. But we cut most of those guys loose a year ago. He shrugs as he hands the phone back to me. So, no, Achille, I wasn't sending Volkov soldiers into your little frat party to take pictures of your girlfriend. Tension ripples in my jaw, but I quiet the roar inside. Adric feeds off your revealed emotions. Like a poker player. Thanks for the help. Muta. Turning to leave. Adric says nothing as I start to walk away. Suddenly he stops me. You really are one big happy. Sharing family over at Parabellum. Aren't you? The tension returns to my jaw. I try not to turn around, because he's clearly baiting me again. But eventually I do. To see Adric smiling that thin, cold, darkly predatory smile, pushing his fingers through his hair. Or his tradition for the new lord of Parabellum to dip his pen into the same ink as his predecessor darkness flickers inside me. Excuse me. Does that douchebag Kyle Santoro know you're going on romantic evening strolls along the cliffs with his ex-girlfriend? My face stays neutral. But inside, a wave of pure violence crashes through me. We hooked up. She was okay. I guess. But then, she got clingy. You know, Adric looks quietly amused as he takes a swig from his bottle. My family owns Kuro, that omakase sushi place in the West Village. He shrugs. I don't remember quite how many times I heard about Nero De Luca's daughter coming in for dates with that Santoro douchebag over the past summer. Sounds like fishing off the company pier to me. What with their families buying the building behind your babushkas. Adric takes another drink. But what do I know? He smiles at me. Need anything else? Dracos, I shake my head. No. That's it. I growl. Adric smiles magnanimously. Well, enjoy your night. And hey, have a great football season. Go, privateers. He winks, no longer smiling. I don't understand the level of rage humming through my veins as I find Bella and mumble a vague good night, nor the murderous twitch in my muscles that I usually subdue so well. It's pure possession, obsession, my new fascination. I could always destroy Kyle, or burn down whatever mental image she might still have of him, or erase whatever goddamn memories she has of the motherfucker who got to what's mine before I did. But a direct attack on Kyle means significant monetary losses for my family. And Kyle isn't the real issue. Anyway, it's the fact that Yelena, my prey, has already been caught. Already belongs to me. It's time she understood exactly what that means.
10 Yelena, you know what's fucked up. I grin into the phone camera. Mom gave up trying to get Dad to use better language around Massimo and me years ago. It is what it is. Princess. He'd see it one day. Grinning at my mom when she'd thrown up her hands after hearing him call someone on TV a fucking prick when I, at the ripe old age of maybe 6, was sitting on his lap. Like trying to dry the ocean with a hand towel. Like pissing into the fucking wind. Mama, I'd crowed back. It could have been like pouring kerosene on that particular fire. But then Dad saved both the day and his relationship with his wife when he promptly plopped me onto the couch and chased after Mom, making her shriek and giggle before scooping her into his arms, kissing her, and telling her he'd never do it again. Pretty sure he dropped another F-bomb. Like 9 seconds later. But by then he had Mom sitting on his lap. Those two are so nauseatingly smitten with each other that their arguments only last about 60 seconds before they're all over each other again. Gross. I might not have learned about not using foul language from my father. But what I did learn from him is the power of unconditional love. I've never personally been in love. I don't know that it'll ever actually happen to me. But if it does, that's the sort of love I want. Messy, crazy, silly, unapologetically wild. What's fucked up? Dad. He sighs into the camera, shaking his handsome face. At some point, we dropped the howling, and I didn't even notice until it was too late. I grin widely. That was our thing when I was little. He'd walk into a room, spot me and say, "Hey, little wolf," and I'd respond by literally howling like one. Then, of course, he would start howling, too. Honestly, it's a miracle that my mother has survived being married to a complete nut like Dad for so long. I guess it helps that Nero DeLuca is one of the handsomest men I've ever seen. Literally. Dull. Dark hair. The same green eyes that I got. And the tanned Italian skin that Massimo got, and I unfortunately didn't. He's also ridiculously in shape. Has a bunch of tattoos. And this perpetual swagger that has most people he crosses paths with immediately eating out of the palm of his hand. Moss asked him last Christmas how he stays in such good shape, even in his late 40s. Dad just shrugged and said, "Marry a princess." The next thing you knew, Mom was in his lap, kissing him. And Moss and I were groaning gross and fleeing the dining room table. I mean, we could still do the howl now, I shrug. Dad pouts. Yeah, but wouldn't it be a little forced, I grin. I'm 19. Dad. Yeah, it'll be a little forced to wolf howl at you. He chuckles. Fuck it. Let's do it anyway. He winks at me. How are you doing? Little wolf. Fuck it indeed. I throw my head back and howl to the ceiling. Dad immediately joins in, and the combined noise is so loud that I hear Ren hooting in laughter through the open doors of our shared bathroom. Hi, Nero, she calls out. Renaissance Dad hollers cheerfully. What's going on? Not much, she bellows back. Hey, just so we're clear, Dad says, still loud enough for her to hear. The offer still stands to have that fuckhead ex of yours killed. Nero. I laugh as Mom appears behind him in the frame to admonish him for suggesting such a thing. Hey, Mom, I wave at her. She grins and instantly rushes over to pluck the phone from Dad's hands. Hi. Love bug, she beams into the camera at me. God. She's beautiful. It would probably give me a complex if she were anything less than the greatest mom ever. She's a rock star. A superhero and my biggest champion. All rolled into one. Still, it's hard to not feel inferior when you're in Milena Kalishnik's presence. Even if she's not doing anything at all. She's just existing. Staggeringly gorgeous. Dal, blonde, and leggy. A legendary ballerina and choreographer. A professional model now that she's retired from dancing. If that wasn't enough, she also works with Jude's dad, Keir, as CEO of the arts charity he started a few years ago. So, yeah, Mom may be an amazing enough human being and mother that I managed not to get an eating or anxiety disorder simply by being her. Daughter. But it really is hard to not compare my average life to her larger-than-life one. How are classes going? She smiles. P.S. Hi, Ren, she screams into the phone. Hey, Ren says as she appears in my doorway to our bathroom. Just saw the email about expanding the Foundation's ballet outreach program into the South Bronx. That's super cool. Thanks. Hun Mom beams her million-watt smile into the phone. I think your mother's going to be helping with that. The phone is suddenly yanked away from my parents in a tanner version of me, with a dusting of facial hair. fills the screen. Sup. Ren, my brother Massimo says in what I'm sure he thinks is an ultra-smooth voice. Mas is a senior in high school who plans to come to Knight's Blood next year. He's also been drooling after Ren and Galena since he hit puberty. Hey, Mas. Ren laughs. How's high school? He shrugs and makes a cool face. Oh. You know. He clicks his tongue against his cheek. I'm basically already in college. Dad snorts in the background. Not if you don't yank up those math grades. Boot. And give me my fucking phone back. He chuckles, pulling it away from my brother. Dad. Come on, Massimo blurts. I was talking to Ren. I cringe and bury my face in my hands. Ren giggles behind me. I gotta go anyway. Mus. Good to see you guys, Dad makes her promise to really consider his offer to skin Bryce alive. Then I close the door to the bathroom to save my friend from my insane family. She's going to think you're serious if you keep saying that. Dad. I giggle. Dad's brows lift. You think I'm not. Fuck that douchebag. Ren's an honorary DeLuca at this point. I feel it's within my purview to go kill the little shit. Mom sighs into the phone, rolling her eyes dramatically. He's gotten worse since you left for the semester, she says. Dad chuckles and then leans in to kiss her. Right in front of Massimo and me. So disgustingly cute. You guys totally cock-blocked me with Ren there. My brother pouts. Massimo Marco Vasili DeLuca. My mom gapes at him. First of all, never say cock-block in front of your mother again. Please. And secondly, Han, she shakes her head. You're coming on too strong. It's borderline creepy. Massimo rolls his eyes. It's called game. Mom? It's not creepy. Dad snickers. Nah. That was pretty fucking creepy. Mom and I both crack up. Whatever. Bro. Mas scowls at our dad. You and Mom have a literal sex cage in the basement and you're calling me creepy. I make a barfing noise as Dad bursts out laughing. Mom. Meanwhile, tries to hide her crimson face from the camera. She's still giggling. Though, first, it's not a sex cage. Dad sighs. And second, let's try our best not to call our father bro. Okay, dude. Massimo sighs, grinning. Well, don't tell Ren. But he shrugs. Truth be told, Galena's the one who has me wrapped around her finger. Dad laughs again and then starts play wrestling with Massimo in the background as Mom grabs the phone. How are you? Hun, I grin and shrug. Oh, fine. I'm always fine. Never really stressed with my course load this semester. Never really missing you guys, and sometimes feeling like a scared little baby alone here at college. Even though you're all barely an hour away. And definitely never really bad, because Dad's business partner's son got me drunk and maybe drugged me this past summer and sexually assaulted me. He shoved his fingers into me. And it really hurt. And then he tried to make me give him a blowjob. And the only reason he stopped was because I deliberately peed myself to gross him out. And I'm still really ashamed and shaken up and sometimes wake up crying from nightmares about it. I know my family loves me unconditionally. I know my father would literally kill for me. Mom too. Probably. But telling them all, that feels like too much. Hey, I know I'm a grown-up, but there's this problem that I walked into and I need you to fix it because apparently I can't do it myself. I mean, please. So I hide it. Bury it. Pretend it didn't happen. Put on a brave face. Because I am ashamed. Both of what happened and hiding it for so long. I'm a fucking DeLuca, and I let myself become a victim. And I can't confess all of that to two people I consider to be superheroes. Just fine, Mom smiles. I shrug. I guess school is a lot right now, but I'm managing. She nods, then winks conspiratorially and leans in. Any boys, what boys? I snort a laugh as Dad instantly untangles from my brother and lunges back, in front of the camera, looking like a wrathful, vengeful god. My daughter has a boyfriend, he hisses. Since when? Who is the fucker? Who are his parents? Where does he fucking live? Oh my god. Baby. Mom sighs, rolling her eyes and pushing her blonde hair out of her face as she leans in to kiss my dad's handsome, murderous face. There's no boyfriend. Okay, Dad, scowls deeper. I want to hear it from her. I laugh. Dad, seriously, there's no boyfriend. Just a man in a mask who chases me with a knife, and it's the hottest thing I've ever experienced. A man who keeps saying I'm his, who keeps inserting himself into my life. A man who told me to give him my fucking panties yesterday. And I did? Jesus. What is wrong with me? Dad frowns. Well, okay. I also don't like this Hawthorne Hollow murder shit. By the way, he shakes his head. I feel better knowing Laz is going to be up there to keep an eye on you. Though, my brows knit. Wait. What Laz Kislev is part of my dad's group of longtime guy friends, which includes Ren's dad, Bane, Damiano's father, Carmine, Lucia's dad, Nico, and Galina's father, Roman. The rest of them all found their great loves in their 20s. But Laz stayed Mr. Single bachelor until just a few years ago, when he abruptly married the oil heiress Victoria Donahue, whose son from her first marriage, Bryce, is Ren's shithead ex. Why is Laz coming up here? I frown. Mom sighs. It's, well, she hesitates. I would say sad, but I don't think anyone, including Laz, is all that sad about it. He and Victoria are divorcing. My bros arch. Oh, Dad nods. Yeah. And about fucking time. He grunts. Anyway, he's got a place up in Hawthorne Hollow that he's rented out for years. He's going to take a break from the city and stay up there, away from all the bullshit for a while until the divorce blows over. Dad shrugs. Like I said, I don't hate the idea of him being up there to keep an eye on you. My nose wrinkles. I don't need anyone keeping an eye on me. Pretty sure I already have someone doing that. I can't prove it. But ever since that insane night at the Parabellum party, I've felt eyes on me. Constantly. A shadow following my footsteps. A flicker of a ghost in my peripheral vision when I turn around. And I'm pretty sure I know exactly who it is. Your father's just kidding. Mom laughs. Dad's dark brow pinches. I'm only kidding until you get a boyfriend. At which point I'll be posting Laz up in your fucking closet to keep an eye on you. Mom laughs and shakes her head. You're insane. You know that, he turns to wink at her. Insanely in love with you. Princess, yes. I groan when they start to kiss. Yep. Nauseatingly cute. After I finish saying goodbye to my family, I head over to Montclair Gymnasium. I've never been much of a gym bunny, but last semester, I started using some of the machines to stretch before I went running. From there, I realized that I really liked the free weights. I put in 45 minutes with the weights, do some stretching, then go for a run around the campus perimeter. It's still light out, so I put headphones in as I head along the gorgeous cliffside path that winds past the spire and the ruins of Fort Hawthorne before circling back to Montclair Gymnasium. Since they have a divine steam room and sauna. 20 sweaty minutes after that, I hit the gymnasium showers to rinse off. I've wrapped a towel around myself and am padding back over to my locker when a scream lodges in my throat. Icy prickles dance across my body and a sharp chill drags up my spine as I gape at the mirror above the row of locker room sinks. Written across it, in what looks like cherry red lipstick, is a message, "Leave the dead where they lie." What the fuck? I towel off and get dressed in a blur, my gaze darting repeatedly to the words written on the mirror. I mean, it could just be some weird college prank. Or maybe related to the initiation trials, even though those aren't for a few months. But still, would I glance at the message once more before I rush out the door, mention it to the front desk, then bolt across campus to the comfort of Morvain Manor. I've barely closed my bedroom door behind me when there's a banging. Knock on it that almost makes me scream again. I open the door, trying to calm my racing pulse. Damiano. He pushes past me before I can say another word. Hi, hello. My not cousin ignores me as he comes to a stop in the middle of my room, glancing all around. What's going on? Dame, he draws in a slow breath and turns to face me. It's only then that I see the grim look on his face. Nothing amiss in here. I frown. No, I just walked in. But I look around and shrug. I think it's all good. My face shadows. Why? What? Someone ransacked my room. He growls. And they left me this. He hands me a page torn from what looks like yesterday's print edition of the Hawthorne Herald. My heart drops through the floor. Written in lipstick are the words, "Stealing criminal evidence is a no-no." It's the same cherry red. Same handwriting. Dread pools in my core as I swallow heavily, trying not to shake. Someone knows about those panties I yoinked for you. Damiano growls. Have you said anything to anybody? I quickly shake my head. No, honestly. No one. It's true. I didn't even tell my friends, because that would prompt questions I'm not sure I'll ever be okay answering. He nods. Okay. I believe you. He frowns and glances around my room again. If they didn't do shit to you, that's good. I'm okay being on the radar of whoever this is, but I don't want you involved. His jaw tightens. Anything weird happened to you today? Images of the locker room mirror flicker through my head, making me shiver. No, I say quickly. Nothing. Damiano insists on checking in my closet, under my bed, behind my dresser, and in the shared bathroom. Then he inspects Ren's room. She asks him if he's looking for ghosts. I haven't decided yet, he says. I laugh, but out of nerves. Not humor. After Damiano leaves, my phone dings with a text from the gymnasium management. K.U. Montclair Gymnasium Front Desk. Hello, Ms. De Luca. Did you take a photo of the vandalism you saw in the women's locker room earlier today? Our staff was unable to find anything when we went to clean it up. Thank you, Rachel. My stomach knots as I reread the message. How the hell could they miss it? I immediately told the front desk after I ran out of the locker room and watched the girl get up from the desk and walk back in their direction. Did someone really wipe it off in a matter of seconds? Maybe it wasn't there in the first place. Maybe you're seeing things. I swallow. Maybe things are seeing you. Haunting me. Hunting me. Cursing me. I'm not superstitious. But later, as I'm sinking into my pillow and pulling the blankets up to my chin, an uncomfortable thought slides into my head. Am I being haunted? I had Damiano steal a dead girl's panties and use them to try to frame my abuser for murder. Yes, sometimes bad things must be done to stop bad people. But maybe doing those bad things comes at a price. And maybe that price is an angry, Lost ghost.
Onza Hashilzyo. What are the chances of you putting your fucking dick away? I chuckle as I run a towel over my sweat-slicked chest, my muscles still aching from the punishing workout. I glance over to where Ronan is scowling at Drago as the latter leans his huge and currently very nude frame back on the locker room bench. His legs are casually spread wide, and his cock, complete with the 5 barbells of his Jacob's ladder piercing going through it, is fully on display. Lo. Drago grunts with a grin, grabbing a towel out of the air as Lachlan tosses it to him. He pushes it over his glistening face and dark hair before he chucks it at Ronan. Sorry. Am I inspiring feelings of inadequacy? Lachlan and I laugh. But my younger cousin rolls his eyes, batting the thrown towel away before he peels his practice jersey off and tosses it aside. Not even a little bit. Ronan grins, cupping himself between the legs. It's just that seeing your mangled dick is traumatizing to mine. Drago chuckles, glancing down his tattooed chest and abdomen, over the big crown tattoo on his lower abs, right above his crotch to the dick in question. No, if it's so mangled. Why is it that Chelsea Cafaro was bouncing and coming all over it and not your plane? Boring. Unornamented dick the other night. At the party, Ronan glares at Drago. Because you fucking cock-blocked me. Lachlan frowns. Bro, you cock-blocked yourself when you hit that giant fucking joint that Asher rolled in with. I was preoccupied during the Parabellum party the other night. And by preoccupied, I do of course mean chasing Yelena around a dark bedroom before making her pussy cream all over my knife. But I've heard the story recounted about a dozen times now about Drago and Ronan both trying to get with Chelsea, before Asher Volkov arrived and produced a massive Bob Marley-sized joint. He, Ronan, and Akira spent the second half of the party eating ice cream in the kitchen and giggling like cartoon characters, while Drago apparently spent that time introducing his dick and all 5 of the accompanying piercings to Chelsea Cafaro's various orifices. Ronan makes a face. I just don't understand how it is a man can look at metal barbells and think, yes, those belongs shoved through my penis. That's a good idea. Drago lifts a shoulder and grins. You could always ask Chelsea to explain why it's a good idea. Cool. Fuck you. The rest of us crack up as Ronan pouts. We fuck with each other like this. But the 4 of us are close as brothers. Obviously. Loch. Ronan. And I have known each other our whole lives. But Drago, who's a junior along with Ronan, got added to the mix early on. His mother, Taylor Crown, is the Crown and Black, the preeminent legal firm in New York who caters to several powerful Mafia families, including mine as well as Lachlan and Ronan's, and his father, Drazen Krylov, is the head of the Krylov Bratva. So even though he's not technically blood, Drago's been part of our crew since we were kids, and when I say he might as well be a brother, I really do mean it. The 4 of us are thick as thieves, and for all their shit-talking to each other, he and Ronan are best friends. Today wasn't an official privateer's practice, but the 4 of us like to operate almost like our own unit within the full team on the field, since we've been playing football together for over a decade. So I had us out all morning running drills until even I was ready to pass out. Fucking Asher with whatever the fuck was in that joint. Ronan mutters, peeling off the rest of his sweaty clothes and padding over to the wall of showerheads. Lochlan snots. Weed. Idiot. There was weed in that joint. Don't try to blame Asher for you getting high as a giraffe's balls. He shrugs. And, anyway, you didn't have a shot with Chelsea. Ronan turns to us as the shower heats up behind him. Oh, you don't think all this had a shot with her, he grins, gesturing to his muscled physique. His brother rolls his eyes. Noppe. You're too much of a jock for a girl like Chelsea. Ronan shakes his head as he steps under the shower spray. I'm too much of a jock. This motherfucker, he gestures with a dripping hand at Drago, is on the football and hockey teams. Lachlan grins. Yeah, but he doesn't look like a jock. Ro. Drago is arguably one of the most athletic motherfuckers on campus. He's huge. First of all, like, almost as big as my Uncle Kratos. Also, not only is he the ass-stomping safety defense on the Privateers football field, he's also a brick wall of a defenseman for the hockey team. The same hockey team that he's also the captain of. Despite only being a junior, yet, if you didn't know all of that, and you met Drago for the first time, you'd assume he was the enforcer for a motorcycle gang, or the weightlifting frontman of a death metal band before you'd ever guess college athlete. Ronan does look like a total jock. He's got the fresh cut hair. Only a few. Tattoos, and the charming, square-jawed, all-American look that he and Loki's dad has. Drago, on the other hand, has 2 full sleeves of tattoos. Ink across his chest, abdomen, and back. Shaggier dark hair, and a darkly brooding look perpetually plastered onto his chiseled face. Believe me, girls who are into fucking a guy who looks like Drago have little to no interest in fucking a guy who looks like Ronan. But on the same token, the girls who Ronan pulls, and there are plenty, are the kind of girls who run screaming from a guy like Drago. Hey, speaking of the other night, Drago glances at me as he steps under the shower head next to the one I turn on. You still haven't told me where the hell you disappeared to during the party. My brow furrows as I shove water out of my face. Do yourself a favor and don't tell Chelsea that you were thinking of me while railing her. He rolls his eyes and chuckles. That's okay. Ronan grins as he turns off his shower. Chelsea was also probably thinking of Achilles while you were fucking her. I laugh as Drago shoots Ronan a look. Okay. Now, you're just trying to be hurtful. It comes from a place of love. Mi amigo. Ro sighs with a shit-eating grin. Drago shuts off his shower, grabs a towel from the wall hook next to him, and wraps it around his hips. Hey, you guys been hearing about this velvet villain shit. Villainess. Imuta. Turning my own shower head off and reaching for a towel. I'm, unsurprisingly, not on book talk unless, of course, it's to stalk Yelena and her mask talk interests. But Iris very much is. And she actually texted me the clip I'm sure Drago was talking about earlier today. Apparently, there's already been speculation that this masked TikTok girl, who makes spicy romance book content, is a Knight's Blood student. But the other night, after our party, she posted a video she made from inside Kingsward Hall specifically, from inside the second-floor library. Ronan shakes his head as he starts getting dressed. How are you just now hearing about that? He frowns. nodding his chin at Drago. Dude, it's all anyone is talking about on campus right now. He scowls. And, for what it's worth, I'm not okay with her filming content at Kingsword wherever she wants. I think we need to figure out who the fuck she is and have a nice little chat. I've got it handled. Lachlan growls thickly. Drago nods. Cool. I'll give you a hand tracking her. I said I fucking got it. Ro. Drago and I all pause, and then glance over to where Lachlan is pulling on his school uniform. His back to us. Curious. 15 minutes later, Ronan and Drago are off in one direction, heading to class, while Locke and I head off in another. So, I cock a brow at him. Little touchy about your favorite book talker. Lachlan doesn't even look at me. Nope. We're not doing that. Doing what? He adjusts the strap of his bag on his shoulder, his jaw tight. I'm not discussing her. Hell, not velvet villainess. Oh, I file that away for later and let the silence stretch between us as we cross the quad. Unless Lachlan clears his throat and glances at me. He smirks. Unless. You want to tell me where you actually were the second half of that party? Or, I don't know, why you went fucking apeshit on that guy at the cabin, over those random pictures of girls from the party on his phone. I say nothing. Locke glances over at me, but I keep my eyes forward. Right, he says flatly. So we're both not doing that. He peels off toward the humanities building, and I let him go. I turn toward Blackwood Hall, where I have a lecture in 20 minutes that I will absolutely be present for and absolutely not paying attention to, because I already know where Yelena is at the same time. And Blackwood Hall has a very convenient second-floor window that looks directly onto the path she takes between her lit seminar and the library. Is this normal behavior? Probably not. Do I care? Same answer. The thing about obsession is that it doesn't really ask your permission. It just moves right in, rearranges the furniture, and declares itself a permanent resident. And at some point somewhere between memorizing her schedule and her habits, knowing which hand she uses to masturbate with, and stealing pairs of her panties from her laundry basket, I stopped having any interest in evicting it.
12 Yelena. That fucking snake skeleton, I shudder. Galena and Ariana laugh as we all traipse across campus toward the academic buildings together. People get so creeped out by John. Galena giggles. I think he's cute. I turn to her, making a face. John Ari rolls her eyes. Long John Slither. She grins. It's kind of his nickname. Our current topic of conversation is rating the creepiness factor of the four. Clubhouses. Personally, I love living at Morvain. But a lot of people, including Galena and Ari, consider it to be hands down the creepiest place on campus. Just because, well, okay. It's a haunted-looking mansion in the middle of the woods. I get it. But me, I'm more weirded out by a mile by the former library where the Ouroboros Society lives. It doesn't just look creepy. It is creepy. I mean, it's literally a 200-year-old former library and natural history museum that sat abandoned on the edge of the woods for like 40 years until some extra-generous former Ouroboros Society member footed the bill to have the Athenaeum made livable. But livable isn't the same as would live there. The library part is fine, I suppose, but the museum part gives me the creeps. The place is still full of old displays of taxidermy animals. animal parts preserved in formaldehyde, various bugs and plant samples behind glass. And the abso-fucking-lutely creepiest exhibit is the full-size skeleton, 40 feet long, of some prehistoric snake that's suspended from the cavernous ceiling when you first walk in. A Long John Slither. Galena laughs. Hey, you live in the Disney World Haunted Mansion. I don't understand how you sleep there. Like a baby. Ikrin. Because there's no Jurassic Park snake guarding the front door. Yeah, just restless spirits of the undead. Ariana snickers. Way better than an ancient skeleton of something that doesn't exist anymore. I laugh with them, partly to cover the nervous shiver that ripples down my spine. Truth be told, I have been a little rattled since I saw that lipstick message on the mirror in the locker room. Leave the dead where they lie. I mean, obviously. Because that's fucking freaky. For a while, I expanded my potential explanations to include the drama department. Galena is peripherally involved with some of the shit that goes on over there. And I can safely say with love that theater kids are fucking weird. But no. Damiano's room was ransacked. And whoever did it left a note calling him out for stealing police evidence written with the same lipstick and in the same handwriting as the one in the locker room. It was no accident that I walked in there and saw that message was meant for me. As if I'm not already on edge enough, waiting for Achilles to jump out from behind every corner, to grab me, to whisper good girl into my ear and get me mortifyingly turned on in a ridiculously short amount of time, to chase me, or order me to hand over my panties to him. God, I still cannot believe I did that. I've also been a little on edge being on campus with so many people from the Dracos and Kildare families. Ever since Angelo Santoro boasted about building vertically on the building he and my dad bought. Dad promised Ares Dracos that there'd be nothing looming over Dimitra Dracos' estate. And then his own business partner goes off the rails and makes an announcement like that. Achilles, clearly, wasn't too happy about it. I've managed to avoid crossing paths with Lachlan and Ronan Kildare. So all good there. And I had been, avoiding Celine and Isadora Dracos. But then I ran into them yesterday and they were really cool about the whole thing. They said they totally understood that it was beyond my control. And no, they held no grudge against me. The last person I was worried about. Almost more than the Kildare brothers. Vasnur Dracos. Achilles' cousin, who's also president of the Ouroboros Society. Not because she's scary, but because I'm incredibly intimidated by her. Apparently she's a literal genius. And to be president of one of the 4 clubs as a junior is almost unheard of. She's also captain of the girls' soccer team. If all that wasn't enough, Noor's father, Achilles Unkledemos, is Greek, and her mother Dahlia is half Persian, half French. Needless to say, Noor herself is gorgeous, with deeply tanned skin and crystalline blue eyes that pop from behind thick black lashes. I, along with probably every girl at Night's Blood, I'm also insanely jealous of her shampoo commercial-level hair. But I can cross that fear off the list now. 2. I bumped into her when I went over to meet Galena and Ariana, and she was super understanding about the whole thing. So I guess I don't have to be scared to go visit my Ouroboros friends. Except for that fucking snake. That is. Well, hard pass from me on living at the Spire. Galena shivers. No way. Yeah. Forget creepy. Ari mutas. That is hands down the scariest place on campus to live. No argument here. The old guard tower and lighthouse perched on a jagged piece of rock jutting out of the ocean is only accessible by a small stone causeway bridge that crosses from the main cliffs. But Kingsward Hall, Galena sighs. I'd live there in a heartbeat. Ariana grins. Well, yeah. She laughs. It's a palace. What a brave choice. Ari and I giggle when Galena rolls her eyes. Then she stops and gets one of those thirst looks on her face, usually reserved for her mask-talk men. Shit. There's my daily reminder that I'm going to hell. We both turn to follow her gaze. Ariana moons. Same. The man walking through the garden beside Steent. Aldrich's chapel is probably about 30, with dark hair and almost supernaturally bright, silvery gray eyes. He's also easily 6'4". And even though I've never seen him wearing anything but either black clerical robes or jeans and a long-sleeved Henley when he's working in the church garden, it's clear the man is yoked. Combine all that with a face that would make Henry Cavill jealous, and, well, guess I'm also going to hell. I can't tell if him looking like that is a mockery of the idea of religion preaching to ignore temptation, or a legit test by a higher power. Galena sighs. Testify. Ari mumble. Still staring at Father Hale. Stained. Aldrich's resident pastor. Galena elbows me. When even Ari gets hot and bothered by a guy, you know he's hot. Ariana rolls her eyes. Hilarious. She mutters as Galena gives her a hug. Ravencroft Library isn't quite as creepy to me as the Athenaeum. What with the lack of nightmare fuel snake skeletons and shark stomachs sitting in 300-year-old formaldehyde. But it's still a dim, dusty place that feels like it should be filled with spellbooks and grimoires, not modern textbooks. The three of us set up at an old wooden table, a brass and green glass lamp in the middle casting golden, muted light and deep shadows across our books. Galena and Ari have a test on Napoleonic Europe to study for, and I need to start my research for a paper on the United States' role in financing World War II. Let me see. Dear. At the circulation desk, the head librarian Dolores knits her silvered brows as she clacks away on an ancient computer keyboard. Yes. We do have it. Thank God. In plotting out my essay, I've realized I can't, for the life of me, find the notes I know I took in class a week ago when we were discussing William Jansen's Uncle Sam Banker to Europe, which, of course, has been out of print for 70 years and isn't available anywhere online. Mercifully. However, Ravencroft has a copy. But it's not up here. Dolores frowns at her screen. It's in the lower stacks. Crap. As if the upstairs of Ravencroft wasn't dark and moody enough. The lower stacks in the sub-basement are, unsurprisingly, even more so. I thank Dolores for the call number she scrawled on a slip of paper. Let my friends know where I'm going, and then head to the marble and brass staircase leading down into the bowels of Ravencroft. A shiver ripples up my spine as I reach the bottom of the staircase and step into the heavily shadowed lower stacks. The whole library is old, but down here, it honestly feels like you've taken a time machine to the 1800s. Everything is old wood and stone walls, lit with those same brass and green glass lamps. My shoes sound unnaturally loud on the marble floor as I quickly make my way toward the back of the stacks, clutching Dolores's note in my hand. It's rarely crowded down here. No surprise. But it becomes clear as I hunt for my book that I'm alone right now. Cool. So glad I spent the walk over here talking to my friends about snake skeletons and haunted houses, and ruminating over lipstick notes scrawled on mirrors. Eventually I come to the row of ancient, dusty shelves where I'll find my book. The stacks down here are claustrophobically close together, the space between them just wide enough for a single person. This row dead ends at Another shelf of books against the wall, making it feel even more closed in. My eyes scan the shelves to the left and right of me as I make my way down the row, until I'm almost at the very end of it. There you are. Imurmur. Relief washing over me as I see the book I came for. I'm too short to reach it. But there's a rolling ladder on a metal rail nearby. I roll it over, climb a few steps up it to snag the book, and then I smell it, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and sending a chill down my spine. Mint. Slove. Masculinely spicy. A heel. And there you are. His dark, gravelly baritone growls. My body tenses and then goes stock still. The needy, dark thing inside me winding tightly around my core and my breath catching as I feel his dark presence billow in behind me like a storm cloud. My throat feels tight, like there's a hand wrapped around it. As I slowly turn to glance over my shoulder, he fixes me with his dark, piercing gaze. His uniform jacket straining around his bulging upper arms as he reaches out to grab the railings of the rolling ladder on either side of my knees. And now, little prey, he growls quietly. You're going to turn around. Sit your delicious ass on this ladder. And spread your fucking legs for me like a good girl. 13 Yelena. My first instinct is to run. To put as much distance between us as possible. The immediate response to that, of course, is how could I get away right now? He's got me caged and pinned halfway up a ladder in a sub-basement with no one else remotely within earshot to come help me. But it's the next thought that bleeds through my psyche that scares me more. I don't know if I want anyone to come help me. I also don't know if I'd run from him, even if I could. I stand there 4 rungs up the ladder, my back still turned to him, my head turned over my shoulder, my body frozen, my wide eyes captivated by his. I'm not frozen with fear. This isn't terror. It's darker. It's need. I'm not running, or even thinking about running, because I don't want to. It's not just that Achilles makes me feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, feeling the wind whip across my face as I teeter on the very edge. He also makes me want to look over that edge and see how far down it goes. Morbid fascination. Toxic curiosity. Self-destructive intrigue. He's not just the inexorable pull of gravity beyond the edge of the cliff. He's the black, intrusive thought that makes me take that last step. I want to label him the villain for that, but only because I'm not sure I'm capable of looking in the mirror long enough to ask what all that makes me. Because I'm the one still standing here, looking over the edge, letting those intrusive thoughts in. And again, little prey. He murmurs darkly behind me. His teasing breath traces sensually over the backs of my bare knees, making my thighs tighten as a shiver chases up my spine. I have to wonder if you're down here in the shadows all alone because you hoped that I'd find you here. How? I swallow, my breath heavy in my throat. How did you know I? You don't honestly think there's anywhere you could go that I wouldn't find you? Do you? My breath drags in and out of my lungs, rattling over my slightly parted lips. Why? I whisper. I've already told you. I flinch but remain silent, and still when his hands move from the handrails of the ladder to the sides of my calves. Heat blooms under the cotton of my knee socks as his strong fingers splay over my leg. You caught my attention, little prey. His hands begin to slide up the sides of my legs. Every instinct I have screams to run, or tell him no, or kick him, or do anything I can to stop him. But there's a darker, more insidious instinct buried deep inside me, and that's what takes over when the rest of me freezes, caught between fight or flight. That's what has me closing my eyes as I turn my head forward, my breath ghosting over my lips and my hands tightly gripping the handrails as Achilles' fingers slowly trace up my calves. Then my knees, then under the hem of my skirt. My eyes squeeze tight as the world around me grows warmer and darker. He doesn't lift my skirt, but my entire focus is on the hot, deliberate slide of his strong fingertips up the outsides of my thighs. I wait for the acidic flashback to this summer, to hands pushing where they didn't belong, without permission, for the claw of fingernails against my skin, taking, breaking, hurting, and yet, none of the terror or nausea I'd imagined I'd feel in a situation like this materializes. All I feel is a heated, tingling sensation deep in my core, slithering, coiling, tightening, until my insides liquefy and my breath catches with a quiet rasp in the back of my throat. Achilles' steady, strong fingers curl into the waist of my panties. Slowly, he starts to peel them down my hips. My face flames with heat, my brow furrowing and my core clenching. Shame floods my system as I feel him pull my panties down my thighs to my knees. But underneath the shame, it feels like letting go, exhaling a held breath, dropping the poised, controlled, perfect image of who I am to the world. The white lace slides down my calves, and I raise one foot and then the other, eyes still squeezed shut as I let him take my panties all the way off. Turn around. My pulse skips. My throat bobs. And slowly, very slowly, my feet turn me around until it's my heels, not my toes, that are perched on the ladder, until I'm facing him looking down into his piercing dark gaze, his gorgeous jaw tight, that dark lock of hair across his forehead. A throb of heat zips through me as I watch him calmly tuck my panties into his jacket pocket. Sit. The single word drops quietly but commandingly from his perfect lips. I swallow, my lower lip catching in my teeth as I smooth the sides of my skirt and slowly lower my butt to the ladder step. Achilles is eye level with my knees as I press them together. My hands drop to my thighs, my fingers splaying across the blue and gray plaid of my skirt, and then nervously tightening on the fabric as I force myself to look him in the eye. No. Y murmur, his dark eyes glinting. Spread your legs. Baby. The rippling sensation that coils through my body isn't fear, nor the sensation of being forced, or pushed, or cornered, even though I am. It's a ripple of desire, tangled up with an utter inability to move right now. Achilles' lips curl dangerously. My breath teases over my lips again as he sets his big hands on my exposed knees, gripping them just hard enough to send a tingle of electricity zipping over my skin. Shall I show you how he growls with a hint of dark amusement? I can't speak, can't move, can't look away. All I can do is slowly, silently nod. Achilles slowly pries my knees apart, opening my legs to his gaze. But his eyes stay completely locked on mine, like he's gauging my reaction, looking not just at me, but into me, into my soul, effortlessly stepping over my walls, breaking the chains I keep around that secret place inside me and yanking it right open. I tremble when I feel warm air tease up my bare thighs and over my naked pussy. Time seems to stop, the whole world going still except for the needy. Throb between my thighs and the twisted, aching desire coiling in my core. I wait for his gaze to drop and capture the prize he's just unlocked. But he keeps looking right at me as his thumbs lazily trace slow circles over my knees. No. Doesn't that feel better? He murmurs. My face is so hot that it's stinging my eyes as I finally manage to create words. What I blurt in a shaky, croaked whisper. Dropping the fucking mask. Achilles growls, still looking straight at me, not having to pretend anymore. My gaze drops to his hands on my knees, my skirt barely covering my pussy. Why are you doing this? I choke in a raspy tone. Achilles smiles darkly, his eyes cutting into mine. That's simple. Little prey. His tongue drags slowly and sensually over his bottom lip. He dips his head down, finally pulling his gaze from my wide eyes and letting it stab between my lewdly spread thighs. So I can devour your pretty pussy. He swiftly pushes up my skirt, lowers his head between my thighs, and drags his tongue through my lips. Oh my fucking God. It feels like plunging headfirst into liquid fire. My jaw drops open, my eyes rolling back, and an achy, needy, desperate sound rattling from my chest as pure pleasure melts through my core. Oh shit, I may be a virgin, but it's not my first time doing this. That said, it might as well be, because whatever this slow, sensual, consuming sensation is from, his tongue playing over my pussy, it is like nothing I've ever felt before, like nothing I knew I could feel. A low growl rumbles from his throat, and I whimper as his big hands grip my thighs, shoving them wider apart. His wet tongue snakes up and down my lips, making me shudder before he curls it around my throbbing clit. The tip of his tongue bats across the sensitive nub before he wraps his lips around it and sucks. Sweet fucking God. It's beyond good. Beyond amazing. The feel of his tongue swirling over my clit as he sucks it between his lips. His growls vibrating through my core and his big hands firmly on my trembling thighs. It is like pure pleasure being injected into my veins. I realize I don't care that I wore basic panties and not sexy lingerie today. Don't care that I haven't shaved recently. Don't care that he followed me here. I don't even care that I'm so nakedly exposed to a man when I'm not sure if I'm scared of him or not. His tongue plunges into me and I cry out, gasping as my back arches and my ass jolts off the step. Achilles growls into my pussy, tonguing me harder and deeper. His big hands grip my upper thighs and hips, pinning me to his mouth as he sucks on my clit. My entire body begins to tremble. My brow caves, and my mouth falls open as my hands keep a white-knuckle grip on the brass handrails of the ladder. I stare at him between my legs, devouring me, and my toes curl as the dark, needy thing inside me slithers and coils and squeezes. Drop the fucking mask. Pretend for 1 second that you don't have to pretend anymore. And that's exactly what I'm doing. That's the sensation that builds in my core, sparking and igniting, letting the swirling fire engulf me. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm not keeping a careful mask in place. Right now, I'm not a DeLuca. I'm not keeping it together. Telling everyone and myself that it's all fine, that I'm fine. I'm letting go, taking that last step over the edge without fear or shame. I'm being set free. Achilles' tongue drags through my lips as his fingers dig into my skin, marking me. His low, hungry groans vibrate through my clenching, coiling core. His dark eyes lift, locking with mine as something shifts inside me, breaks, gives way. Oh my fucking God. For the first time in my life, someone other than me is making me come. And it's the biggest, wildest, most explosive sensation I've ever felt. One of my hands manages to release its iron grip on the handrail, flying to my mouth so I can bite down on it to stifle the scream. Achilles' hand jerks up and yanks it away as his tongue curls around my pulsing clit. Scream for me, little prey. He snarls into my pussy before shoving his tongue inside me. My back arches violently, my eyes bulging wide as my hips buck shamelessly against his mouth. And then, as the second climax smashes through me, I throw my head back and I fucking yell. Pure. Choked need echoes like a battle cry through the silence of the stacks. I cry out again and again, shuddering and shaking as Achilles' tongue pushes me from one orgasm to another until my muscles give out entirely. My legs go slack, my grip immediately loosening on the handrails. My head lolls to the side, and I whimper as I slump back on the ladder. Achilles lets his tongue lazily drag up my pussy before he moves up my body and pins my limp. Puppet with cut strings framed to the ladder with his own. His black eyes look vicious and unhinged as they nail me to the ladder at my back, like he's prying his way past whatever defenses I have left, opening every drawer, rifling through every secret, even the ones I don't tell anyone. I start to mentally close off and retreat. Immediately his dark brow furrows, and I gasp as his hand firmly grips my jaw. No. Go back. He growls. Go back to what I just saw half a second ago. What his eyes turn lethal. Whatever headspace you were just in, go back there. My pulse skips. Until 10 minutes ago. The most insane thing I've ever done was plant murder evidence in a bedroom at Kingswood Hall. After that, it was letting Achilles Dracos, public golden boy and private dark devil of Knight's Blood University, go down on me. But even with all the endorphins still flooding my system, and the brain fog from the most mind-numbing orgasm of my life that I just experienced, I'm not crazy enough to do what he's asking. Show him me. Without the walls. Without the layers I carefully wrap myself in to cover my shame. Yelena. He growls against my mouth. His fingers tighten on my jaw as his dark eyes lance into my soul. Show me what you just tried to hide from me. I shake my head. It was nothing. Just... I whimper when his hand slides up my jawline into my hair and wraps it in a fist. He tugs sharply, yanking my head back, making me gasp and shiver. When you lie to me, he murmurs directly against my ear, sending electricity rippling through my core. It makes me want to fill your mouth with my cock and my cum. Jesus. I want that switch from going down on me to grabbing my hair and threatening me to shake me from the insane grip he has on me. I want that edge of darkness and violence to turn me off, to make me realize how insane I am for humoring this man at all, let alone opening my legs for him. The problem is, my reaction is the exact opposite. Turning on a dime from sensual to nightmare makes my core turn molten. His lethal edge makes me crave him. I whimper when Achilles bites my earlobe and grinds the hot, thick bulge in his pants against my bare pussy. Maybe I should just fuck it out of you. He rasps. Maybe the feel of my cock getting drunk off your sweet cum and virgin blood would loosen your tongue. He's still gripping my hair with one hand as the other one slowly slides between my legs. I feel his fingertips slide up my slick pussy, dragging another low moan from my chest. His dark eyes flicker, turning the color of midnight, and that's when I see it. The complete disappearance of the golden boy. The utter nakedness of him without his gleaming mask. The full darkness of his devil. And God help me. I want him to swallow me whole. Suddenly, he's lifting his hand and dragging his slick fingertips over my lips. I shiver, tasting myself as a single finger invades my mouth and slowly dips in and out. his dark eyes watching me in venomous fascination before he slowly pulls it free and wraps his own lips around it. "Do you taste how sweet your pussy is?" he murmurs after sliding his finger back out. His mouth barely inches from mine. I'm numb everywhere, unable to speak. So I just nod. My eyes locked with his as I try to slow my galloping pulse. "Good," Achilles growls. "Now you know why you're my new favorite meal, and why I'll be back for more." I'm still sprawled on the ladder, barely hanging on to it, my legs still askew. One of my shoes half off and my face still throbbing with heat as he turns to leave. When the word tumbles from my still trembling lips. When it's half out of anxious nerves and half out of desperate need. And it makes my cheeks burn even hotter. Achilles pauses as turns to look at me over his broad shoulder. "When you want it the most, but expect the least." He brings a hand up, miming pressing a mask to his face as a soft click drops from his lips. Then he's gone. I stay there clinging to the ladder, trembling, until his footsteps on the marble floor fade away, and all I can hear is the thud of my heart in my ears. I slip to the floor, still trying to catch my breath as I turn on shaky legs, trying to make sense of what just happened, what he did to me, what I let him do. My hands tremble as I smooth my skirt down and tuck my blouse back in, realizing with a heated shiver that Achilles still has my panties. I fix my socks and my hair, trying to slow my racing pulse and ignore the slick arousal tingling between my bare thighs as I make my way back upstairs. But something is different, and it's not just that I'm not wearing underwear. It's not until I'm back in my bed at Morvain much later, trying to pretend I don't still feel his eyes on me, still throbbing with this darkness rippling through me, that it all finally clicks into place. Achilles didn't put this darkness in me. It's always been there, lurking, throbbing, simmering. But he's the first person who's ever looked directly at it without making me feel like I need to cover it up. I've been watching mask talk videos and reading Galina's spicy books and calling it fiction so I didn't have to own it. He's made me realize it's not. He's made me live it. And I don't think there's any going back now.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Dann war's soweit. Finale. Ein Spiel, ein Sieger, alles oder nichts. Wer holte sich diesen schönen Pokal? Hier sind die Highlights.
Bin ich auf jeden Fall gespannt. Gilles Vidal hatten wir, Julian hat mich schon einige Male in Finalen.
Hat noch nie ein großes gewonnen tatsächlich. Das ist die Geschichte von Gilles Vidal und jetzt liegt er an einem großen hinten.
Wofür hast du Vidal, Bruder? Zweite Mal Torwart. Ey, hören wir nicht die Spieler?
Ja, also dich hört jeder. Wir können auch davon ausgehen, dass sie keine Suspension haben. Die hätten sie sonst wahrscheinlich gezogen, um die Dublinias rote Karte auszugleichen. Stattdessen der Ausgleich jetzt.
Raus, jemand?
Macht er hier den Deckel drauf? Können die Juniors den wichtigen zweiten Platz sicher machen? Ja, es ist durch! Die Juniors gewinnen das Duell gegen Era Colonia mit dann insgesamt 9:7.
14. Achilles. Hey there. Handsome. I grin at the flame-haired, green-eyed woman beaming at me from my phone. Hey, Gnome. Between the lack of coffins and blood drinking during my childhood, along with the fact that she does cast a reflection when walking past mirrors, I can safely say that Nev Kildare is not a vampire. But you wouldn't necessarily believe it if you were told her actual age. My mother isn't just a knockout. She's an ageless knockout. In fact, the immortal vampire comments have become so frequent that she decided to own the joke and hasn't been anything else for Halloween the last 10 years running. Honestly, you'd be hard-pressed to believe Mom is a day over 30, when the truth is she'll be turning 50 next year. Sure. If you look hard, there are a few more lines around the corners of her green eyes when she smiles, which is pretty much all the time, or a touch, of blondish white in a few strands of her gingery red hair. Still, she's eerily ageless. To what do I owe the pleasure? She asks in a slightly out-of-breath voice, raking her fingers through her hair. Her face is flushed, and the camera swings wildly across the kitchen as she grabs a bottle of water off the counter. I shrug. Just wanted to check in. My brow creases as I watch her guzzle the water. Is everything okay? Mom laughs. I'm fine. Just getting back from a run with your dad. Ismirk. Who won? She snorts. Oh, honey. Please. I smoked his ass. I chuckle as I lean against the tree at my back. So, how's school? I shrug. Same old, same old. Can't complain. She arches a brow, which is mom speak for you're not going to get away with just giving me that. When I still don't go on. She clears her throat, and I laugh. And nothing. That's it. Mom, classes are going well. The privateers are looking strong for the season, and Parabellum is running smoothly. Locke and I need to start looking over the potential new pledges for the initiation trials later this fall. But that's about it. Her eyebrow quirks up again, and I chuckle. Go ahead. Ask. Mom grins. Am I that obvious? You are 100% that obvious. She laughs. Fine. Smartass. Any girl managed to sweep you off your feet yet? My gaze drifts across the quad in front of me to a figure sitting by herself on a bench. A book in her hands. I plead the fifth. Mom squeals in delight. Oh, that is so a yes, I chuckle. It's an I decline to be compelled to incriminate myself. Mom, you're married to a mobster. You should probably know the Fifth Amendment. Your father is also a pathologically truthful man, which means everything you know about bullshitting. You learned from yours truly. She cocks a broth. So, who's the girl? Is it serious? My eyes leave the screen again. Zeroing in on where Yelena is not reading Bastion Pierce's fucked sideways. The red sting creeping up her neck. The eager eyes. And the parted lips suggest she's reading something a bit spicier than his commentary on modern culture. Wittu as it is. I've also hacked all her online accounts, including her various ebook subscriptions. That's how I know that she's actually reading the latest spicy book talk romance that was recently reviewed by that velvet villainous chick who apparently might be a Knight's Blood student. I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is that whoever velvet villainess is, spenta Yelena de Luca. Ergo. Not on my radar. Lucky her. So, no. Yelena is not currently reading Bastion Pierce. Though I do know she loves his work. It's just that it's nice out. And she wants to read her filthy book about men in masks who ignore the word no outside without any judgment. Hence, her e-reader tucked between the open pages of her much more college-appropriate paperback. The only reason knowing that Yelena is currently reading a scene involving hand necklaces and a guy in a neon stitch mask balls deep in the heroine's ass isn't giving me a massive erection is the fact that my mother is still talking to me. What? Mom sighs. I asked if it was serious with this girl. Seriously becoming a problem, yes. Seriously monopolizing literally all my attention, even more than my previous fascinations. Also, yes. Seriously. Rapidly. Gobbling up whatever restraint I have left that's keeping me from putting on a mask and waking Yelena up in the middle night by sliding my dick into her sweet cunt fucking yes. But beyond that, I'm not sure how to begin to answer my mom's question. Luckily, before she presses the issue, I hear the slamming of a door somewhere in the background on her end. Oops, she laughs. Guess your father finally made it, wherever the fuck you are. My dad's voice booms from another room in the house. It had better be without a stitch of clothing on. Bent over with that sweet ass in the fucking air, so I can devour that pretty pussy. Jesus Christ. Mom's face goes crimson. Then something sends the phone screen spinning nauseatingly around the kitchen before it lands, looking up at the ceiling. I'm torn between the warmth of knowing my parents continue to have a great love life and the desire to vomit when I hear Mom giggling in the background. Ours, she laughs. I'm on the phone. Fuck 'em. Dad growls. They can hang up or listen to me fuck my wife. It's our son. The kitchen goes awkwardly, deathly silent. I hear a throat clearing. Then the view swings wildly as a hand grabs the phone off the kitchen floor. Suddenly, I'm face to face with a very sheepish-looking Ares Dracos. So, his dark brows knit. That's my bad. I wrinkle my nose. Do you have any idea how many years of therapy just got added to the tally? Dad chuckles and rakes a hand over his chiseled jaw. My father isn't quite the immortal vampire my mom is, but he's definitely aging like fine wine. His dark hair has a few streaks of silver at the temples these days, which just makes him look even more distinguished than when he was younger. Same with the smile lines around his eyes and jaw. They don't make him look old. They make him look like a fucking stud. He, like Mom, is in insanely good shape. Not just for a guy his age, he could probably go toe-to-toe with most of the guys on the football or hockey teams here at Knight's Blood. Like my mother. He's dressed like he just came back from a run, in a sweat-soaked gray t-shirt that clings to his ridiculously defined chest and shoulders. He grins widely. Fill me in. Man, house school. The needing therapy line was just a joke. Okay. I do see someone from time to time. And I should probably go more often. But it's self-care. Not anything at all to do with any childhood trauma or parental issues. My parents are, and always have been, amazing. I wanted for nothing growing up, materially or emotionally. They were supportive and pushed me to be my best. They were present. They provided an ear to talk to, and a comforting silence, if need be. Whatever that thing is inside me, that's just part of me. Not any sort of baggage that got passed down to me by them. In fact, my parents are probably the reason that the more inside of me is not bigger or worse. I might be especially driven and wired a little differently, but I'm not a psychopath. And I think that's thanks to the two nauseatingly loving people I'm currently talking to. School's fine. I shrug. I was just telling Mom that the privateers are gearing up for a pretty solid season. He's got a girlfriend. I groan as my mom butts back into the frame, smiling widely as she smooshes her face close to my father's. Oh, Dad grins at me. When were you planning on telling me? This might sound corny as fuck. But my dad really is my best friend, and the first guy I'd tell whenever I had a crush on a girl at school growing up. God, that does sound corny. When it becomes reality, I sigh. Mom's reaching again. She just wants grandkids. Mom snorts. Not yet, I don't. Jesus. She elbows my dad. Speak for yourself. Old timer. Some of us are still in our prime. You're telling me? Dad growls, turning to bury his face in her neck. They're a pie, I groan. Fuck. I'm just gonna have them send you the bills. Fine with me. Dad murmure, making my mother giggle again as he grabs. Here, keep the meter running. I sigh loudly. Where's Iris while you two are playing grab-ass in the fucking kitchen? Mom disentangles herself from my dad with some difficulty. She's at Cillian and Una's for the week, looking after the plants and cat-sitting. Cillian Kildare, my mom's and Lachlan's dad's uncle, was the head of the Kildare Mafia before Uncle Castle took over. He and his wife Una. My aunt, I guess, great-aunt. But that feels weird because she's my mom's age. Never had kids. Due to them both coming from pretty fucked up childhoods of their own. But they do have 3 cats, and about 1,000 plants in their incredibly cool clock tower loft penthouse across the river in Brooklyn. Lachlan and I once threw an insane party there when we were in high school. Unsurprisingly, that was the last time I got asked to cat-sit. Luckily, my younger sister Iris, who's a senior in high school, doesn't have the same fuck around and hope you don't find out leanings that Loki and I had when we were her age. And how are the fur babies' mom snorts. Ghost and Diablo, aria durably. Bones is his usual grumpy self. Speaking of immortal vampires, my Aunt Una's oldest cat, Bones, has got to be pushing 30 at this point, which I think must be some sort of world record. You're still dodging questions about the girl. Dad sighs. I roll my eyes. There is no. How's everything else? Then, tell me all about it. Dad always geeks out on hearing about Knight's Blood stuff. He and most of his siblings went elsewhere for college, Dad. My mom and Aunt Callie to NYU, albeit at different times. My Uncle Hades to Harvard, and Uncle Kratos to Lord's College in the UK. In fact, the only Dracos before our generation who attended Knight's Blood was our Uncle Deimos, who ended up as the fucking president of the Reckless. I fill my parents in on Parabellum stuff, and football, and classes. Never feeling like I'm wearing a mask. Don't get me wrong, I am wearing one. But I suppose it just never feels like I am with Dad, Mom, and Iris, because I've been doing it my whole life. And I don't mind doing it. Dad finally clears his throat and gives me the look. I know this look so well that I know what he's gonna say before he does. So, Dad cocks a brow. You want to tell me about this cabin of yours? Mom gets a sudden, faraway look in her eyes. What cabin? She says quickly. I know what that look is. Too. Again, there is a fair amount of crazy on both sides of my family. Some of it is dangerous. Some is not. Cillian, for example, is a literal diagnosed psychopath. But he's also protective to a fault when it comes to family. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got pieces of shit like my grandfather Aeneas, Dad's father, who, mercifully, I never met. Same with my uncle, Atlas, who incidentally killed Aeneas. Hey, I did say a fair amount of crazy. But there's a whole other level of monster in the darker reaches of our family tree, the infamous killer Seamus O'Connor, who was part of my parents' story. They both have the physical scars and horror show memories of another cabin to prove it. So that's what was going on with Mom when Dad gave me that look and mentioned a cabin that she's never heard of. She was remembering the nightmares she and Dad lived through. Just a place that our son bought to drink with his buddies. Dad chuckles, instantly erasing that look in Mom's eyes when he grabs her around the waist and aggressively kisses her neck. Puke, how come I never heard about this? Mom laughs. Is it nice? It's a piece of shit. Ikrin. But I'm fixing it up. Dad gives me a quick look, then turns back to my mother. Hey, baby, why? Don't you go jump in the shower and... He clears his throat, glancing at me sheepishly. You know, have a totally normal shower. Alone. And then, definitely get fully dressed. Not on all fours on our bed. For fuck's sake. Igran. Mom cracks up and playfully slaps my dad's chest. Okay. I am going to go shower. Mom sighs. She slaps Dad's chest again. Alone. Where's the fun in that? He mutters darkly as she takes the phone for a sec. Achille. I love you. Call again soon. Please, I grin. Love you too. Mom. I will. Oh, and tell Iris to return my texts from time to time. Or I'll make sure she's a pariah by the time she sets foot on campus. Mom laughs. Only if next time you call. You tell me something more concrete about this girl. I roll my eyes. I'll see what I can invent. When she's gone and my dad has the phone again, his smile fades. Thanks for covering for me. Imuta, no problem. Hey, grunts. But this cabin, who squealed? He chuckles. No one. Ezio Adamos has trackers in all his cars, which Leo clearly forgot when he was up in Hawthorne Hollow doing something for you. Oh, he say. Yeah. Oh. Dad growls. His brow furrows. It was the funniest thing. First, Ezio's SUVs were up at this off-grid cabin, which is apparently owned by a shipping business that does no shipping. Under your name. Really? I grin. Dad rolls his eyes. Yeah. Other funny thing, these SUVs left this cabin, and then went to a scrapyard in the Bronx that, would you believe, I own. I clear my throat. Wow. Dad. Didn't know you were in the scrap Achilles. I lose the smile. Let's not pretend we both don't know that scrapyard is where our family and Ezio's disposes of problems. This isn't the big emotional moment where my dad realizes that his son followed in his footsteps and has blood on his hands. We crossed that bridge years ago. It's not like Dad or I are out there running around mass murdering motherfuckers for fun. But it's the Mafia. Sometimes people die, and they often need to be hidden when they do. Hence the scrapyard. I'm going to ask you a straightforward question. Achille. Dad Murmur. And I need a straightforward answer. Who'd Leonidas get rid of for you? Dad's always been a straight shooter with me. So I've always been the same. With him. Which is why I am categorically about to tell him that it was those two guys working for Angelo Santoro. Until he keeps talking. Look, he sighs. I don't want you starting any shit about this thing with Yaya's house. Fuck. Dad. Santoro's aprik. I know. He growls. And believe me, if you're fucking angry, you can imagine how angry I am. He makes a face. And how hard I'm working to keep your uncles and my damn sister from going off the rails about this. My jaw tenses. Why shouldn't they? It's an act of war, because Angelo's ego is making him write checks on his own. And that's muddying the waters of his business relationship with Nero De Luca. If that business relationship were to fall apart, I nod. Don't interrupt your enemy when he's busy making a mistake. Bingo. Dad sighs. Look, I get the anger. Believe me. But I'm in the middle of some productive talks with Nero. He's Nero. Dad. Grimas. The man has a goddamn screw or 5 loose. Or missing completely. But he knows that this is causing more friction than he signed up for. And he's working to talk Angelo down from the ledge. He's got a lot of money tied up in that building acquisition. So these things need to be handled delicately. No reprisals. I sigh. Why would you assume that I'd be looking for reprisal because you're my son? He says dryly. I grin briefly. Then my brow furrows. So, what's the play? There is no play. So, not for you. I say this with love, but leave it the fuck alone. Same goes for your cousins. And yes, I'll be talking to their parents too, to make sure no one dumps kerosene on this thing. He exhales again and rubs the bridge of his nose. So, who the fuck were these guys you and your cousin and Leonidas took care of? They weren't involved with this shit. Were they? I shake my head. Nah, Dad. Nothing like that. I swear. I was just about to tell him the complete truth. But not fucking now. Who were they? Then, just a couple of goons we caught sneaking into a parabellum party and taking creep-shot photos of girls. I shrug. Dad notes. Everyone okay? Yeah. For a hot second, we thought they might be working for Yuri Volkov. But it turns out they left his organization years ago. My dad exhales. Good. Last thing we need right now is to tussle it out with the Russians. Ikrin. Aunt Eilish can't pull strings. My mom's sister is married to Gavin Tsarenko, a.k.a. Kirill's dad, and the head of the hugely powerful Tsarenko Bratva. Dad shakes his head. Strings strong enough to pull Yuri Volkov don't exist. You're sure these guys weren't still working for him, I nod. 100%. He exhales. Good. Well, I should let you go. Got a shower to catch, I smirk. He grins at me. You really want to know, not in the fucking slightest. He chuckles, but then he frowns. Oh, one last thing. Shoot. You ever see Nero's daughter Yelena on campus? My gaze lifts again. Dragging over the grass, and then honing in on the petite brunette with the big green eyes. The hidden spicy romance book. And the pussy that tastes better than anything I've ever eaten in my fucking life. Because if you do, just... Dad shakes his head. Walk away. I can work the sympathy angle with Nero, but his daughter is his world. The last thing I need is him hearing that my son gave her a dirty look or whatever. or went down on her in the library sub-basement, or rubbed her pussy with the flat side of his knife, or chased her through the dark wearing a goddamn mask and then made her shatter all over his fingers. Noted. I growl. He nods. Thanks. Achille. Okay. I gotta jump in the show therapy, I groan. He grins. Love ya. Kid. Don't ever forget it. Love you too. Dad. After I hang up, my gaze goes right back to Yelena. I do feel bad for lying to him well. Lying by omission. I never actually said no. I don't see her on campus. But on the plus side, that means I'm off the hook, and our paths can cross again very, very shortly. See you soon, little prey.
15. Yelena. I've never been much of a drinker, even now that I'm at college. That said, when Friday rolls around and Damiano reminds me it's the orders night at the garrison, count me the hell in. It's been a week. Does that have to do with my classes and course load? For sure. The fact that Mom sent me a bunch of photos the other day of her dad and Mas having taco and movie night. And I've been insanely homesick ever since. You know it. The fact that there's definitely something up with Galena, even though she won't admit it. And I'm also still kind of worried about Ren's mental state, without question. Or am I building all these things up bigger in my head so I don't have to think about the real reason this week has me gnawing at the edges of my sanity? That 3 days ago, Achilles cornered me in the lower stacks, ordered me to spread my legs, and then went down on me until I saw God. Ding, ding, ding. It's not that I think what happened the other day was in any way assault. I have enough self-awareness to know I wanted. I stayed, and I participated. I'm just trying to figure out what it says that I want this kind of thing at all. That's the source of what you might call the shame inside me. Not a kill. The desire itself. My first thought is to externalize it. To tell myself I learned to want this sort of thing because of book talk. And Galena. And being sucked into Velvet. Villainess's over-the-top spicy recommendations. It's a very convenient excuse. Because it puts the darkness outside me and makes it a media-based fantasy. Not something native to me. But that's the coward's way out. And I know it. Mask Talk videos didn't create this want. They just gave it a name and a muscular, knife-wielding shape. And once I scrape past that first layer, things start to get complicated. The fact that I haven't told a soul what happened this past summer doesn't mean I don't realize what happened. I was assaulted. End of story. Kyle Santoro invited me out for sushi, telling me he thought it would be good for us to step up as number twos for our fathers on this joint real estate venture. My dad has never pushed either Massimo or I to take the reins one day. I honestly don't know if either of us wants to. So this was potentially an opportunity to learn what it would feel like to wield a bit of power, and to help guide the DeLuca empire. Instead, it was a nightmare. Kyle fed me sick all night. And yeah, I'm not much of a drinker, but I know the wooziness I felt when we left that restaurant was due to more than just alcohol. He brought me back to his apartment, saying he wanted to show me some of the contract work he was doing for the deal. The second the door closed behind us, he was all over me. I tried to yell, but he slammed a hand over my mouth and told me to just relax and have fun. He put his fingers inside me. He shoved me to my knees and mashed his half-erect dick against my mouth, telling me to suck it. Somehow, through the haze of whatever was in my system, I remembered reading about a woman who'd avoided a potential rape by shitting herself. So I peed on Kyle's shoes and the floor of his front entryway. That seemed to break the spell. He told me I was gross. A disgusting slut. A nasty whore. The whole bit. And told me he'd make sure I regretted it if I told anyone. Then he kicked me out. That all happened. I was sexually assaulted and told no one because I'm a coward who's afraid of looking like a coward. And the part of this current situation that has me the most confused is that now I'm drawn to a man who hunts me, who takes without asking, who leans into the exact dynamic that was used against me without my consent. And the biggest question of them all, did what happened to me this summer create this? Or reveal what was already there? Because if Kyle's assault made this darkness in me, if I'm drawn to Achilles because of trauma, because something is now broken in me, I'm not sure how to live with that. It would mean I'm damaged in a very specific way. And it would mean Kyle took something from me that I can't get back. I've been reading these spicy books of Galina's since last year before the assault. But the heated desire to act on those literary fantasies is new. And I can't tell what's bringing them out. So, yeah, this is why I'm drinking tonight. The bonfire, in the middle of the open-air bar in the ruins of Fort Hawthorne, roars toward the night sky as Damiano and his brother Vincenzo toss another wooden shipping pallet on top of it. Cenzo, who's my age, is another cousin but not really that I've known essentially my whole life. He's in Ouroboros with Galina and Ari. But he's here tonight along with both my girls, even though it's the orders night at the Garrison. Damiano doesn't care about keeping our nights here club only. The reckless are the only ones who get super territorial and aggro about that. All the eye roll emojis. Galina, Ariana, and Cenzo aren't the only non-order students here. Galina's older brother, Zane, who has always been a bit of an aloof mystery to me, is off on the far side of the bonfire talking with some other guys in the order. Aloof. Yes, but still friendly enough that when he catches me, glancing his way, he smiles and nods his chin, the firelight glinting off his glasses as he raises his beer. My cousin Aurora is here, repping Ouroboros. She and Theo, who's in the order, are off to the side cracking jokes in Japanese with Akira Mori of Parabellum. The one that really makes me curious is Celine Dracos Achilles' cousin who's inner circle with Parabellum. More specifically, who she's here with. That looks juicy. Galina laughs, elbowing me and following my gaze to where Celine is talking closely with Jude. I thought she was with Kirill Lucia giggles. I think that was just a rumor. Next to her, Ariana frowns. I think that was more than a rumor. Remember that Parabellum party a couple weeks back where Kirill was flashing his junk around? I obviously missed this part of the evening, since I was too busy being chased around a dark bedroom by a masked psychopath with a knife at the time. But I've heard the campus gossip about how scandalous it was that the classy, popular Celine was spotted skinny dipping, or at least underwear dipping, with a very naked Kirill. Hey, bitches. I'm back, and I come bearing gifts. Ren sidles up to us with 5 shot glasses full of something neon pink. Ariana, who's also not much of a drinker, eyes the shots doubtfully. I thought you went to pee. The Garrison might be basically a homemade bar set up in the stone ruins of a Revolutionary War fort. But this is Knight's Blood, which means everyone who goes here tends to come from considerable money. At some point in the last few decades, some especially big fan of the Garrison and its mission to let college kids drink and have fun paid to have fully functional restrooms installed, connected to the main campus plumbing. I mean, who wants to pop squats in the woods all night? I did. And then I saw that someone had been nice enough to make vodka and pink lemonade shots. So I brought enough for the whole class. Ren grins. She and I really do need to have a conversation about her drinking. I mean, again, I get it. Walking in on Bryce like that really messed her up. But she needs to cool it. Especially since addiction isn't exactly an unknown guest in her family. But that's not a conversation for right now. So we do the shots. Laughing and sputtering and then laughing some more. My phone buzzes with a text. I'm still giggling at something Lucia said as I pull it out and glance at the screen. You unknown, be careful tonight. Little prey. The woods are dark and full of terrors. Instantly, the giggle in my throat dies. The smile drops from my face, and a slithering, warm sensation coils around my middle. There's only one person this could be. I'm still trying to pull my heart back down out of my throat and figure out how to reply when another text comes through. Unknown. But since we both know dark woods full of terrors are probably just foreplay for that deliciously fucked up mind of yours, why don't you step into the shadows and see what comes out to play? My heart starts racing. My fingers twitching as they hover above the screen I'm gaping at. Me. You're wrong. Known about my throat works. Galena calls my name, yanking my attention from the phone for a second. When I glance back down, there's another message from him. Unknown. Are you saying I'm incorrect about your fucked up proclivities? I bite down on my bottom lip as I type a reply. Me, I already told you. I'm not who and what you think I am. Unknown again. Your pussy keeps having a dissenting opinion on the matter. Heat creeps over my face. Me, the presence of arousal does not imply consent. It didn't happen with Kyle. But I've read countless things since regarding the shame that can come from rape and assault. And part of it is that plenty of victims do become physically aroused during an attack. It's not just a book talk curse my traitorous body trope. It really happens. Both to men and women. People even come while they're being assaulted. I can't even fathom the level to which that must compound the self-loathing. Unknown. Agreed. It's also completely irrelevant to what happened between us. Don't for a second try to paint me with that brush. I know what I am, and I'm more than fine with it. My tongue slips out to wet my lips. Me, I never consented to what happened the other day. You unknown, you also never said no. Me, are you suggesting the absence of no equates to the presence of yes, noun? Do you seriously always text like this? I frown. Me, like what unknown, like an elderly law professor. My lips pull into a grin before I can stop them. Me, you didn't answer my question. This whole conversation regarding consent, especially in the context of the kinks we're talking about, has us on shaky ground, at best. I'm also not naive enough to think it's a simple black and white question, but it's still a conversation I need to have, even if just with myself. Unknown, but you did have a way out. Little prey. Emmy, how so? You're twice my size. Known, stop being obtuse. You're much smarter than this. You known, you had a way out. That's what safe words are for. I stare at the screen. Me, what safe word unknown? It's been the same since that first night thunder. He can't be fucking serious. I look away from the phone to collect my thoughts. The girls are talking about Velvet Villainess, but I'm entirely too wrapped up in the conversation with Achilles to focus. Galena brings us another round of drinks, and I sip on mine as I glance back to my phone and type out a reply. Me, as if I knew that unknown, same as you knew it that first night and 100% chose not to use it, me. Oh my God, this is an asinine conversation. Your argument is that I should have remembered the safe word which you set up with another girl unknown. Would that be the girl you pretended to be when you assaulted me? My jaw drops. Me. That's a gross perversion of what I'm saying in a bad faith argument. God. I do sound like a law professor. He doesn't reply immediately. So I keep going. Me, you're telling me, honestly, that if I'd said thunder the other day in the library, you'd have stopped. Unknown I am. And I would have. Unknown, so something to keep in mind for next time. Next time. Heat pools between my thighs as a horribly giddy sensation slithers up my spine. Me, there won't be a next time. Unknown, lol me. Is that funny? I'm telling you right now. I'm done. Unknown, so say it. Say your safe word. For a second. I start to type out T and H and even U. Then I delete that and start again. Me no more. Achille. I'm serious. Am I? Though me? I don't want to be part of your games anymore. Known. They stopped being my games and started being our games the second you made the conscious decision not to use your way out. The safe word. Unknown you. Amusingly. Continue to try and tell yourself via me that you're not like this or don't want this. But we're both painfully aware how big a lie that is. Unknown, I've told you before, every hunter needs prey. Just as every prey needs a hunter. Otherwise, they're just wandering the woods. Lost and alone. Me, who says I don't want to walk alone in the woods without being hunted. Unknown, why don't you step away from the firelight and into the woods? And we'll find out together. My spine snaps to attention. An icy sensation races down my back as goosebumps break out over my skin. I whirl, my breath catching as my eyes dart to the dark trees surrounding us. Nothing there, but I swear I feel eyes on me. Me. Are you watching me, unknown, when my brows furrow? You and noun, you should probably be specific. I take a shaky breath. Me, let's flip the question, when are you not watching me? There's a longer pause before he responds. When he does, my jaw drops. Unknown, there is no answer to that question. My pulse skips. My head snaps up again. My gaze roaming over the shadowy trees surrounding the ruins and the bonfire. I still don't see a thing. Me, why do you like doing this, unknown? Doing what? Exactly. Again. Be specific. My brow creases. Me, spooking me. Trying to scare me. I shiver. Me, hunting me. Unknown, because I'm truthful with myself about who and what I am. And even if you're not truthful with yourself, you're still the same as me. Unknown, you like that I scare you. You like wondering if I'm watching you at any given moment. If I'm going to be waiting around the corner or under your bed when you go to sleep. Jesus. I should be terrified right now, or at least thoroughly creeped out. But I'm not. I'm turned on, clenching my legs together, biting my lip as I squirm. Unknown, again. I know what you like. Me presume much unknown. That mouth is going to get you in trouble. Little prey. Heat coils and ripples within my core. Me, how so? I know I'm baiting him. That's not hyperbole. This is holding red meat in your hand and shoving your arm between the bars of the lion's cage. Unknown. It says one thing, but all I hear is it begging to be stuffed full of my cock. I shiver, my nipples tightening to electrified peaks under my hoodie. Unknown. Is that what you'd like me to do? Little prey, fuck your sassy mouth until your makeup is ruined and your face painted with my cum, Jesus. Unknown, but I digress. I wasn't done telling you what you like. I don't respond. I can't. Unknown. You like to have control taken away from you. You like to be chased and pinned down and used. You know you want a knife against your throat, and the word no on your lips when I tear into your virgin pussy for the first time. My panties are soaked, my core throbbing as I hungrily devour his filthy texts. Telling myself he's wrong. Knowing he's not, I try to swallow the lump in my throat. Me, what's to say I'm a virgin, for some reason. It feels dangerous for him to know that. Unknown. Everything about you says that. Little prey. And I'm very much going to enjoy taking it from you. I shudder. That's why it feels dangerous. Dangerous. And way too electrifying. Me, what about the safe word unknown? It's still there. It still exists. Me, if I said it, you'd stop known. Why don't you put that pink drink down and walk into the woods so we can find out? Ice shudders down my spine as my gaze snaps again to the tree line. Instantly, my face goes white. My core liquefies, dripping heat through my body as my breath catches. Because there, deep in the shadows of the woods, all in black, is a tall, built man with a gleaming, sharp knife in his hand, wearing a scream mask. A whining sound hums in my ears as my eyes stab through the branches to where he's standing, watching me, pulling me apart, hunting me. My throat bobs erratically as I start to type. Me, that's not happening. Unknown, then, say the word. Me. I'm telling you right now. Plainly. No more. Achille. You and known, you're sure there's nothing else you want to say right now? No. Yes. I don't know. I put the phone down and try to ignore the tingling sensation of his eyes on me through a mask. I force myself to gossip with my friends and I finish my drink. Finally, when I can't stand the pressure anymore, I look back through the trees. He's gone. But then my phone buzzes with one last text. Unknown. See you soon. Little prey. It's the combination of having had a little too much to drink and still being on edge from my text convo with Achilles earlier that has me stumbling with Ren back to Morvain Manor later. Galena seeing someone. My brows skyrocket as we help each other up the stairs. Seriously, Ren lifts a shoulder. I think so. She turns to grin drunkenly at me as we get to her bedroom door. So are yo-oh. You little sneak. She giggles. Heat fills my face. Nope. I laugh nervously. No way. No how. Please. She breathes as I open her door and get her to her bed. I plop her down on the edge of it and help her kick off her shoes. Okay. I love you. But take your own pants off tonight. Ren giggles and undoes her jeans, shoving them down and off. Wait. Teeth. I help her into the bathroom and wait while she brushes her teeth. Bess. And shuffles back into her room. You were texting someone all night. She grins as she wriggles under the covers. I roll my eyes. She shakes her head and wags a finger in my face. Don't gimme that. She giggles. You were. You had this big, horny smile on your face the whole time. Two. The darkness of her room covers the heavy blush that surges over my face. Thank God. I go back to the bathroom and grab the Tylenol and a glass of water, putting both on Ren's bedside table. I really don't deserve you. She sighs, closing her eyes as I sit on the edge of her bed and tuck the covers up around her chin. Sure you do. Dork face. Ikring. Get some sleep. Love ya. I start to stand, but her hand lands on mine, stopping me. Lena. Her eyes open a crack. This person you were texting who you won't tell me about, I sigh. Ren, I hope they deserve you. She's out even before I leave the room. I brush my teeth, change into PJs, and climb into bed. But even though I'm tired, and a little drunk, and should definitely go to sleep. I can't. It's not just my thoughts keeping me up. It's what those thoughts do to me. I shiver with heat as I squeeze my thighs together. My pulse accelerates as I let my imagination wander back to the garrison, then deeper into the woods, where he might be waiting for me, ready to chase me, hunt me, pin me down, rip my fucking clothes off, and take whatever he wants. I do know the difference between all this and what happened with Kyle. Here, I have a safe word, and I've had it every time I've crossed Achilles' path. I've had it and made the conscious choice, every time, not to use it. Right now, and my imagination is no exception. I squirm, my thighs rubbing together before I finally just push my pajamas and panties down. A soft moan falls from my lips as my fingers slide through the slick, eager lips of my pussy. And when I curl two of them, inside me, he gasps. I twist onto my side, kicking the covers away and then yanking off my t-shirt. I spread my legs, lifting and bending one knee as I lie there and push my hand back between my thighs. My clit feels electrified, and I gasp louder as I start to rub it in slow, deliberate circles. I cup my breasts with my other hand, pinching my nipple and then doing it again. Harder. I twist the aching bud, moaning and rolling my hips as I start to let my fantasies run wild. Achille, chasing me through the woods, grabbing me by my ponytail and using it to yank me to the ground. Your hair X my fist. I picture him shoving me onto my side and coming up behind me, grabbing my tits just like I am now, and brutalizing my aching nipples as I writhe in dark pleasure. I imagine his hand circling my throat and squeezing, feel his possessive touch sliding down my ribs and over the curve of my hip. I let myself drown in the fantasy, my fingers plunging in and out of my pussy. I can feel the heat of his body against my back, the ripple of his muscles as he grabs me. The scent breaks the spell. Mint and cloves, masculine and spicy. My body spasms, as if to lurch from bed, but I can't. Achilles' hands, his real ones, wrap around my throat and grab my hip, yanking me close until my back is flat against the strong, warm planes of his chest, the rippled grooves of his abs, and the heavy, thick, bulging length of his heart, huge cock as it pushes, between my thighs, dragging a haggard whimper from my throat as the swollen head bumps over my clit. My whole world goes still as Achilles wraps his big arms around me, trapping my naked body against his. You'd better have been thinking about me, little prey. 16 Yelena. The neurons of my mind stop firing when his hands tighten on my hip and my throat, pinning me against his muscled, naked body. And my mind goes blank. I've always been acutely aware of the size difference between us. But now, with my frame imprisoned by his, I truly realize how much bigger than me he is. His hand feels like it could completely encircle my neck. His thick, muscled arms could do the same to my torso. But then he moves his hips again, grinding them against my ass and then slowly drawing them back. And a whimpered moan tumbles from my lips. It's not just his hands and arms and body that are huge. With a low growl, Achilles thrusts his hips forward again. My mouth falls open as my gaze drops down my naked body. Then my eyes go wide as his huge, thick, veined cock glides over my spread-open pussy from behind and pokes out from between my legs. Holy fuck. My jaw drops even more as the moonlight from outside gleams across Achilles' enormous erection, proudly straining out from between my thighs. That's impossible. My brain refuses to believe that what I'm looking at is real. I've seen a grand total of 2 penises in person before one in high school, which belonged to a nice enough but fumbling guy I briefly dated before leaving for college that was, well, a penis. Then Kyle's this summer, but it was barely above flaccid. I've watched porn, which are obviously bigger than my real-world examples. But then there's this. And for the first time ever, I fully understand the difference between the various words people use to describe male genitalia. I've seen a penis before. I've seen dicks online. The thing slowly thrusting between my spread legs from behind is a cock. There's no other word for it. Achilles' lips brush over my earlobe as he draws his hips back and then thrusts forward again, making my breath catch. Another shattering, whimpered moan tumbles from my throat when the top length of his fat cock glides between my lips, the swollen head bumping over my clit. It's glistening wetly in the moonlight, and I realize with a groan, as I watch a bead of pre-cum drip from his swollen head, that it's a combination of us. You haven't answered my question, little prey. He growls into my ear, making me shudder. Were you thinking about me? He slowly rolls his hips back and forth again, and another whimper hums in my throat when his swollen head nudges over my throbbing clit again. His fingers around my throat splay wide, 3 of them and his thumb staying wrapped around my windpipe as his index finger glides over my chin and drags across my bottom lip. My words cut off as his hand slides from my neck to my tits, cupping them and rolling a tight pink nipple between his thumb and forefinger. Still wet. From my lip. A broken cry wrenches from my throat, my thighs shaking as he grinds his cock between my legs again. I certainly hope so, he murmurs into my ear, because if it was anyone else, I would be forced to find them, cut them from throat to balls, and fuck you in their blood while they die slowly. The last thing they see being concrete proof of just how mine you are. Holy fuck. I've danced along the edge of his crazy before, dipped my toes into it, even allowed myself the dangerous thrill of teasing myself with it. But this is diving headfirst into the deep end of his darkness, and it's disturbing how much the thought turns me to liquid fire. Achilles pushes his cock through my legs again, the veined, silky steel of the shaft brushing against my inner thighs. His swollen head lodges against my opening for a moment, and my eyes flare as my breath catches viciously. Achilles chuckles darkly. Not yet. Little prey, he murmurs into my ear. When I take this virgin pussy for the first time, your pulse will be racing much faster than this. You'll be sweating and out of breath. I cry out when his teeth sharply nip the side of my neck, just as he cups one of my breasts and roughly pinches the nipple. You'll be my prey when your virgin blood soaks my cock. Baby. His fingers tighten on my hip, and he grunts as he rams his cock forward. I cry out as the bulging head slides through my slick lips with a wet squelching sound. It bumps over my swollen clit again, and I feel myself pushing back against him, rolling my hips, meeting his thrusts, wanting this with a hunger I've never felt before. Such a messy pussy, he growls. Did your slutty hole get all wet and drippy thinking about me chasing you through the woods? He starts to thrust a little faster, his head dragging back and forth over my clit. Did you imagine running from me? Knowing I'd catch you, knowing I'd get you on your hands and knees in the dirt and tear your fucking panties off so I could stuff this fat cock in your wet. Greedy cunt, did you rub your soaking pussy fantasizing about bleeding all over my cock as I take what's fucking mine? Oh my God. It's almost too much. The heat of his body and the sizzle of his skin against mine. The rough tone of his filthy words pouring into my ears like the sweetest sin. The sheer size of this massive fucking cock as he drags it back and forth against my pussy. His muscled hips hitting my ass with a slapping sound. It's simultaneously too much. And not enough. Like I'm drowning but thirsty. Wanting more fucking more. Make no mistake. Baby, Achilles rasps into my ear. His hand slides over my hip to my belly, drifting lower until his big fingers slip to either side of my pussy. He spreads them, opening me up as he roughly thrusts his cock between my thighs again, giving more access to my aching clit as I drip all over him. I will be fucking you, and taking your pussy for the first time. I'm going to take all your pretty holes, little prey, until they're all dripping with my cum. Oh God. Flashbacks of porn I've watched and books I've read involving huge cocks pushing into tight, forbidden places swim through my head. My body trembles, my legs shaking as my fingers vainly claw at his hands and muscled forearms. Fuck. Baby. He rasps into my ear. I think you like the idea of my big cock claiming every hole you have. Your pussy gets even wetter just thinking about it. Your slutty cunt drips all over my dick like a greedy little whore when you think about me stuffing my fat cock up your tight little asshole. Or fucking your mouth until your makeup, your tears, and my cum all run down your face. Whatever filthy books I've read, or thirst-trap mask talks I've watched, or X-rated porn I've consumed, we've officially left them all in the dust. I can't speak or even move with the way he's got me pinned so tightly against his body, one hand spread across my hip and my pubic bone, the other mauling my breasts as he fucks his huge cock between my thighs. All I can do is stare down at my trembling Parle body, my eyes bulging in awe and ecstasy as I watch his glistening wet cock thrust out from between my thighs, over and over, faster and faster. As the pressure builds deep in my core, his teeth rake over my throat, his fingers pinching my nipples as he starts to yank my hip back to meet his vicious thrusts. The world starts to blur at the edges. My face caves in delirious ecstasy. My mouth opens in a silent scream as my core becomes a ball of pure energy. Now be a good girl and let your pretty pussy come all over my cock. Baby. Oh fuck. A guttural scream chokes in my throat as my entire body spasms and twitches violently. The orgasm detonates deep inside me, exploding out through my limbs and forcing my eyes wide open as I come hard. Harder than I ever have before. I cry out, sobbing in pleasure as my entire body collapses in on itself. One orgasm immediately rolls into another, until I'm just coming and coming and coming all over his gorgeous, huge cock as it pounds between my thighs. Achilles grunts, grabbing my hip and slamming his hips against my ass. I look down in delirious pleasure, moaning when I see the slick, glistening cock thrusting between my legs suddenly start to jerk. Thick, white ropes of cum explode from his swollen head. I moan, writhing against him as they land hot and sticky across my stomach and thighs. Another thick strand splatters my tits and over my stomach and pussy, until I'm covered in his cum as he slows to a stop. Reality has left the building. I'm trembling, shaking, clinging to his forearms as I try to suck in air. My body tenses as Achilles slowly slides his cock from between my thighs. I collapse onto my back, quivering, breathing heavily, my vision swimming. Achilles' thighs go to either side of my torso. Holy shit. He's not done. My eyes snap open as his fingers slide into my hair and wrap it in a fist. His cock, still thick and very hard, bobs glistening in front of my face. A strand of sticky white cum slowly drips from the hole at the tip and lands between my tits. My gaze drags up his grooved, chiseled body, over his muscles and tattoos, and up to those dark devil eyes. Good girls clean up their messes. Little prey. I freeze. I know what he wants me to do. After what happened this summer, I don't know if I can. I'd only tried giving head once before that time, and it was a bit of a disaster. Then, with Kyle, well, that was horrible. Obviously. But now here I am, with Achilles straddling my chest, his thick cock right in front of my face. I'm ready for the panicked anxiety of the moment going to shit when he realizes I literally cannot do this. But then his hand slowly drops to my throat, and his fingers wrap around it. And something clicks. He's not forcing me, or pushing me past a line, or making me do anything I don't want to do. That hand around my neck feels like an anchor rather than control. Safety. I don't realize I'm opening my mouth until it's stretched wide. My eyes unblinking and locked with his as my tongue reaches out. Achille Grand. Fuck. Baby. He leans forward, and I shiver when I feel the hot, silky steel hardness of his cock pry my lips wider apart as he pushes inside my mouth. Heat blossoms deep in my core. I whimper softly, my tongue swirling around his swollen head. Tasting his cum and mine together, I moan a little louder, trying to open my jaw even wider to take more of him. Achilles' dark eyes flash with wild possessiveness. His hand in my hair tightens as he rolls his hips back, then pushes them forward again. Wet, glucking sounds fill the room as he starts to shallowly fuck my mouth. I whimper around his cock, sucking on his head and tonguing the slit as he begins to thrust harder. A little faster and a bit deeper into the back of my mouth. Fuck. Baby. He growls, his muscles rippling. You're taking my cock like such a good girl. God above. I've read 1,000 fictional men saying those words to 1,000 fictional women. And yeah, I always got why it was hot, but never like I do right now. Not with his hands around my throat and tangled in my hair as he starts to fuck my face. My hands go to his hips, my fingers digging into the muscled grooves. I moan louder, whimpering, pulling him closer, coaxing him to go deeper. Harder, rougher. Make me take it all. Make me choke. Make me yours. I don't say those things out loud, but when I look up at him and our eyes lock, I see that throb of control and slight flicker of darkness in his gaze. And it turns me to putty. Open your whole fucking throat, baby. He growls. Let me see you swallow my big fucking cock like a good girl. He starts to thrust harder and deeper. I choke and sputter. But keep going. Keep yanking his hips toward me. Keep my eyes locked on his. Achilles leaves one hand tangled in my hair as he starts to fuck my mouth. The other one reaches behind him. I moan when I feel him drag 2 fingers up my slit and curl them deep inside. He starts to stroke in and out, his palm grinding against my clit as he tightens his grip on my hair. His hips pump faster, harder. His cock begins to swell as the pressure between my legs surges. I choke as he goes even deeper, but I don't stop, not caring about the drool, and pre-cum dripping down my face. Not caring that the mascara I didn't wash off is trickling down my cheeks as I eagerly take his cock down my throat. His fingers plunge into me, his palm grinding my swollen clit until suddenly, my legs start to shake as a high, whimpered whine builds in my throat. With a growl, Achilles starts to fuck my throat wildly as his fingers plunge into me. I can't hold back anymore. I cry out around him, moaning and drooling as my pussy floods his fingers. With my cum, Achille Grand, pulling his cock from my mouth with a wet plop. He wraps his fist around it, stroking as I stare at him open-mouthed. Cum spurts from his swollen head, splattering hot and sticky across my cheeks, my nose, my lips, into my mouth and across my tongue. I moan, my mouth still wide and my tongue out as Achilles' dark eyes blaze into mine, his hand stroking his cock as his cum coats my face and my tits. I'm barely aware of him climbing off me, or of my body collapsing into the sheets. My eyelids suddenly so heavy I can barely keep them open. Achilles leans over me, his fists on either side of my head and his eyes blazing as his mouth hovers an inch above mine. He cups my jaw, angling my face to his. Time freezes. Then suddenly, he's kissing me. The world stops turning. Everything else fades away as Achilles ignores the cum all over my mouth as he crushes his lips to mine and claims them. His kiss is annihilation, subjugation, an all-consuming conquest that turns me to liquid fire and shatters me. A broken whimper tumbles from my throat as he pulls away, his teeth raking over my bottom lip and pulling on it before letting it slip from his mouth. Good girl, he murmurs. His eyes gleam. Next time, maybe you'll be brave enough to walk into the woods. He growls. Maybe we'll find out what it takes for you to say that safe word. Then he's gone, like a shadowy wraith, like a lingering dark fantasy and beautiful nightmare all wrapped up together, leaving me trembling as the darkness swallows me whole.
Die Sette chills so. Aunt Neve found out about your little cabin. Lachlan asks me over the rim of his pint glass before he takes a sip. Locke and I are sitting in the Seven Bells, the oldest bar in Hawthorne Hollow, though I doubt its claim to being the oldest bar in the country. There's a place in Newport that supposedly opened in 1673, and Lafitte's blacksmith shop in New Orleans has famously been in business since around the same time. But who knows? This is still one of my favorite spots to escape reality whenever I'm in town. It's right on Commercial Street, across from the Fisherman's Wharf and the piers that jut out over the harbor. So there's always something interesting to look at through the dusty, wrought iron windows. It's old, weathered, crooked, totally unpretentious. And most importantly, people leave you the fuck alone. Hawthorne Hollow is small and quaint, but with a working waterfront. The bar is slow tonight. Typically, it's full of fishermen and lobstermen who want a cold beer, a hefty pour of whiskey, and no one to bother them at the end of their day. My kind of place. She sure did. I grunt as I take a gulp of beer. How'd that go? I give him a look. How did Neve Kildare take it when she found out her darling son owned an off-grid murder cabin in the woods? Take a wild guess. Igarimas. Fuck. Sorry, bro. He shrugs. Could have been worse. Though. Oh, how lucky cocks a brow. It could have been my murder cabin in the woods. Then we'd really have something to worry about. I smile wryly and clink my glass to his as a dark look crosses his face. If you'd inherited O'Connor's crazy, loch, we'd know by now. He grimaces and takes a heavy pull from his beer. We kid around about it from time to time, but I know it truly does worry him. Lachlan and I's great-grandmother was Sheila O'Connor, Seamus O'Connor's sister, which means Lachlan and I, along with Ronan and Iris, are blood-related to the IRA commander turned hitman for the Irish mob, turned sociopathic mass murderer. I've never really let it bother me. And I don't think any part of who I am is because of any sort of latent psychopath gene. My sister and Ronan feel the same. But Lachlan has this fixation on it. Maybe it's because he's the future head of the same family that Brendan, Seamus's nephew, once helmed. It doesn't help that he looks similar to photos of Seamus when he was our current age. Whatever it is. Though, I know sometimes it scares him to think he might have that monster lurking inside him. Can we please talk about something lighter? He grunts. Like 9 Elftal or the Hindenburg, I roll my eyes. Okay. I got a subject change for you. Literally anything else. How's your reading list going? I grin. You still on sexy billionaires? Or have you moved on to werewolves and... I'm going to shove this pint glass up your ass. I laugh. Is that the latest trending book talk kink? Loki glares at me as he drains his beer and then lifts the glass eye level. Lube up. Buddy, I'm going to go piss. Then this is going in. I chuckle as he puts the glass down, claps me on the shoulder, then flips me off as he heads to the men's room. I'm debating grabbing one more beer for the road when Lachlan's phone, which he's left behind, dings on the bar next to me, and a message pops up. Smart tag alert tracker in motion. The fuck? The phone dings again. Smart tag alert subject, moving at walking speed within parameter zone. I'd say I'm not one to snoop. But, well, who am I kidding? Of course I'm one to snoop. I also know Lachlan's password is 69420 because he's Lachlan. With the phone unlocked, I tap on the message again, which brings up the Smart Tag Tracker app. I peer curiously at the screen as it loads a map of the Knight's Blood campus, with a blinking blue dot moving across the quad toward Roche Lecture Hall. A hand abruptly snatches the phone away. If you were looking for my nudes, you could just ask. Lachlan smirks at me. I mean, weird, 'cause of the cousin thing. But I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. Who the fuck on campus are you tracking? Lachlan eyes me coolly. You sure you want to go down that path? You sure? You want to start casting stones when it comes to stalking people at school, Locke? Are we really going to sit here and pretend I don't know who you've been shadowing on campus? I suck on my teeth. Pretty sure my dad and yours were very clear on the no reprisals thing. Himutas, you're not an idiot. And you're also not the type to ignore a direct request from Ares Dracos. Iexal. So that means you're not stalking Yelena DeLuca because of any revenge angle. Which only leaves one possible conclusion. You've made your point. Have I? Though he grins at me. Then he sighs when I glare at him. Achille. The whole point was not to rock the boat with Nero as our families negotiate an outcome to this building shit. You don't think it's maybe gonna rock that fucking boat if Nero's psychopath DeLuca figures out you're fucking his sweet daughter? I'm not fucking her. I growl. Not yet. Anyway, that's not because I want to take it slow. I wasn't lying when I told her exactly how I want her when I claim her virginity. Panting, breath ragged, skin sweat-slicked and electrified. I want to inhale the fear pheromones off her skin and devour her screams before I bury my cock in her tight. Vet pussy. Well, whatever you are doing with Yelena. Lucky growls. You're tiptoeing on thin fucking ice. Forget the business aspect. Nero De Luca is a dangerous fucking lunatic. I appreciate your concern for my well-being. I say, but do me a favor, Lachlan sighs. And stay out of it, Bingo. He shakes his head and then stands. All right. I've said my piece. I'm heading out. I got something to do here in town. I'll catch up with you back at Kingsword. I frown. I thought I was your ride back to campus, he rolls his eyes. It's like 1.5 miles. You bougie bitch. I can walk. He claps me on the shoulder. And, for real, amigo, stay away from Yelena. You ready to spill who your smart tag's stalking? No idea what you're talking about. When he's gone, I head to the men's room myself. It being such an old building, the bathrooms are all single occupancy. They also weren't always bathrooms. Because, you know, outhouses. So there's a window in this one. Though it's been heavily frosted over with stick-on glazing for privacy. I'm just about done pissing when I hear a familiar female voice outside the bathroom window, in the alley behind the pub. I told you not to follow me, the voice murmurs. And I told you. A rough male voice growls back. Not to order me around. That effect, yeah. My brow furrows when I hear a sharp female gasp. The glazing on the window is peeled off a little in the top corner, so I lean closer and peer into the back alley. The man I don't recognize, especially since his back is to me and he's wearing a black hoodie with the hood up. But I damn well recognize the much smaller girl he's got pinned to the wall with a hand to her throat. My cousin. Bella. I bolt out of the bathroom and back into the pub. The bartender curses me as I shove behind the bar, then barge through the stockroom behind it before I finally go crashing out the back door into the alley itself. Bella looks more than slightly surprised to see me. She's also alone. Where the fuck is he? I snarl viciously, my hand reaching into my leather jacket for the knife I've got stashed inside. Bella's brow furrows. What? Where's the fucking guy? She gives me a curious look, tucking a lock of dyed jet black hair behind her ear. What fucking guy? The asshole you were trying to get away from. Her heavily shadowed eyes pull to furious slits. Were you fucking spying on me, Bella? There was a man with his hand. She starts to laugh. My jaw grinds. I feel like I'm missing something. A pink stain creeps over her cheeks. Ever heard of a private life? Achilles. What the fuck are you? I shake my head. That motherfucker had his hand around your well. Cousin. She sighs. Sometimes, when a boy and girl like each other, they realize that the ways they might enjoy expressing that, like for each other, might involve something besides pink roses and butterfly kisses. She smiles at me, arching her brows significantly. Fuck. Got it. I growl quietly, grimacing. Bella sneakers, folding her arms over her chest. Any other questions? She's rocking her usual Wednesday Addams vibe. Of course, black V-neck sweater over a high-collar white shirt. Black skirt over black leggings. Black boots. Just as I'm about to apologize again for almost butting in on her and her mystery guy, a mark at the edge of her collar catches my eye. Bella. My brow furrows. You have blood on your neck. Her hand flies up to where I'm pointing. She runs a finger over her throat and pulls her hand back, examining the smear of red for a moment. Then she starts to laugh. Fuck. Ashia. She exhales. You actually freaked me out for a second. She grins as she raises her hand to my eyes. It's paint. You psycho. I do one of those paint-your-own pottery things here in town once a week. I'm fucking losing it. Bella giggles as I hang my head and pinch the bridge of my nose. Sorry. I give her a sheepish look. Just on edge, I guess. Well, it must be exhausting. Be the king of night's blood. She grins. I roll my eyes. You want to ride to campus? I'm about to head back. Ismirk. You can even invite your mystery man. But I gotta see his face before he gets in the car. Bella giggles and shakes her head. Thanks, but I'll pass. I've got something to do here in town still. I tell her to be careful, then head to where I parked my Range Rover a few streets over. I don't make it far before she catches my eye. My current fascination. I can't quite make out the expression on Yelena's face as she stands alone in the small parking lot next to the closed Elvira's cafe. A single dim streetlight glowing down on her. It's times like this that I do worry about having the same kind of blood in me that Lachlan worries about. Because when I look at her, standing there, alone in the dark, lit only by the ghostly glow of a fading streetlight, I don't just see her as beautiful, or sexy, or alluring, or even interesting. I see her as prey. Sweet. Delicious. Blood-igniting. Cock-swelling prey. My prey, to be exact. I slink into the shadows, my pulse quickening and senses sharpening as the hunter inside me comes alive. I creep across the street, moving against the side of another darkened building as I draw closer, ready to pounce, to devour her, to swallow her fucking whole and feast on her screams. But just as I'm about to round the corner, I realize she's talking to someone. Kyle. My blood turns cold. You know what I think. Yelena, God fucking damn it. It is Kyle. I think you like having this between us. It's why you can't let it go. Lethal violence erupts inside me, rampaging through my system like a barbarian horde. We hooked up. She was okay, I guess. But then she got clingy. You know, I didn't know. Or maybe I wanted to pretend that was Kyle twisting the facts to make himself look like a stud. But here I am, watching it play out in real time. She's talking to him, alone at night, in a quiet side street of a romantic little seaside town. Kyle has a reason to be in Hawthorne Hollow tonight. He fucking lives and has an office here. Yelena, on the other hand, has no reason to be here. Or maybe she does. Maybe I'm looking at it right the fuck now. Maybe the whole time I've been obsessing over her. She's been doing the same thing. But not to me. Suddenly, I see the scene for what it is. I see a girl who hooked up with a guy, who then moved on. And now she's pathetically trying to get him to look at her again. I take a quick glance around the corner, my jaw cracking as it grinds tightly. Venom flows through my veins as I look at her facing Kyle. Her back to me. I can't quite make out everything they're saying, but I clearly see the motherfucker sigh and shake his head. Even though it's dark, you came that night. So eagerly. I don't realize how hard I've been gripping the copper downspout of the building I'm lurking behind until it starts to bend beneath my fingers. I know you're still thinking about that night. About me. That's why you're still here talking to me. Kyle smiles coldly at her, shaking his head at her silence. Her pathetic silence. Don't come here looking for me again. Yelena, He sighs. You and I have nothing more to talk about. And this conversation is over. He turns and walks away. She just stands there, her whole body caved in on itself. A shadow under the dim glow of a lonely streetlight. I stand there a moment longer, watching her, throbbing from the wrath swirling in my veins. She still wants him, for a fraction of a second. It's almost enough to make me turn my back on whatever this is that I've started to engage in with her and walk away. But then I remember I'm a motherfucking Dracos. I don't walk away. I don't retreat. I fucking conquer. Pillage. Burn. And subjugate. Like a goddamn king. Fuck Kyle. Fuck her. Too. But mostly fuck whatever she thinks she still wants with that motherfucker. It's over between them. She's already, unequivocally, irreparably, irredeemably mine. And I think it's time to show her again exactly what that fucking means.
18 Yelena. At first, I just stood there stunned and frozen and unable to move when I realized the man walking around the corner of Elvira's cafe was fucking Kyle. I've tried to push it out of my head that he's still so close to Night's Blood. I've avoided even going near that block where his satellite office is. Just in case. Honestly, I've avoided Hawthorne Hollow in general so far this semester because of that fucking monster. Which is another reason to hate him. I used to love coming down here with my friends and getting ice cream by the waterfront. It's that hate that had me blurting out, "I haven't forgotten what you did to me," and pulling his attention from his phone. I could have, should have, just kept walking. He hadn't even noticed me until I said that. I've only crossed paths with the asshole once since it happened. It was 2 weeks afterward. And I finally forced myself to stop pretending I had a head, cold, and leave my room at my parents' house. I worked up my courage, went down to Kyle's office in Manhattan, and marched into his private corner suite to tell him I was going to tell people what he did, and make sure he went to prison. For what those 2 words said with a sickly, smooth smile were all it took to destroy my plans of vengeance. After that, he ran what I know now is the abuser's playbook. I'd been giving conflicting signals. I wanted it. I was misremembering. I was drunk. And the restaurant could confirm that. I was embarrassed because I'd peed on his floor. So I ran off. Whatever else he said in his office that day is a blur. All I know is, after I left, I realized I had nothing to go on in terms of accusing him. I also had nothing to gain, and everything to lose. So I stayed quiet, buried it. And the exact same conversation just played out here again in the dark parking lot next to Elvira's. "I haven't forgotten what you did to me." He looks up from his phone and smiles in recognition. "What did I do to you?" "Yelena, take you out on a date. You assaulted me. You tried to rape me." "Did I? Yes." "So why aren't I in jail?" He smiles again. Maybe it's because you haven't told anyone. Because you're not actually a victim." My brain short-circuits at his audacity. Then I freeze when he steps closer. "You know what I think," he murmurs. "I think you like having this between us. It's why you can't let it go." My jaw tightens. "Fuck you," I whisper hoarsely. The fucker is still smiling. "You willingly came to that dinner that night." Yelena. So eagerly. I feel sick. Not because there's any truth to it, but because I recognize it as a thing abusers say. Knowing that doesn't make it any less nauseating. Though, he sighs, like he's annoyed. "I know you're still thinking about that night. About me. Maybe that's why you're still here talking to me." I should be walking away. Better yet, running. But my feet won't move. And part of that is because I know I'm alone with a predator. Not a hunter like Achilles. A predator. And you don't turn your back on one of those. He sighs and lifts a shoulder. Don't come here looking for me again. Yelena, you and I have nothing more to talk about. And this conversation is over. When he's gone, I close my eyes as I draw in a haggard breath, trying to shake off the rage and fear and shame. I hate how helpless this asshole makes me feel. How pathetic. How weak. Worse. I'd finally come up with that plan to leave murder evidence in his old room at Kingswood, and nothing came of it. No police response. No Kyle in jail. That just makes me feel even less a DeLuca and more a victim. I hate that. There has to be another way to get him. You could always tell your father. My jaw tightens. Yes, I could. And if I did, you could count Kyle's life. Expectancy in minutes. But I'm not going to. Because if I tell anyone, I really do become a victim. Someone to feel sorry for. A sad, cautionary tale. Worse. To my parents. I'd become broken. I know it wouldn't change their love for me at all. I know they'd still support me and love me as hard as they could. But I know I'd become something else to them. Even though they had nothing to do with what happened. I know they'd blame themselves for it. And I'd spend the rest of my life trying to convince them they didn't let me down. I'm not doing that to them or to myself. So, no telling Dad. As elegant a solution as that would be. But there has to be something I can do. Some way I can get to that motherfucker, and a sound behind me yanks me out of my thoughts of revenge. And I whirl with a sharp gasp. But there's nothing there. I shiver, clutching the bag of saltwater taffy that I got at the candy shop. Around the corner because Ariana loves it, and couldn't come to town tonight because she had a paper to write. Then I quickly walk out of the dim parking lot, rushing around the corner of the next building. I spot my friends up ahead, and I take another shaky breath, trying to purge the Kyle encounter from my system. It's in the past. Fuck him. He doesn't own you. Instead, I replay what happened the other night in my room. With Achilles. A heated flush creeps up my neck as I run up behind Galina. Vren. And Lucia. Of course she is. Galina laughs. I'm not saying that to be a bitch. Smoln. It's Ariana. I cock a brow as I butt in. What are we talking about? Hey Ren whirls in surprise. Where the hell did you just come from? I smile sheepishly and hold up the bag of saltwater taffy. Ari's favorite. Oh, you're the sweetest. Lucia sighs. Ren rolls her eyes. Dude, you've already won the Best Friend in History award for taking care of my drunk ass all the time. I hug her and offer them all some of the candy I got plenty. Wait. So what about Ariana Galina? Shrugs. She's a virgin. I snort. Are we in an 80s teen movie? They all crack up. Ren giggles. You're so on the nose, it's hilarious. While you were at the candy store, we walked by the Elm Theater. They're doing an 80s horror movie marathon soon. And the first one is Camp Moon Virgin Slayer. I throw my head back and laugh. That's how it came up. Galina sighs. We've been talking who's done it. Ikrin. And Survey says. I glance at Ren. You I know about. She sighs. Yeah. Unfortunately, that card got punched by dickhead. Aka Bryce. Her ex. And it sucked. Too. Heard. Lucia grumbles, raising her hand. Also guilty. A couple times. With my high school boyfriend. She scowls and holds up her thumb and forefinger half an inch apart. Not much to write home about. She sighs. We all giggle. I got close. Galena snorts. If you count him blowing in his pants and then not being able to get it up again the 2 times we tried as getting close, I wince. Oof. Galena raises her brows. No shit. Also, the logistics involved in sneaking out of the house to go meet a boy under the ever-present gazes of both Dad and Papa, twice, is a superhuman feat. To do it just to get cum stains on my skirt when it leaked through his jeans feels like getting kicked in the shins. The rest of us erupt in laughter. Ari being a virgin still seems so weird to me. Lucia says, shaking her head. I mean, her parents operate a literal kink club. I shrug. I think it's just a reaction to what her parents do. I mean, she says they keep work and home super separated. But still, if your parents run a place like that, I think I can see why Ari's usually in jeans or sweatpants and doesn't really have much of an interest in sex. Vrednots. For sure. She lifts her gaze to me. And unless there's something you've neglected to tell your best friend in the world, you're still heat creeps up my neck into my cheeks. My mind instantly revisits the other night. With a very naked, very muscled, very fucking huge Achilles sliding into bed behind me, grabbing my throat and hips, gliding his thick cock back and forth against my pussy until I shattered, and then covering me with his cum before flipping a switch back on inside me that I thought would remain in the off position forever. I didn't just agree to give him head. It's not even just that I wanted to. It's that I fucking wanted to. I wanted my mouth on his cock like someone lost in the desert wants water. I don't know if it was the alcohol or the rush of endorphins because he'd just made me come, or the knowledge that Ren was in the next room. But when he slid his hand into my hair and told me to open my mouth, I wanted to give him the sort of head he'd wake up dreaming about. No idea if I came close, given that I'd only given 1 blowjob before that. But I hope so. Ooh, Lena, I blink. Ren is staring at me with a hungry, prying look on her face. Oh no, I laugh nervously. No change there. She arches her brow. She says, after a long, weighty, blushing silence, I roll my eyes. No change. Still a virgin. Lucia shrugs. Waiting for the right guy, waiting for a prince. Obviously. Galena sighs. To sweep her off her feet before bedding her on a cushion of silk and roses. I snort and flip her off. It's not that. Galena laughs. Suit yourself. It's what I'm waiting for. Thank you very much. Respect. Ren sighs. And go for an older man. Boys fucking suck. Right, Lucia groans. Maybe someone like Dominic Hale. I almost choke as I start laughing. As in Father Hale Aka, the sinfully hot pastor at St. Aldrich's on campus. Lucia grins and blushes. Well, obviously without the whole celibacy thing, I just mean someone older. Hot. Knows what they're doing. The girl gets it. Vrednots. Galena laughs. You think a priest who, isn't allowed to have sex knows what he's doing? Lucia grounds. You're taking it too literally. I just mean, he's fucking hot. Well, there you go. Lena. Ren grins. Just go fall in love with Father Hale and convince him to leave the priesthood. Easy, I laugh. Then my brow furrows. I'm not waiting for love. I'm really not. And that's not because of Kyle. I've always thought of sex and love as being two separate things. They obviously can be both. In a perfect world, gross as it is to think about my parents that way, I know that's what they have. The wild, untamed sex life and the storybook romance. But what the hell are the odds of finding that Galena arches a brow? You're saying you could just go out and bang a rando, she shakes her head. No judgment. But she shrugs. I don't know if I could. I mean, I've thought about it, but I don't think it would be for me. I shake my head. Oh, me neither. I'd need to trust them. It wouldn't be. Some stranger I met the night of. At least, I doubt it. This is something I've been thinking about a lot recently. Specifically as it pertains to Achilles. I'm not in love with him, and I doubt his stalkerish hunting of me has anything to do with love. Either, but I already have love in my life, in the shape of my parents and my brother. These girls. I've gone my whole life thinking that love and sex can live in two different boxes. I have family and friends to fill the first one. And now, I have Achilles to fill the second. Even though we haven't had sex yet. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the million-dollar question taking up the entirety of my thoughts. Constantly. When I take this virgin pussy for the first time, your pulse will be racing much faster than this. You'll be sweating. And out of breath. You'll be my prey when your virgin blood soaks my cock. Baby. I mean, firstly, holy fuck. But also, dare I say, hell yes. Weirdly, I do trust Achilles. I know that he'd push me to my limits. Maybe even past them. And do things to me I've only read and fantasized about. But I also trust that he'd stop if I said the word. Thunder. In fact, that's what he's been firmest about. One word stops the whole thing. So the question isn't if I want him to fuck me. Obviously. I do. It's more when is he going to, and will I even see it coming? I shiver as we reach Galena's Mercedes G-Wagon. Yes. It's the bulletproof model. Because of course it is with her two dads. Back at Morvina, Ren hangs downstairs talking to Jude, Theo, and Lucia, who seems to have totally gotten over her crush on Jude. Thank God. But I'm beat. So I head upstairs to get ready for bed. I climb the stairs, realizing with a grin that I'm not still dwelling on my rune-in with Kyle because my mind is too full of darkly alluring, sinfully hot fantasies involving Achilles, oozing out of the darkness, stripping me bare and pushing my legs apart, taking me, fucking me, owning me. But the second I open my door, those thoughts evaporate. The heat that's been humming through my veins turns to brittle ice and shatters. Because scrawled in cherry red lipstick across my mirror is a new message. And this time, there's no doubt if it's just a locker room prank. The dead know what you did. Yelena. The dead do not forget. My heart lurches into my throat as I stumble back out of my room. I gasp for air, my face white, as I whirl and go lurching downstairs to the common room. But the mood has shifted from how I left it a minute ago. Everyone looks worried, glancing around nervously and talking in hushed, serious tones. Lucia looks up, her face pale as she meets my curious gaze. Lena, she whispers, her eyes wide. There's been another one. I frown. Another. The Hawthorne Hollow police just announced the discovery of another body. Before I can even react, my phone buzzes. I pull it out of my pocket and stare at the screen as an inky darkness swirls inside me. The chills meet me tonight at the garrison. Midnight. A chills. Don't forget your safe word. My throat tightens, and a heated ripple claws down my spine. A chills. You may find you'll need it. Dark need pulls at my core, tightening my nipples to points as heat blooms between my legs. Me, why? I hold my breath, both terrified of and aching for the answer. But I don't have to hold it very long. A chills. Because tonight, I'm going to hunt you. A chills, I'm going to catch you and bring you to your knees. A chillis. And then, Yelena, I'm going to bury my cock so deep in your pussy your cum and virgin blood will drip from my balls. I stare at the screen, my mouth hanging open. I type the word why before I realize what a dumb response that is, and Erasit. He responds instantly anyway, like he knew what I was about to ask. A chills, because you're mine, little prey. And tonight, you find out exactly what that means. 19 Yelena. I might be insane. I know I'm insane. There's no other possible reason for me to be standing here alone in the woods at midnight. Just 3 hours after the local police department announced that another suspected murder victim had been found not 2 miles from here. It's the middle of the week, so nobody is partying at the garrison. It's dark. Silent. I walk through the huge stone archway that I suppose was part of the front gate and step into the area that usually houses laughing, drinking college students. But not tonight. I feel a shiver ripple up my spine as I look up at the night sky through the jagged hole where the ceiling used to be. The moon is barely a sliver. Clouds obscure all but a few dim stars. An owl or some other night bird cries out in the darkness. And another shiver tingles up my back as I hug my arms around myself, my shoulders caving. I'm in a simple hoodie, t-shirt, yoga pants, and sneakers. I mean, maybe not the usual outfit choice for an occasion where you know for a fact you're going to lose your virginity, but this isn't a date. No roses. No dinner reservation somewhere exclusive. No jewelry, held doors, or other sweet gestures. And I'm more than fine with that. I like that this is devoid of anything romantic, because that's not what this is, nor why I've shown up. I'm here because of a deranged need inside me that craves this sort of darkness. I'm here to meet Achilles specifically because I know he can and will give me what I need. I'm not here because I'm in love with him. I'm here because I know he'll scare me, hunt me, hurt me, and then fuck me. No being taken to bed. No lovemaking. Tonight is a night for letting the darkness and the danger strip away any pretense and reduce us to our basic animal nature. Love. Sex. They're 2 different boxes, and I've already filled one of them. I refuse to think the words, and now I'm here to get the other box filled because it's just a little too crude and on the nose. But it is why I'm here. Except, so far, he's not. Saying his name out loud feels a little too much like a horror movie cliche, which isn't something I need given what already happened tonight. A fisherman docking late at the harbor found a body by the pier, a male in his 30s, his eyes cut out, his throat slashed, and a heart carved into his bare chest. There are no witnesses, no suspects, no idea who he was. Jane Doe now has a boyfriend at the morgue named John Doe. I talked to my parents briefly about 20 minutes ago, right after I frantically wiped the lipstick message off my mirror as I was getting changed to come here. I told them everything was fine. I was safe. And no, I didn't need Dad to send some of his guys up here. Nor did I need to go stay with his friend Laz in town. I'm fine. I love you both. I'm totally okay. I'm totally okay, except for the fact that I'm here, in the dark, waiting to be hunted, praying I haven't wildly misjudged this whole situation. Or him, for that matter. I mean, maybe I have. There is a darkness to Achilles. His golden boy mask has slipped enough in my presence that I've seen the monster lurking beneath it. The real Achilles Drakos. And he isn't pretending to be a guy from Mask Talk. He's not role-playing. I don't even know if I've seen all of the real him, or have the remotest idea what he's capable of. In fact, one particularly blood-chilling thought I had on the way here was wondering where Achilles was earlier tonight. Was he down by the docks in Hawthorne Hollow, cutting a man's throat, carving out his eyeballs, and etching a fucking heart into his chest? Let's hope not. I swallow nervously, shivering again in the cool, dark night. Where is he? I pull my phone out of my pocket to check the time. E.R. Lindsay. Still no sign of him. Frowning, I sit against the edge of the fire pit and thumb my phone open, navigating to the website for Santoro Equities. The second I see that asshole's smug face at the top of the page, I pull my eyes away with a shudder. No phones tonight. My heart lurches into my throat as the low, gravelly baritone rumbles from the darkness. I whirl, searching for him, but only find shadows. Leave it on the edge of the fire pit. I shudder and whip my head around again. I swear, this time his voice came from another direction entirely, but I didn't hear him move at all. A cold sensation finger walks up my spine as I set the phone face down on the edge of the fire pit. Where are you here? I spin again, hearing him from yet another direction. But there's still nothing there. My gaze vainly tries to pierce the darkness of the ruined fort. The soft sound of the ocean against the cliffs whispers nearby. Do you remember your safe word? I whirl yet again. This time, when I stop, my scream catches sharply in my chest and my blood turns to ice in my veins. Achilles is standing right there. He's shirtless, in black jeans and boots, with the moonlight glinting off the heavily shadowed grooves of his muscled body, making him look like a feral predator, billed solely for violence and destruction. But what really catches my attention are two other details. One, he's wearing a scream mask, the ghostly, leering grin looking extra sinister given that he's half naked, his muscles twitching like an animal's. And two, he's wearing black gloves and holding a huge, gleaming, serrated hunting knife. Eat your fucking heart out. Masktok. I swallow thickly, trembling as I stare at him. Well, he growls quietly. I remember it. It's thunder. I breathe, my voice shaking. He's silent for another moment. I swear, I can feel his eyes boring into me even through the mask. And if you say it, I wet my lips. It ends it. I whisper, not quite. His voice rumbles. It ends all of this. All of you and me. I stiffen. I'm not going to be your experiment. Yelena. Achilles' rasping voice slices through the darkness. I'm not interested in being your tour guide. So, yes, there's an emergency exit. But it comes with a strict no readmission policy. I tremble as he prowls closer. Once you leave, he growls. There's no coming back. My breath leaves my lips in a shaky exhale. Do you understand? Yes. I whisper quietly. Is there anything you'd like to say before we begin? He stalks another step closer, his muscles visibly twitching and his free hand clenching repeatedly, like he can barely hold himself back from jumping me. Any particular word? My throat works as my pulse quickens. I'm not going to hold back. Little prey, he murmurs, the edge in his tone making the muscles at the nape of my neck tighten and clench. I'm not going to go easy on you. I will not be gentle. My breath rasps over my dry tongue. My eyes locked on his ghostly scream mask as he slowly advances. Until he's looming right over me. The fact that I can't see his face or even his eyes chills me more than I thought it might. But his scent grounds me and gives me a sense of familiarity. I mean, not much, but enough that I don't turn and run, screaming thunder, thunder, thunder at the top of my lungs. His gloved hand reaches up as if to cut my jaw, but he pauses when his hand is hovering right over my skin, his forearm flexing, making his dragon tattoo there ripple. Will you stop if I tell you to? He slowly shakes his head. Not unless you say that safe word. Heat sparks inside me. Will you hurt me? I whisper. Maybe. God. When do we start? I croak. No. The words pour over me like ice water. I'll begin chasing you when I get to 0. My brow furrows. What 10? Holy shit. Achilnine. Wait, I blurt. Are there rules? Do I have to stay in the fort or 8? Animal instinct takes over. Before I can lose any more time, I turn and I fucking run. Screw staying in the fort. I bolt through the archway I entered through. My blood humming in my ears as I plunge into the dark forest. Branches claw and scratch at me, forcing me to keep my arms up to protect my face. I dart to the right, bursting through a thicket and gasping as I pause for a second to get my bearings. I doubt there's going to be a ready or not. Here I come when he gets to 0. My pulse skips. Has he gotten to 0? I couldn't hear him. And I have no idea how long I've been running. A twig snaps nearby, making my breath catch loudly and my heart squeeze in my chest as I whip my head to the side. All I see is darkness. All I feel is the ominous silence of the forest pressing down all around me. I have a vague idea that campus is to the left. But if I go that way, it means breaking free of the tree cover and running across open green. So I dodge right instead, crashing through more branches and making way too much noise. The odd thing is that I willingly came here for exactly this, for him to hunt me, chase me, catch me, and fuck the shit out of me. And yet now that I'm here, there's an all-consuming fear of that happening. I know there's a word that'll end it, but it ends everything. No more games. No more Achilles pushing me out of my comfort zone and dragging me through my darkest fantasies. Ticket holders will not be readmitted. Knowing that I have this word but might not be able to use it is making this all much more real. Scarier. Darker. More dangerous. In giving the word so much weight, he's made it no longer a safety net if things get too intense tonight. It's a full stop. And I know he realizes the effect that'll have on me using it. Another stick snaps just to my left. I choke on my ragged breath, sweat slicking my back and dizzying panic spinning through my head. I push myself harder, faster, trying to tell myself this is just a game and he won't really hurt me. Maybe he will. He'll stop if I use my word. But you don't know if you'll use it. Darker thoughts claw into my brain as my pulse races faster. My arms knocking away branches as I hurtle through the woods. What if none of this is a game? What if Achilles is the killer of the 2 unidentified bodies in Hawthorne Hollow? What if all of this has been an elaborate way for him to get me into the woods so he can cut out my eyes and carve a heart into my chest? I know deep inside me that it can't be true. But the faster I run, and the hotter my blood pumps, the more my non-reasoning lizard brain takes over. And so, poor, naked. Actual fear is roaring through my veins when a gloved hand lurches out of the darkness right next to me and grabs a hank of my hair. Got you. I scream blue fucking murder as Achilles yanks hard, jerking me right off my feet and sending me crashing to the ground. I kick and thrash in a blind panic, clawing at the air before he grabs my flailing arms at the wrists and slams them to the forest floor on either side of me. My knee jerks up reflexively, and Achilles grunts as my knee connects with his balls. He doesn't let go, but his grip loosens enough so that I can scramble away from him. I lurch to my feet to hurl myself through the branches. I don't get very far. A hand grabs my ankle. Gravity spins and goes upside down as I crash to the ground on my side. I scream and thrash, kicking at the hand on my ankle and trying to claw my way forward. Then my hand reaches forward one last time, and I realize there is no forward, because I'm at the very edge of the Hawthorne Cliffs, 70 feet above the crashing waves below. My heart vaults up into my throat as I stare in horror at the sheer drop, not even a foot in front of my face. I don't get to be scared for very long. Achilles suddenly grabs the back of my yoga pants and pulls. Hard. I scream as he rips them and my panties down, scraping them over my ass and my thighs as I try to fight him off. Cold metal teases against my ass. Then I hear a ripping sound and feel the fabric around my hips go slack. He's just cut off my fucking pants. The metal of the blade brushes my thighs, making me flinch as he shreds my pants the rest of the way off. A gasp rips from my throat as he flips me over roughly onto my back and straddles my hips. I kick and flail, choking and screaming as he grabs the front of my hoodie and shoves the knife underneath it. I shudder when I feel the tip just graze the skin of my belly and my sternum before he quickly jerks his arm back. Holy fuck. The knife cuts through my shirt and hoodie like butter, shredding them in. Two as he slices higher, all the way up to my neck, spilling my bare breasts free. Is this what you wanted? Little prey. In this moment, it's not Achilles growling the words. It's a monster. A beautiful nightmare far past anything I've watched on Mask Talk or read in the filthiest books. The voice grates like stone on stone through his mask as he viciously shoves my thighs apart and pushes between them. My eyes bulge as his muscles ripple, his gloved hand holding the knife, sliding between my legs. Achilles, I choke out a scream, thinking for a fraction of a second that he's going to bring the serrated blade to my pussy. But at the very last moment he flips the knife, and it's the hilt that drags electrically and sinfully against my sensitive folds. I said, "Is this what you wanted?" He snarls, rubbing the handle of the hunting knife slowly back and forth across my pussy. Mortifying. I start to react. My thighs quiver. My nipples tighten. God help me. I get wet. So wait. His free hand darts out, and I whimper when his gloved fingers close tightly around my neck. He rubs the hilt of his knife over my clit, and a desperate, needy sound tears from my throat. To be chased, and manhandled, and used like a desperate, greedy fucking cock slut, because that's what you're gonna be for me tonight. Little prey. He looms over me. His muscles knotted. He rubs the knife handle back and forth against my throbbing clit as I shake and tremble and whimper on the edge of the cliff. His hand leaves my throat just long enough to reach up and yank the mask from his face. The moonlight bathes his coldly beautiful face in an eerie glow as his teeth flash and his eyes glint. He throws the mask aside and wraps his fingers around my throat again as he leans down, his mouth hovering inches from mine. You're going to be my slutty fuckhole, baby. He rasps. I moan. My cum dump. My pulse hammers in my ears as my slippery arousal coats his knife. More. I choke as he squeezes his fingers around my throat. Achilles chuckles darkly. More, you want more. My eyes fly open when the hilt of his knife suddenly sinks between my pussy lips and pushes into me. Holy fuck. I cry out, moaning in fucked up, deranged pleasure as he starts to thrust the handle in and out of my clenching pussy. Feel how fucking tight your pussy is around my knife. Little prey. Achilles growls against my lips. His face lowers, and I cry out when his teeth rake over the sensitive skin of my neck. I can't wait to feel this cunt struggle to take my cock. Baby, I can't wait for your screams when I stuff every inch of my fucking dick in this tiny, tight hole. His mouth drops to my tits, his lips wrapping around one throbbing, aching, pink nipple. He bites down, and I scream in a mix of pleasure and pain. My back arching and my pussy tightening around the knife handle as he plunges it in and out of me, mauling my breasts as I moan and whimper and beg for more. The knife slips free of my pussy and gets tossed away. I hear his belt jangle. Oh God. He's about to take my virginity after fucking me with a knife. On the precipice of a goddamn cliff and the bleeding edge of my sanity. He shoves his pants down. I drop my gaze down my brutalized body and watch as he fists his huge cock. How the actual fuck is that going to fit inside me? I don't have time to consider the logistics. Not when he starts to rub the swollen head over my aching clit, and starts to jerk that fat cock against my lips as they spread open for him. My breath catches for a frozen half-second as he notches the crown of his cock at my opening. Say it. Say it. Say it, you fucking psycho, before you lose your virginity to a lunatic with a knife on the edge of a cliff. Too late. It's one stroke. One. Fast. Brutal. Stroke. That's how it fits inside me. And holy fucking God. Does it hurt? My scream pierces the night, my back arching off the ground like I've just received an electric shock. He's so fucking big and thick, and it burns like a hot poker as his cock rams to the hilt inside me. Achilles growls savagely, his muscles coiling as he slams my wrists to the ground on either side of me and flexes his cock inside me. His mouth drags up my neck as he inhales sharply, his teeth scraping my skin as I twist and writhe under him. See it if a go. Little prey. It's the voice of a nightmare rasping into my ear, and it sends a bolt of vicious, throbbing, consuming need surging through my core. Let me feel your virgin blood coat my big fucking dick. Oh, fuck. Let me feel that slutty little hole squeeze my cock like a greedy little cunt. My breath chokes off as the silent scream wraps around my throat. He starts to pull out, tugging a whimper from my throat. He rams in again, burying every fucking inch deep inside me with another brutal thrust. He does it again, sliding out until just his head is stretching me open before sinking every inch back in again. And something changes. The coiling, slithering, dark thing inside me tightens and squeezes, spreading venom and vicious insanity through my core as my face crumples and a sound I don't immediately recognize shatters from my mouth. The broken, wrecked, aching sound of a wall crashing down inside me. A dam giving way. And a pleasure I've never once felt melting through my body. Achilles slides his slick, bulging, veined cock from my battered pussy and then pushes it right back in. This time, it doesn't hurt anymore. This time, I fucking moan. The sound wrenches from throat as my head lolls to the side. He fucks into me again, Harder and faster. The wet sounds of my pussy taking his dick, along with the crash of waves beneath us filling my ears. My eyes start to close. But then he's grabbing my jaw and forcing me to look up at him. His face a mask of darkness and lust. His eyes glinting viciously as he starts to thrust harder. No looking away. Little prey. He growls. Look at me. He snarls through clenched teeth as he rams into me. Look at me when I make you mine. My brow caves, and my breath comes in short. Staccato gasps as he drags. His cock out until just the swollen head is inside. I'm trembling, but then my eyes lock with his, so hauntingly dark and viciously beautiful. Good girl. In that moment, I realize I've only seen the tip of his madness. Because then Achilles truly starts to fuck me. He pounds into me, snarling and biting, gripping and pinning. I do the same, nipping at his shoulder when he gets too close, raking my nails down his cheek and chest when he lets go of my wrist. He crushes his mouth too, mine, in a vicious, bruising kiss before he sucks my lower lip between his teeth and bites. God help me. I almost come. The taste of copper floods my mouth as he invades it with his tongue. I claw at his face, my hips rising to meet every single one of his brutal, violent thrusts. He pulls his head back and spits into my mouth when I open it to moan, making my eyes roll in a swirling cloud of black. Unhinged arousal. He bites my nipples, groans when I slap his face, and fucks me harder when my nails rake like knives down his back. This isn't sex anymore. This is an endurance test of carnal violence. And I'm not sure there'll be any survivors after the dust has settled. The harder he fucks me, the louder I beg him for more. I don't even recognize my voice anymore, or the demands tumbling from my lips as I beg him to choke me. Slup me. Bite me. Brain me. He glances to the side, still pounding into me as unholy wails erupt from my throat. Then I see the black glint in his eyes, and shiver when he reaches over and grabs the knife. His gloved hand wraps around the hilt that was inside me, and I feel myself starting to come undone as he brings the lethal edge of the blade to my throat. Oh my fucking God, I cry out, starting to shudder and clench and break apart at the seams. So this is what you needed. Baby. He growls darkly, putting a little more pressure on the blade next to my skin. This is what that fucked up head of yours wanted before you'd let me feel this slutty pussy come all over my cock. He starts to pound into me harder, faster, viciously fucking me as my back scrapes across the ground. My head lolls back as the world blurs around me, and adrenaline explodes through my system when I realize my head is now hanging off the edge of the cliff. Everything builds to a screaming, beautifully violent crescendo. The tug of gravity. His huge cock ramming into my pussy over and over as my entire core ignites. The sharp edge of his knife dancing over the skin of my throat. The swirling madness of it all. Just as my eyes start to roll back, he grabs my face with his other hand and lifts it, pressing our foreheads together and looking me right in the eye as he buries himself balls deep in me. Reality skips and glitches. Time falters. Come for me, little prey. Let me feel your pretty fuckhole come all over my big fucking cock. Oh God, the world goes white, and I explode. I scream, and Achilles slams his mouth to mine as my orgasm careens through me like a fucking hurricane. He groans into my mouth and keeps his cock buried between my legs as it starts to throb and pulse. I gasp against his lips as I feel the hot flood of his cum spill into me. His cock, twitching inside me as my arms and legs wrap like iron bands around his muscled body. I'm still choking for air when he lowers his mouth to my neck and licks it. I wince in pain. When he pulls away, I realize why. The knife has a small streak of blood on the tip. So does his tongue. And when he tosses the knife aside and kisses me, and I taste the copper and sin on his lips, I realize how truly fucked I am.